Good evening. This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting for Monday, January 19, 2026. Could everyone please stand for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. I will open with public comment.
Thanks, Ray.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Kevin Smith, 16 Phillip Drive. Wanted to come and express or give a shout out to two different departments this evening. First off, our DPW department. God bless them. I know I'm sick of winter already, and I'm not even plowing. And even though we haven't had a lot of snow, it seems to snow every day.
Yes.
And so they are out on the roads all the time, and I think they're doing a tremendous job. So just thank you for all the good work that they're doing day and night. The second department I want to give kudos to is our fire department. This past year was an inaugural year where the fire department teamed up with the high school to create what was called ELO. It's an internship class where students from the high school got to get real-world learning experience over at the fire department. It was the first time they've ever done something like this. And my son was one of the students that got to participate in this class. And as I've said for a long time, not every student excels within the confines of the four walls of a classroom, but learn a lot better doing hands-on real-world stuff. And that's what this gave them an opportunity to do. And I can't say enough great things about how rewarding this class was. There was a graduation ceremony, if you will, last week. Councilor Bouchard, I know you were in attendance for that, and I think got to hear all of the great things that came out of that class. So just a tremendous job by both the school district, the school board, Bobby Slater, Ms. Sullivan, who was the advisor for this, and then also the fire department, in particular Lieutenant Macarone, who ran this program for this semester. I'm hoping we get to see a lot more of these classes in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add
Anybody has a
something to
public
that?
comment? Sure.
I just want to echo what Kevin said. I did attend that on Friday. It was magnificent to see those 8 students, how hard they worked for the fire department, how hard the fire department worked, and the dedication of our firefighters to work with these students. And I think it was amazing. I just want to say thank you to our fire department, to our school for putting this on. Thank you.
Ray? How are you, Ray?
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I just wanted to comment. Is this working?
It is.
Yeah. I just want to comment that we have a lot of warrant articles coming forward that you're going to be speaking on this evening, I believe. Something like 25. And I understand the first one would be about the Morrison Meeting House. I'll let whoever's going to present that, but we're going to have public comment about that afterwards? Or?
Yes. It's a public hearing.
Yeah. Very well. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir.
Good evening, all. John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. So there's been a lot of talk through this whole season about the Charter Commission. The town charter. So it's someone who's read the charter too many times and someone who always does their homework. There's still people around who wrote the charter. Some of you may or may not know that. So when I didn't really know what the charter meant or what the intent of the framers was, is I'd go talk to those people to find out what was the intent at the time. And keeping in mind that when the charter was developed in 1996, we were under a town meeting form of government. There was no ability for them to foresee Senate Bill 2 or to see default budgeting. So after extensive conversations this past week and a lot of research about the 1990s, you'd probably be shocked to find out that a lot's changed in the last 30 years. Everybody remember beepers and cell phones this big? When I talk to the framers, they don't interpret things the same way they're being interpreted today. Their intent was not then. And they can speak for themselves, but with listening to that and with doing a deep dive on what's changed since the 1990s, the future of this community really belongs in the hands of the next generation and the younger people. And it may be time to put a charter commission together, put one together for the ballot for next year. Bring it forward. What should the future of Londonderry look like for the next 30 years? And the people who are here, who were at the age of those charter members back in the 1990s, and some of those folks are in their 80s, are probably more of the people who should be charting the future. So I'm going to keep doing some more research, keep looking into what we have to do to bring a charter commission forward. But maybe it's time. Maybe it's time we look at how we do things. Maybe it's time not to interpret something 30 years old to what we think it is today, because a lot's changed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, Christine.
Good evening. Thank you. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Last week, I spoke to you about the House Bill 675, was the tax cap, which failed in the House, and in my opinion, fortunately, but it's not dead. They are bringing it back in a little different form. They have taken a House bill that was supposed to change state's congressional district, and they are putting in a non-germane House bill that will be tax caps. But this is a lot different. They're going to bring it up in November. They're going to bring it before the towns and the schools and the county in November because they feel strongly that that's when most people show up. So you'll have the ability to place these caps on your taxes, not spending, but your caps in November. But beware, it will take 3/5 to pass it. But if you want to stop it in March when you find out that it just doesn't work for you, they're going to require that 50% of the registered voters, which would be around 9,000, would have to show up in March to stop the tax cap from going ahead. It's having a hearing tomorrow. It's still a rough draft. They are basing this on your previous taxes and the Northeast region inflation rate, which last year was 3.3, and any new growth. Now, I have some concerns. I have some numbers for you. So the town manager's proposed budget is is $3,252,312, up 7.19%. Of that, 72.21% of the increases are to salaries and benefits. Now, if we have to put a 3.3 tax cap on our tax bill, what are we going to do? How are we going to possibly do that? Shall we just cut police, fire? You can only take so much, but we would have to cut the increase roughly in half, and I'm not a math person, but roughly in half in order to do what this next cap that they want to put on at the State House is going to do. So my point in saying this is that we need to watch it very closely. I will be going to the hearing tomorrow. I have to split myself between 3 different places tomorrow morning. But I will be going to the hearing, and I will be following it. I have a meeting on Wednesday morning, actually, with the election committee, a group of us do, that are trying to make sure that in spite of the fact that they keep saying that, you'll see the advertisements out that they have already saying, lets the voters choose to adopt a property tax cap, uses clear formula-based cap tied to inflation and growth, applies only to property taxes, preserves other revenue sources. This is not what I am seeing this would do for Londonderry. Yes, it would be a local choice, but we need an informed local choice. And 3.3 increase when we have 72.21% of our increases are tied to salaries and benefits. I do not want to see us laying off police, fire, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, Bob. How are you?
Evening, Council, Budget Committee. I'm just going to hit a little bit on the fire department graduation on Friday. This created some history in the town of Londonderry, as Mr. Smith hit on. This was our first ELO program outside of the school, and the excitement it's brought to our students. It was 4 female students and 4 male students that participated in this program. The excitement it brought and seeing what it can do for our students' life lessons moving forward. We've been talking through budget season with our Superintendent Black and our Business Administrator Amity Small and Principal Rick Barnes. We've taken a move to expand our ELO and put a person in charge starting in July to manage and administer a full-blown ELO program, extended learning opportunities for our students moving forward. So we are going to a 3-house system. We're taking one of our APs and creating that position so that person will now go out and bring in more ELO programs to our school in-house and advocate for our students that go to Manchester, Alvern, Salem, Pinkerton for CTE programs. So we're looking to expand this program 2, 3, 4-fold over the next several years. And thank you to the fire department for their time. And I know everybody understands there's a cost to this, but working with both departments, our budget and the fire department's budget, it takes funds to do this, but the outcome of this is just night and day. These kids look forward to coming to school. We're trying to open up other avenues for these students to be excited to come to school again. And then we're going to look at different things at the middle school as well. So I just wanted to enlighten all this exciting news on the school side and partnering with our town side. And I want to thank the town manager for being able to fund some of this program, as well as the superintendent, to kind of join forces and funding mechanisms so we can do this and moving forward. So I'm looking for the community to support this program, and we want to have the state-of-the-art ELO program in the state of New Hampshire that nobody's seen before, that we can share with other districts for these students throughout the state of New Hampshire. So just wanted to share that with you guys, and thank you for your support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Jonathan Rowe, 368 Mammoth Road. I just wanted to say a couple things real quick. Mr. Mulholland, I want to start with you. Does that always make you feel on edge at all? Or?
I'm used to it. Don't worry. Jonathan, just address me if you would, please.
Okay.
Yeah, just so.
Well, I was encouraged last week. Yeah. Trust, again, is something that you guys have to build. Mm-hmm. And I think moving to Londonderry was a good step. I will say, Mr. Town Manager, I do appreciate the way he handled himself last week with some of the things that were brought up and some of the things that were said. Trust still might not be there, but steps are taken, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate what you guys do as well, each one of you. After last week's meeting, though, there were a couple things. I just want to encourage you as a resident of Londonderry. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of talk about doing business better, right? Londonderry leading. You guys have the opportunity to set that pace. What does it take? Well, it takes trust. You guys have to build trust. It takes respect. It takes respect between you guys, right? That's the kind of stuff that drives us citizens crazy when you guys are sitting on the board together and you don't respect each other, or you make these deals and nobody knows about them. You have to communicate. All right, so that's my encouragement to you. I appreciate everything you guys do. Do business better. And every decision you guys make on the boards, you represent us, but you affect us. You guys have the ability to sway taxes and stuff like that. And every time taxes go up, you're affecting people, whether, again, I'm not going to emotionalize this, but you know what I'm saying. You affect the bottom dollar. So please continue that, remember that in every decision you guys make. And thank you again for all you do.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Up first tonight, we are going to receive public input on the process for the Reverend Morrison House for the bond hearing. You have a presentation.
On September 15, 2025, at the request of the members of the Lions Club, the Town Council directed me to develop cost estimates for renovation of the building. It's the Reverend Morrison Meeting House. People commonly refer to it as the Lions Hall. The goal was to bring a warrant article, at least have the option to bring a warrant article before the voters that for the cost of the renovation of the building. So we did that in the period of time that we had. The Reverend Morrison Meeting House was constructed in the 1700s. I've seen conflicting dates about what that is, so I'm just going to say the 1700s. It's moved to its location sometime in the mid-1800s, and again, there's some conflicting dates, but that doesn't really matter for this purpose. Repairs and upgrades are made to the building in 1910 and 1929. The building served as town hall for many years. The town hall moved out in 1968, and it remained empty till sometime in the 1970s. At which point it was leased to the Lions Club. According to the documents that I can see, there was a lease agreement that started in 1988, another one in 93, or an amendment there too. 2014, the last time it was amended was 2019. The lease expired on April 1st of 2024. The building has been unoccupied for several years now due to its condition. There have been a number of studies. I think you folks are aware of that. Weston and Sampson was a study that was done by the engineering firm, and that was in October of 2022, which produced a report, which is on our website. And then there was a presentation made to the council in 2023 of that report. I'm not sure what happened in the year in between. Remember, I wasn't here, so I don't know. That's what the minutes show. Several redevelopment opportunities were built for building the site were there, and I see there were quotes in here for $3.6 million for comprehensive renovations, a $1.2 million for, it says, limited renovations, and then demolition and new construction at $3.2 million. That was that report back on that date. Again, that's on the website to take a look at if anybody has an interest in doing that. Arcove did a study on this, as well as Structures North, and the Arcove study was produced in May 31st of 2025. APS Environmental Group conducted mold testing per our request in August of 25, which showed the presence of different types of mold, likely caused from water infiltration from some roof leaks. The building is presently posted by the health officer due to risk of mold. In December 25, an assessment of the septic system was conducted. The septic tank was pumped out, and a high-level assessment of the leach field was conducted, indicating the system was functioning. It was also discovered that there was no septic design that was approved by DES, nor is there a permit on file with the town for the septic in the leach field. The town council created the Reverend Morrison Meeting House Study Committee in July of 24. The committee charge was directed to provide the town council with a report and recommendations by October 1st of 24. The last set of minutes for this committee that I was able to locate was for November 21st of 24. I was able to locate a PowerPoint presentation that was presented to the council on September 23rd of 24, presumably from the committee. There's a name for a person on that. I just don't recognize the name. It's in the packet in any event. REARC Construction provided cost estimates from the renovation of the building on December 15th of 2025 at my request. The estimated cost from the renovations, if the work is done, began in June of 26, is just over $3.3 million. The renovation would result in the building being compliant with building and energy codes. The work would also result in the building being ADA compliant in the first floor only, and fire suppression system to meet life safety code requirements. The second floor would not be ADA accessible and not able to be used, at least at this time. REAC also provided the cost estimate for the demolition of the building at $584,359. That's obviously high because they don't know what's in the walls in terms of asbestos and lead paint that would have to be mitigated. So I suspect when it goes out to bid, it'll come in less than that. But if we were to do that, which I am not proposing to do. So what you have before you, again, is a public hearing, which is required by statute to take that input. And then if you choose to, there's two actions for you to take if you choose to. One is to move this measure to the voters. That's the first action that you would take, and then you would make a recommendation, make a recommendation as to whether or not you recommend this or not, which is also required. If there's any questions of me before you open up to the public, I'll be glad to answer them. I do have folks from REAC if there's any technical questions.
Does the Council or Budget Committee have any questions for Mr. Mulholland? I will accept the motion over the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone in the audience wish to comment on the Reverend Morrison House? It's an open public hearing. Please.
Is Mrs. Green here? Linda Green? I'm sorry. So, so my apologies. John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. Mrs. Green contacted me, who is the head of the Londonderry Historic Society, and asked me to come down here. She's supposed to be here and to speak with her, not on her behalf, but with her. So hopefully she'll arrive. After listening to the presentations from last week with regards to this $3.3 million project, there seemed to be a lot of misunderstanding about the two different things that were happening, one being the citizens petition submitted by the Londonderry Historic Society. These are really apples and oranges. These are two completely different things. One is $3.3 million to do a complete renovation, a full project of opening the building. The other one is a capital reserve fund with maintenance attached to it for $950,000. I think the misunderstanding came about because nobody read the citizens petition while you were looking at this particular project. It's not a matter of that you would take money and increase the capital reserve to $3.3 million. The intent from the Historic Society is that they're in the business of saving buildings. And if you want to save buildings, it can be a multi-year step. This building is a treasure to the community. The intent of the Capital Reserve Fund is to do something that the town has done over many years, is move bonds on an annual basis. It started with the Open Space Task Force Committee 25 years ago, where bonds would come out for $1 million a year. And the voters would pass them for $1 million a year, and we would acquire land as we found land. Using that same concept, the town also did this for road maintenance. And we would do this at $1 million a year, because we found that the voters understood that we were building something for the future. This, again, with the Lions Hall, is the same concept, is that it may take 5 years. We may get into it for $950,000, and half of that coming from the undesignated fund balance, because that is the taxpayers' money, and be able to say, we may get into it and say, you know what, this building isn't worth saving. We didn't commit the $3.3 million. Or we may do what everyone's been talking about up here for months, get volunteers, get grants, and be able to move these things forward. So it would be nice if everybody wasn't reading their documents and paying attention when there's public comment, and be able to actually listen to what people are saying. But that's the two different things. One is a $3.3 million bond. The town passed a $6.2 million bond to build a fire station. It took 2 tries. If the bond doesn't pass, no means no, and you're tearing this building down, because it's not going to survive. The question becomes is do you want to give the people of this community decide whether it wants to save the treasure of this community, which the Morrison House, Lions Hall is? The Morrison family started this community. Do we want to make that investment? So when you're talking about this bond, think about it. It's two completely different things. And if you're going to go to deliberative and try to zero it out, I can promise you I'm going to get up and give the same speech there that you're destroying the history of the community. The Historic Society's mission is to save buildings. That's what the intent of that citizens petition is. I think the $3.3 million will have a hard task to get to 60%. And I'm not convinced it will take $3.3 million. It may take 1.5, it may take 2.5, it may take 5. But you need time to evaluate this. be able to step through the process. The article says to use it for an event center. No big surprise here. That's basically what the Lions Hall did with it for years. They just did this over in a couple of other towns over on the seacoast. They just did this in Sandown. Take the time to evaluate whether or not you want to save the building or not. And it may be a different story. Thank you.
Come on up, Ray.
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. It is a historic building, and personally, I think it should be saved. And we have, as the town manager said, we have done several engineering studies on it. But what I'm concerned is this. Putting something forward for a particular figure, let's say $900,000, is a great idea. I don't have any problem with that. But what is the plan to spend that $900,000 on? I haven't seen a plan. I would love to see a plan. I was on the committee, okay, and we spent a lot of time discussing it. And I think it should be used for what it was used in the past, okay? Everything costs money. If you save the building, it's going to cost money to maintain it. That's true. But I think we have to establish what we're going to spend any of the money on. And the most important thing, and even though these engineering studies have been done, we still don't know what the status is with the foundation. There is a bit of problem with some sections of the roof. If there's water leaking in, that's a problem. We know what the problem is, and the reason it was shut down was because of the floor. We have the information on what was done previously. We have the pictures of what it looked like. We have that available, okay? I would strongly suggest that we need to have a plan if we're going to ask the taxpayers to approve the money for this. I think money should be spent on it. But once again, like John said, it has to be done over a period of time. We have to know what the cost is of taking up the floor. We have to know what the cost is of replacing the timbers under the floor. We have to know what the cost is for the sill that the building is sitting on. We have to know what the asbestos or whatever is in there. All those costs we have to know. I personally, I would like to know if those figures have been calculated and we know what $900,000 is going to be able to accomplish. We're talking about doing the ground floor. Yes, absolutely. But we're also talking about, I believe, the heating system, maybe the air conditioning system, maybe the asbestos, all of that, just to do the ground floor. Yes, and it needs to be done over a period of time, years. And it is a treasure, and I think it should be saved. We have a town common. We have the churches. We have the town common. We have the what's the other hall we have there?
Right.
Yeah. So we don't have as much as some towns do, but what we have, and the history of the town is really important. So, a lot to think about. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else to talk about the Morrison House? Good evening, Ann.
Good evening. Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive. I'll be short and sweet tonight. I have a list of things that I think should be taken care of immediately. First of all, the foundation of the building. I've been in it, and I can see through it. And the sill. Also, we have to fix the first floor. No ands, ifs, or buts about that. We also have to have the correct heating, air conditioning, and dehumidification in that building, because we can see what happened, that mold grew, because we weren't taking care of it. And I have a question. as far as roof leaking and not roof leaking, the Sampson study said the roof was fine. And then the other study said the roof leaks. I'm not sure, which one is correct. Which one should we be relying on for accuracy? But what I want to see now is just getting the building open for the people. 99 and under, 99 people and under, so we don't have to do a lot of other modifications. But we also have to think of looking for matching grants from, go look towards the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance. I've dealt with them many times. I just don't want this building to be made into something that doesn't even resemble its former self, its current self, as Reverend Morrison's meeting house. I mean, there's already been changes to it, but we can't rip it apart and putting new this, new that in it. We have to think about what the building actually stands for. We have a historic village around the common, and we have to realize every one of those buildings has been there since the 1800s. Except for the Reverend Morrison house. Well, I should say it moved from the corner of Hardy Road and Pillsbury around 1845. After the Presbyterian Church was built in 1837, I believe it was built. So we have to think of it as a historic building, not just a building we can make a plaything out of. But we can use it the way the Lions were using it. And many people went there for their birthday parties, right, Deb? Your 60th birthday parties, dance lessons. And I can't thank the Red Cross enough. I have a special story because I was going and giving blood religiously. I'll say religiously. And I got up to 28 pints, and I was determined to get up to 30. And I was going to the blood drives over at the Lions Hall. I started not being able to give my blood. You get pinpricks in your fingers, and because they test you for your hematocrit and hemoglobin counts. I started getting injected. And so I went to my doctor, and she said, "Oh, just take iron pills." But I found out a half year later when my doctor wasn't there and I had another doctor take over. She did testing on me. She found out through her help, I found out that I had stage 4 cancer because of it. So I can't thank people over at the Red Cross enough because I wouldn't have even bothered to worry about it if it wasn't for that. And I also want to thank Reed Page Clark, because every time we had a blood drive over at the Lions Hall, there'd be Reed Page Clark welcoming everybody in the lobby there, sitting down and welcoming everybody. And then you can go into the main room and then sit down and wait for your turn to go up and give blood. But it's a multifunctional building. And I want to think of what we can use it for, not just a town use, but the public use. That's what it is now. It's a meeting house. It ceased being a church in the early 1800s because of the regulations, separation of church and state. So let's think about it. Let's not overdevelop this building because we have to think about the history. And I hope you do. If you have any questions about it, please ask.
Thank you, Ann. Real quick, Miss, you want to just talk to the leaks real quick?
Yeah, just
Thank you.
To Ann's question there. So I'm reading the report from Weston Sampson, which was produced in October of 22. They actually looked at the site in July of 22. 3 years later is when they found the leaks. And when I say the leaks, you can see the discoloration of the ceiling, and all the tiles are all discolored, and you can smell the mold.
The ceiling?
Yeah, it's up by where the chimney is located. So REACT looked at the
Which room, which part of the building?
second floor.
Okay, on the newer part of the building.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's, you would know, but you got
Yeah.
experience in that, but.
I thought you meant the Remorson's Meeting House, because that was, it was dry.
So REAC looked at it, and they looked at the roof, and they said, look, the roof looks like we don't have curled shingles and all that sort of thing. It'd probably be a day's worth of work to go and fix that area around that, just to fix that. So we don't have to do the whole roof, but we do need to fix where the leaks are so that that water doesn't penetrate through.
You're trailing off.
Oh, I'm sorry. So REAC looked at the roof, and the shingles are not curling, so the roof is not in that bad a shape, other than that area where it's leaking that we can find there. So it's about a day's worth of work for a roofer, according to them, to fix that.
Chimney's on the right side on the front section. It's not.
Yeah, it's towards the
very
front.
well, but it's
Yeah, it's
facing the
towards,
building,
yeah, right in the middle of it. Yeah. So that's what it would take, according to them.
And if you're looking for those minutes of the meetings, I have them all.
Could you?
Yeah, if there's anything more than
We
November,
can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. I
if
didn't
there's
mean that.
anything more than November 21st, because that's the last ones I could find, if you have anything more than that, that would be helpful.
We had a time limit, though.
I know. And November 21st is beyond that time limit, so.
Okay, and I have a lot of things I can show you,
Yeah.
what I've saved, and that I was lucky enough to get the town's photographs of the takedown of the original floor, and then also, well, I have a
You showed me some of those.
binders full of,
Yeah, you showed me some of those, which
and
was
more
pretty
stuff,
interesting.
so anyways.
Thank you.
Thank you all, folks, and I really encourage you to think about toning the costs down so the townsfolk will actually think about doing this. Because, like I said before, I know that senior citizens, a 2.8% increase in their Social Security this year. So we have to think about them too. I appreciate you going over this, and I know you have something else and the rest later on that John's going to do, so can't wait to hear
Thank you, Ann.
that too. Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you. Anybody else that speak on the Morrison House? Welcome.
Jan McLaughlin, 38 Rainbow Drive. I guess I'm up here saying we've let a lot of buildings go in this town. Ones that maybe, I can even think of some really nice trees that we had taken down just because it was easier to build the road to Market Basket than to keep those big, beautiful trees that were still, the elms that were still there. But regardless, $3.3 million or $3.2 million, I think we're talking a long haul. If it's only one day to fix the roof, that should be done because it's the roof leaking that's increasing the mold. You fix the roof, you fix the mold, you put some dehumidification in there and fix the foundation, and then you live to fight another day with figuring out the floor, getting volunteers, etc., maybe some grant money. But to come up and say $3.2 million, I know young people in this town, my son being one of them, saying, we're not going to have full day kindergarten, although his kids are older than that now. But, we're talking about building this building and that building, and we want to keep an old building that has been mothballed and was mothballed apparently inappropriately because stuff's happened since it was mothballed, since it was shut down and supposedly protected for future. Everything was drained. It was weatherproofed. I would think the roof and the foundation would have been part of that, but that's neither here nor there. So I think we should not pass this building up. It's a really important space. It's right there on the common. I think we have a lot of uses that it can go for, a lot of community uses. I can see, artwork from the Arts Council and different committees meeting there, and maybe the Historic Society, instead of having to meet in other buildings in the winter, they could meet there. And maybe we could even have a place where people coming into town could stop and get information about the town, since many towns have that, and we seem to have forgot about that part. We don't have a downtown. This is our downtown. So I think we need to save it. I just think that $3.2 million, I can't see it happening. And I would rather see us reduce the amount and not go for a bond, but take a realistic approach, I'd fix the roof before we even got to that point. If I could do shingles and stuff these days, I would get up there and do it myself, but I can't. But there's probably somebody, maybe in here, or maybe at home, who could get up there and fix that roof so it doesn't leak anymore. That's the kind of work we need. We need the community. It was a community building. The community, when they put buildings like this up, they built them together. The barn we have down at the campus, that was the last one that was raised together. And then we put it back up again, kind of together, but we hired a company to do that. This building was put together by the community. The community needs to fix it if we're going to save it. And we shouldn't pass on this building. It is part of our downtown because we don't have any other downtown. I ask you to think about reducing the cost below the bond limit and fixing it in steps.
Thank you. Welcome. Kevin, how are you?
Thank you. Kevin Smith, 6 King Phillip Drive. I'm probably going to echo what some of the past speakers said, though. I think I've got more questions than comments. So if we rewind the tape a little bit, you have this old building that was primarily being used by the Lions, but you also had community events in there, and everything was going along pretty swimmingly with it. And then around, I think it was 2014, we noticed that the floor was starting to sag in there. And the Lions had come to the town and said, basically, we don't have these monies in our coffers to fix the floor. Town, can you help us out? And we did. And we replaced the floor for, I think it was around $50,000 is how much it cost at that time. And then for the next 8 years, everything was great again. We reopened the doors. There were parties, functions. Everything was going along fine until 2022. In fact, I think the last public event in there was my campaign announcement for the U.S. Senate. Talk about foreshadowing. And then the doors closed. But admittedly, I wasn't paying attention to a lot that was going on in the town at the time when that happened. But from my understanding, we told the Lions you have to vacate the building, and you weren't keeping up with the spirit of the agreement, which said they had to put the maintenance costs into it. And then we condemned the building and closed it. And I guess my question is at any point during that time, did we ever ask the question, what is the minimal amount we need to spend to get the doors back open and just to get events happening in there again? And maybe at that time have formed a capital trust fund to start putting money into to really do ongoing maintenance in there. Because if all we're talking about is fixing the floor, which let's say that's $200,000, right? And fixing the roof so that we get rid of the mold and the leaks, and that's, I'm going to guess, I'm just throwing numbers out, maybe $50,000. $250,000 just to open the doors is a lot more palatable than trying to pass a bond for $3.3 million. That is not going to pass. And I think we all know that. And I think it would be a shame if this building weren't saved. I agree with the past speakers. We need to find a way not only to keep this building, but to make it functionable and to have a trust fund that we're regularly putting money into to provide the ongoing maintenance. But I'm just wondering if at any point we ask those questions, what's the minimum we can spend here, at least to open the doors back up, and then go from there?
Kevin, I believe we did ask that question, and because of all the new requirements, that's what Mr. Mulholland, I think you found out, right?
And that's exactly why we're not finishing the upstairs, because
Right.
that isn't necessary. That's why we're not putting an elevator up there, because that's not necessary to be able to open up the first floor of the building. We have to replace the leach field because it was not permitted. at the time, and there's no other way to do that. They won't just take our word for it, so we have to tear that out and put a new one in now. We've discovered that issue, and you don't meet the fire codes because it requires a sprinkler system on both floors, and also the electrical and the ADA compliance. So that's what you asked me to do, is what is the minimum to get the place open, and that's what it is now. Remember, the quote I gave you before was $3.6 million. That had some other parking lot improvements too, which were not necessary. So those are not in the 3.3, and then you add construction inflation on that, that's what it costs. So that's exactly what you asked me to do.
Anybody else wish to comment on the Morrison House? Oh. Welcome, Christine.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley. Whatever happened to us registering that building? It was brought before the town council. It was then referred on to the Heritage Commission. What happened to us registering that building? Because there's, by it not being registered for $25, we lost the opportunity to get grants that are available from them. So what happened to that, Mr. Faber? Because you were the one who killed it.
No,
I wasn't the one. It takes 3 votes to
Right,
do.
okay.
And I can answer your question. What happened to that was the Heritage Commission didn't come back with any grants or any plan, which is what we asked for when we sent it down to the Heritage Commission. So that's what we asked. We're trying to get a plan together to get this on the ballot.
You asked the Heritage Commission for a plan,
I answered the question.
Okay, good.
Mr. Dunn.
Yeah.
So you asked that the only thing that you needed was to, and I think somebody else offered to pay the $25, was to pay the $25 and register it. There was no need for any type of plan or anything. The paperwork was all filled out by Mr. I forget his name.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis. $25 check and send it in. So asking the Heritage Commission for a plan, you didn't need a plan. You needed a check. So what happened to that? Because they have all kinds of grant money that we are now not eligible for. So that was a kick down the road that you failed us on.
Which grants were available?
They have all
ones?
kinds. Well, you have to investigate them, but you can't investigate them if you're not part of you're not registered.
Ron, I'll answer that.
Yeah.
So being on the Heritage Commission, the majority of the board of the Heritage Commission moved to not move on this issue until the town decides what they want to do in March financially.
Anybody else wish to speak before I let Ray go again? All right, go, Ray, for a second time. Go ahead.
Okay, look, you've
Yeah.
got a lot to do, and
Yep.
I don't want to take any more time, but I was handed this here, and my question is, what does no scope mean? What does that mean? And I really don't see anything on here, a quote to replace, do the floor, other than carpentry work. And a good point. Look, this building should have been registered with the state of New Hampshire. It's a benefit to this whole operation. Okay, I brought up things about to have a thermometer out in front of the building and ask for people to donate money, like the town of Salem did.
Derry did.
And we fail to take advantage of these things that we should be taking advantage of.
Yep.
And looking at this here, which it doesn't make much sense to me.
Ray, which page do you want? I can have the town manager, or I can have someone help you. Well, what page are you on?
What page?
Yeah,
I
just
wanna
what
get two
what
here.
number are you talking about so we can.
Is there a page number?
No, item
No.
number, Ray.
Oh.
He's just looking at that.
At this piece here?
Yes, sir.
So,
Is there a page number?
is there.
Looking at the demo cost, hold on. This is. the
This is
rebuild.
demo cost?
That's the demo one. Demo option. This is the rebuild option.
So there's option 1 and option 2, Ray.
Well, there's no scope on this one, too.
Okay. I can have someone explain it that knows more about it. Are you on option 2? Is that the one you're asking about?
Not the demolition, no.
Right. So option 2?
I don't know what your options are.
bait and rebuild.
Okay.
But
Mr. Mulholland, is there someone that can answer Ray's question? Or
I just need to know what the question is, but yes, probably.
Okay.
You asked me the question one
So
time.
what is your specific question,
That was
Ray?
part
We'll
of-
get someone to
part of
answer
the
for you.
Okay, not now.
Sit, you can sit
Oh.
and talk.
No, go ahead
Oh.
if you want.
Well, I mean, we're here. I think the other folks want to know,
Yeah.
too. If you could
Yeah,
can you just ask the question? I was out of the room for part of that.
Oh.
I guess the question is, why don't we take advantage of the things that aren't going to cost us much money at all, okay? And why, the other question is, why is nothing on here that I see, maybe there's a more extensive report that says about fixing the floor, which is the reason the building was shut down.
So the way they do it by division, right? So there's demolition and abatement that needs to occur. If you look at this on the left-hand side, those are by the trades and the division, masonry work, so that's going to require some masonry. So part of that masonry work is going to come out of that. So that's how they come up with the price estimates. I had the folks from REARC that can talk about that. If they look at each part of the, for rough carpentry, for instance, they give you a total cost of rough carpentry for the building, total cost for electrical work in the whole building, total cost for plumbing in the whole building, total cost for your HVAC systems, and that's how they break it down.
Okay, but why is there nothing on here about the foundation of the building?
There is, in order to fix that those numbers are in the different divisions. That's how they break out the cost when they do a construction estimate. They break it out by division: masonry, concrete, structural and miscellaneous steel, rough carpentry. So they have that broken down by the trades.
Yeah, okay, but
because that's how they bid it out.
But it sounds like a guesstimate on cost. I mean, you're talking about concrete. How much concrete? Where's the concrete going to go?
It tells you the concrete work. I'll have REARC come up and explain it to you. They're the construction people.
Oh, okay. Well, let's keep it simple. But I think.
Ray, there's a gentleman coming up that can answer your question.
Oh, okay.
Sit down here?
Yeah.
Good, cool. Oh. I know, nice to meet you.
Just pull the mic close if you would.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kevin McGee. I'm Director of Pre-Construction and Estimating at REARC, and I was one who's responsible for putting. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Hi. Good evening. I'm the Director of Pre-Construction and Estimating at REARC Construction, and I'm the one who assembled this, so I can try to answer all the questions that you have.
Okay, we don't want to get into this too deep, but has anyone determined what the cost is to repair the foundation?
So yes, as Mr. Mulholland mentioned, the foundation is made up of two different types. It's the foundation right now is created by a fieldstone foundation in the front historical building, and then there's some masonry cost to come in there to repoint the interior. So let me just back up again, just for everyone who may not have been part last week. There was way back Arcove and Structures North, who was hired in the 22-23 did a report. We brought them on board again, did site visits with them, so they did site inspections. They drew up some plans and gave us some preliminary direction on what we needed to price up in order to represent what we had to price up to get this building back operational and open to the public. So with regards to the foundation work, there's a couple things that have to happen. We have to repoint the interior masonry fieldstone wall, that's in Division 4 masonry. We have to add a couple new interior footings because there is some structural loading that's not up to current code. So we have to put some new structural footings in the front building. In the front building portion area. There is a plan that was submitted with the proposal that kind of outlines all the different scopes and all the different things that what we included in the price. And those plans were developed by Arcove, the licensed architect, as well as Structures North, the structural engineer, who's been involved in this project for many years.
Are there sills, wooden sills on the building?
There are some sills, and we are going to be replacing the sills, too. We have to replace some of those sills, do the rough, because we mentioned about the floor, but I just want to make sure that that's included in the rough carpentry. But there's a lot more carpentry work that has to be reinforced and fixed, not just the floors. The sills, we have to pour new sills in. We have to beef up the structure on the second floor. We have to beef up all the roof trusses to get them up to current code.
Okay, but the most important thing of a building is the roof and the foundation, okay? The reports that were done by Weston Sampson and the other engineering groups.
Yep, structural, yes, sir.
If you look at that, they in their report, they said they never did determine what the condition of the foundation was because of too much of a problem to get in there. Look, I don't want to hold this up here, but if you want to tell what the conditions of the sills are, you need to take the siding off the building up to a point where you can determine what they are, okay? And you need to take up the whole floor, which was taken up before because all the timbers underneath, which was done before, was done very poorly.
Correct.
Okay? All of that has to be done.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
The cost of taking up the floor, the cost of replacing all the timbers underneath, and the foundation needs to be determined. Exact cost, or as much of.
Yes, all that work is included in more, because the fact is you can't just stop at the foundation. You have to bring the whole structure all the way up and reinforce the whole thing to get up to code.
Absolutely.
So that's what's included in that number. And I also had, in order to make sure that we weren't just guessing or using historical data, I had a subcontractor come out, walk through the building, each of the exact locations in the structure based upon the structural plans done by Structure North. And we walked through and said, okay, how do we tackle this? How do we build this? We got to rip the floor out here. We have to reinforce here. We got to pull the ceilings down. We have to sister all the joists. There's 5 major truss girders that have to be reinforced. So we went through that whole entire building. So that's what you're seeing in the CSI, which is Construction Standard Index breakdown. It's just the format that the construction industry uses. It's not.
I'm not here to find fault with anything.
No. But like I said, so that flooring stuff is in there. So but it's a piece of a bigger puzzle. You can't just do the floor because the building won't be up to code to open up. You have to go beyond that scope. Now you have mold in there. You have to evacuate, clean out, and expose the mold, remediate the mold, and that's a lot of interior finishes. And then once you have the interior finishes kind of removed, and you have to replace those finishes. So it's a snowballing effect that it's hard. You could do this over a long-term project, but it's going to be very hard to do it unless you really define it. But realizing the construction costs are going to continue to escalate at 5% a year, which it is what it is. We can't control that. But that right there, what you're representing is a true cost to get the building up to code, ADA accessible, as Mr. Mulholland said, on the first floor, and that addresses the moisture issues, the HVAC heating and cooling systems, and everything, and putting the finishes back in that you have to pull out in order to remediate the mold, as well as additional scope in there for asbestos, PCBs, which is hazardous materials. So that's in there as well too, even though that's an unknown right now, but we have a placeholder so we could represent a complete number and not just a incomplete value that you can't build to.
Ray, where I think you may be finding some confusion on your part is most times when construction companies do an estimate together, they don't do it by area of a building or type of construction within the building. This is how they format a construction estimate.
How about material? Okay.
It's all built into that construction estimate. If you really want to get into that fine-tuned detail, that they may have that behind the scenes within their calculations, but when you provide a construction estimate, this is what you're going to be provided.
Part of the problem with the building was moisture getting underneath the building. That's why you have rot, okay?
Well, they've built that into this.
There's no gutters on the building. Water comes off the building, goes down in the foundation. There are holes in foundation, goes underneath the foundation. We had discussion with the committee of putting cement or some kind of, what is it called? Flow fill under the building, okay? After you take out all the floor, replace all the timbers, and or before you do that, to do that. There's nothing in here about the cost of doing that.
So we did not do the flowable fill detail. That wasn't directed to us by the designers. What we did do is the most cost-effective way of handling what I'm going to refer to as the dance hall. Sorry, it's this way for me. The big, the hall area, the function hall. In order to do that in the most cost-effective way, we're actually going to be pouring out the floor joists of that whole area because that's where you have the hole and the failure right now. And we're going to be bringing in new compacted slab, new thermal break underneath, which is required by code, vapor barriers to eliminate the moisture issue from coming up from below or from the side of the walls. And we're going to be pouring a new slab in that main ballroom area, function hall area, because that's the most cost-effective way of doing it versus pulling it up, doing everything underneath, and then reframing everything. It's cheaper to bring some gravel in and do a 5-inch slab on grade. So.
Okay, I won't take a long time.
Oh, no worries. This is awesome. I'll dive as deep as you guys want. So.
They got
Ray.
a lot of business to take care of here.
Are you good, Ray?
Well,
good? You good?
want to make sure.
You're asking me if I have more
No,
questions?
no, if you have more questions, this is the time to ask. So.
Well, I think I've asked that.
Okay.
A breakdown of what the cost is and we don't even know what the condition of the sills are. We don't even know. Okay?
No, but we are going to be replacing the sills because there are some investigational holes and pictures that were done underneath. So the details right now, especially when we're pouring the new slab, we have to put a new sill in as a pour stop along the perimeter.
I'm talking about wooden sills. Okay?
Yep, I
Wooden
understand
sills.
completely. Yes, sir.
And wooden sills, you can look at a wooden sill and say, look, it's no holes in it. It could be completely rotted in the inside. Okay?
Yep.
That's what happens.
No,
Okay?
understood.
And the cost of doing that is basically what you got to do. Pretty much you got to kind of jack up the building. Okay? There's no cost in there about that. Okay? These initial costs, we have to know what the hell they are. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but and I think the building should be saved. I think the bottom floor is what
That's
we're
not
going to
for me.
concentrate on.
I'm not touching that one. That's not up for me. That's the residents. I'm not touching that one.
No. I think
Any more questions for Riak so I can have him sit back
Oh,
down
yeah.
again? Or are we good?
I'm going to sit down.
Okay, Ray, thank you. Good. Did you have some questions, Jan? For yeah.
This is just, it was brought up by Mr. Favor about, so what grants are available? National Park Service, I just went quickly on there. It's called Save America's Treasures Applications. The requirements, let's see, they're highlighted down here. To be eligible for a grant through Save America's Treasure Program, it needs to be listed on the National Historic Landmarks, or contributing to a National Historic Landmark District, or individually listed as a register of historic places. So the $25 we didn't do, can't get that grant. The grants for collection projects, $25,000 to $750,000. Historic property projects, $125,000 minimum to $750,000 federal share. We don't know what the breakdown is. Please note the selection panel may, at its discretion, award less than the minimum grant. And the way that they decide is it of national significance, and in the information it says national significance, any property registered as a National Historic Landmark is of national significance. Severity of threat of the historic property. I think we've got the threat part down. And how effectively the project mitigates the threat. So there's, $750,000, perhaps $1 million, that because we don't pay $25, we aren't eligible for. So there are other places, and that was just, I looked one place in the few minutes here. So there are grants available, and it's not rocket science. We should kind of go for that.
Thank you. A few minutes of research got me an answer. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Bob.
Good evening, folks. Bob Slater, 1 Stonehenge Road. This is, as we all know, been going on off a long time, and you guys have got a tough decision ahead of you tonight. I got involved back 3 years ago or so when this all started, asked to go underneath the building, crawl under the building to about halfway is about as far as you can go because of the ledge. Foundation does need some repair to stabilize it. The water issue is a problem. That's why the floor sank again after 7 or 8 years being prepared. So then everybody comes to us with the building closed once Mr. Woolley had taken this project on that was directed by the council that was here at that time and the town manager to go out and quote this. Weston and Sampson did a good job with their report, came up with about $3.6 million with some cosmetic changes in the front patio area that everybody said was no need, so you're at about a $3.2 million back in 22-23. Here we are 2-3 years later, costs have gone up anywhere in construction between 8 and 20%, depending on what you're doing. And the building has deteriorated. So then the committee that was, I think Ms. Wagner had run the committee over a period of months and came back to the council that was in place then and founded that, it needed this work, and then reported to the town manager that was at that time. and it kind of went stagnant for a while. You know, it's just that there's been nobody really handling this from day one. It's bounced. There's been council changes. There's been town manager changes. So this summer, the town manager asked me to come in and sit on a meeting with the Lions and Mr. Bouchard and talked with them about, you know, let's get an estimate, an accurate estimate, what it's going to cost to open the building. Because of all the requirements now of this older building, if you want to open it, you've got to make sure you follow all these regulations, statewide, ADA-wide, town-wise, if you're going to open the door and let people lease this, rent it for community events. Mr. Farrell has a great idea with the Heritage Commission is let's try to get a portion of it. But the problem is if it doesn't pass, it's a no-go. And if it does pass, what can we get done for the $900,000? So, and then what if no more money gets approved down the road? You're not really any further ahead and you're not any closer. You try for another $1 million the following year. Can you do enough to save the building but not open it for $1 million? We don't know. We know we've got a cost estimate, accurate one, because the one that just came in with REARC that the town manager you know, went with your direction to bring in is about $3.3 million to open the building, you know, when they're done. Legally, you guys don't have to worry about liability. Everything's been done. Everything's been signed off by state, local building department. So the question to you folks, and I'm sorry to lay it on you, is it sounds like a fair amount of people want to save it, but I don't know if $950,000 or $900,000 for the citizen petition is enough to even get it to that point. Because we don't have somebody managing this. We don't know what the costs are. There are no drawings done at this time. So even if it's approved in March and July 1 comes, it's going to take probably 3 to 6 months to get somebody in there and design the electrical to be up to code, plumbing, and come up with a floor plan with a building committee. Because the problem is who's going to manage this? The town isn't equipped to manage this job. That's why they look to REARC and other quality contractors to handle this with a small building committee made up of possibly Ann Champer and Mr. Farrell and other people in this community that want to save this building. So we've got a lot of missing pieces here without, how do you make a decision when you don't have a plan? So the reason the town manager was directed is because somebody said if it can't sit one more year or it's going to be no good. So I think the council had decided, let's spend a few more dollars to get an estimate, which has been done, so we know what it is. So here we are tonight. You've got two options. Will $900,000 or $950,000 be enough money to open it? Or do you put forward the 3.3 that you know the cost estimate has been gone through, as you heard Mr. McGee from REARC say that he reached out to the prior two people, had them go through it with him and a contractor to verify the 3.3. So here we are. That's a contractor that can handle the project with his people. I don't know what we do as a community when we get the $900,000. Now do you go out and hire a contractor? So you've got two balls in the air. I don't know where to direct you. I know it's going to be in the $3 million range or more if it takes 2-3 years to get there. And will the citizens back that? So I just kind of want to lay that out for you. I probably didn't help you, but I hope I tried to clarify it in that it's not an easy choice because either one can fail. You know, the 900 on the citizen petition might get the floor saved. It might get the roof reinforced. I don't know. It's once you get started, you don't want to stop. And the costs are just going to go up. You know, if one of the others gets approved, then you can look, but you've still got to get drawings. Whether that passes or not, you've got to go in and do an examination of the building and get all the drawings up to code. So now you can start getting pricing. So you need somebody to do that too. So those are your two situations. So I hope that helped.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Oh. Good evening.
Jonathan Rowe, 368 Mammoth Road. I just want to clarify this for me, if nothing else. I know when it comes to historical buildings, people get sensitive. And of course, I want to save history. I want to save the building. But if I'm correct on this, the 3.3 million is to bring it to code so we can open it, period, right?
Correct.
So there's nothing about, we can't just do the foundation for 900,000 or whatever. I said that out. I know that has nothing to do with it, but and to open up the building, we can't do that. We can't open up the building for anything for under 3.3 million, correct?
That is correct.
So, I mean, I appreciate everyone coming up here and talking about why don't we fix the roof. We either fix it or we don't. That's silly. And 3.3 million? I mean, come on. So, and we can point fingers and we can say, well, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. It doesn't help us for now. So the decision is, what do we do now? We either raise the 3.3 million and we open the building, or we don't. That's it, right? That's all that's before us. So, and I want to save the building, but the town will not get $3.3 million worth of use out of that building. And it's been, how many years was it investigated, and we still don't know what we're going to do with it. And again, you had a birthday party there, but $3.3 million worth of birthday parties?
Absolutely.
That's a lot of birthday parties.
Absolutely.
And it was a
Never
special
been to
one. I
of
give
my
it to you.
parties.
But and this is just from my perspective, but I think if Reverend Morrison was here, he'd be aghast if we were going to spend $3.3 million to save a building that he lived in. But anyways,
Ron,
thank you.
Thank you.
I just really want to get
Yeah, go ahead. You say it's public
Mr.
comment.
Mulholland, can I ask you a question, please?
I work for you.
Okay. I don't get that too often, but so I remember a long time ago there was a building or some project in the town, and maybe somebody will remember more than me. And the article kind of said that they were going to raise this much in the first year, then this much in the second year, and then this much in the third year. And then it went forward, to get the thing done. Is it possible to do a warrant article that instead of saying like a bond, saying the first year we're going to raise, and I could be wrong, 1.2 million, the second 1.2, the next one 1.2, to keep moving this forward, because everything isn't going to be done, right? That 3 million isn't going to be all spent like tomorrow. It's piecemealing it out there. So I don't know. My brain's just going, and I'm trying to figure out if that's possible.
Your brain's pretty good because there is a statute that does allow that over. I think it's a 5-year period. I don't
Okay,
know of
that's
anybody
even
who's
better.
actually used the statute, but they created that for that type of project where you would draw money each of those years in which to do that. The problem I think that Kevin would have spent a little more time on is once you start doing part of it, you got to do the rest of it as you're going along. Otherwise, you're deploying multiple times. But the statute does allow for that. It's in, I think it's 33, RSA 33, that over a 5-year period to do that, if I remember right. Again, I don't know if anybody's ever used it, but there is a statute that does allow that. I'd have to look at the exact wording again, and if there's a few moments in between this, there probably won't be. I could actually look it up for you. We could throw it up on the screen, but
I was just thinking that might be an option. This way it becomes more palatable.
Justin, can you see if you can find
We're
that in
moving
there?
something forward, and we're getting it done. I don't know.
Yeah, so obviously we got the other warrant article. Hopefully by then you can pull it up. We can actually read it because I don't remember all the details of it. But at least that's something we can discuss here if you can find it.
Thank you.
I think, and one of my only concern with that approach is mobilization and demobilization, the costs associated with that. To start up a project, spend all your money, ramp it down, get more money the next year, ramp it back up. There is a cost associated with that because you might lose people who were on the project and have that knowledge to be able to continue. They're not just going to sit there not getting paid for 6 months or however long it takes between these different years. And so there is a way. You can't stretch things out and expect it all to remain consistent. The longer you run a project, the more you're going to run into the problem of, resources and changing and the cost of mobilizing people and bringing them on site and demobilizing them and taking them off site. It will probably end up way more expensive than the 3.3 million.
And I hear you.
Yep.
But we have the construction guy here. Where'd he go?
He tried
Can
to
you
leave.
come up again
probably.
for a minute, please? I'm sorry.
Where'd he go?
I can't see out there. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming up.
No worries.
Just satisfy me for 1 second. I understood what she said, but what is your guesstimation as being somebody in this business, right? Looking, kind of knowing what's going on with this project. How long do you think, meaning supplies, getting men, weather conditions, how long do you think shovel in the ground to halfway there and to finish? How long do you
Well,
think that's going to take?
First off, Ms. Berber, you hit the nail right on the head. Like, that was a perfect way to describe it. It depends on how many steps along the road do you do? That's the question, Ms. Pollock. I'm going to spend $1 million because I have $1 million, and that's only going to get you so far. So what she described was perfect. You'd want to come in, mobilize, do a specific scope item 1 or 2.
I understood
So it all
that.
depends on
I want to know your professional
6
opinion.
months.
You're telling me that you would have this building done in 6 months?
Let me just. I'm gonna,
Not one day over?
Right, hold on. Yeah, right, okay, yeah, I like this. Okay, cool.
I'm just
One sec.
asking. It's
not a
Yeah,
weather.
I'm looking.
I
it up.
know,
I'm
don't
looking
get
it up.
nervous. I'm
I
joking.
have to be exact.
I'm joking. Relax.
This is going to be. This is an 8-month schedule, and I would. Yes, I guarantee you, 8 months. If we had everything. Drawings, as Mr. Slater
So that
mentioned.
doesn't include the
So
time to get the drawings.
No, this is construction time only.
Okay.
So.
How long do you
the-
guesstimate the drawings?
The drawings can be done probably, if you use the same exact team and you're not reinventing it, you could probably have the drawings done within 8 weeks if you give them the full green light to go.
So you're talking 10
2
months.
2 months, yeah.
So 10 months total.
Mm-hmm.
From the day we give you a check, you would be done in 10 months, and this would all be guaranteed work, right?
Absolutely.
And even if you were 2 months late, you get it done under a year.
So, and just for the record, the 3.3 includes the design cost.
Okay.
So it includes the cost to hire the structural engineer, which would be the same exact team that's been on years before we got involved. So it will be Structures North, our Cove. They're most familiar with it and keeping that team design, build MEPs. So
And the
we'll be
reason
frying
I
the
ask
stamps.
about the time
Yeah.
thing is
Mhm.
because I keep hearing that we have supply issues. We can't get this. We can't get that. Takes a long time. It doesn't happen that
It
quickly.
is so true. It's very true right now.
You're telling me you won't have those problems.
Well, it all depends. There's a whole. We talk about when the design happens. So if it is all done and designed correctly, yes. So that's why there's my company believes a lot in the pre-construction front end process. What that is getting involved, notifying and awarding those long lead items early in advance. So everything, because right now, electrical light fixtures and breakers and panels are still 8 months out. But during that design time, I'm already locking in those lead times. So yes, there's a way to make sure that's this streamlined, fast-track project.
So if you stretched out this project over 5 years, would that increase the supply problems that you would have on some of the other items that you just
Number
outlined?
one, the price will be drastically different than it is right now. You're probably looking minimal, if I had to do it, probably a 30 to 50% increase.
Okay.
Because you're going to have to break it out into contractual chunks. No electrician's going to start on the first day and be on a 5-year contract. No one will sign it. Just because of the flux of the industry that we're in today.
Well, you
So-
wouldn't need a 5-year contract.
Well,
You
depending
come in,
if you
do-
stretch it out to-
You wire it and it's done.
No, if you stretch it out to a 5-year period, as Mr. Faber mentioned, that was the question.
That's not how I meant it, but
Okay.
okay. I want to know, in this plan of yours, did you include the original tin ceilings? Did you include the original doors? Did you include keeping a lot of the original moldings that's got the cuts and the
we do-
fancy stuff to it?
So
or are you going to make
the-
it all new and shiny?
The doors in the lobby area we will try to keep. We have to make sure the doors now are ADA accessible, so they have to have ADA operators where required by code. So the tin ceiling, we did have an allotment in here, and that's working with Arco, who's the architect who does a ton of these historical renovations. So with we have money in there, about $40,000, to either hopefully restore the curved tin ceiling, but we won't know the condition is until we open everything below it. And if we can't restore it, that $40,000 will go to kind of replicate a tin ceiling-like ceiling assembly. And I can honestly tell you, that is the only, what I would consider frills or upgrade that's in this value. It's just something that was near and dear to our Cove's heart, and seeing the pictures, it could look really cool, but we don't know what we're going to see yet. And we're not going to know what's on the lead. It could be lead paint, a whole bunch of other issues that we're not going to be able to restore it. There could be a bunch of holes. So there's a $40,000 allotment in there to either restore it or replace it with a new kind of tin-like ceiling system.
Is that part of the contingency line, or is
No,
that
that's in the actual.
Okay,
that's
great.
in the. That's actually in Division 9B, which is ACT ceilings.
Got it. Thank you.
And do we have to come ADA compliant in historical properties if there's under 100 people in there?
Well, this, because as you mentioned last week, this is based upon the occupancy, based upon the size in code right now is up to 340 people.
So if we lowered it to 100 people,
You
we
c-
would
you-
not
you-
have to put in the sprinklers
I'm
or all that stuff?
I'm not a code expert, but based upon the code experts that we have on this initial concept, you need to bring it up to life safety. So you need to bring a sprinkler system if you have one person in it. So there's a few exceptions. There's a few exceptions though, but that has to be done by has to be done by the inspector. So there's a few exceptions where you could do heat and smokes and a combination of those, but that's not my expertise. That's why I rely on the designers to do that. But regardless, as I mentioned last week, we have so many square feet in this use group type, and there's a code page analysis, I think on page 3 of the drawings that we submitted, that will outline exactly how many people are in that. In each section, and I looked at it after our last week's meeting because I didn't have it readily available. It's 340.1,
That's
341
ridiculous.
people total.
That's
You-
ridiculous.
well, it's based upon the code use group, and that's determined by the state and in the International Building Code, and this type of occupancy, and that drives the life safety needs.
When we
and
used
so
to
forth.
use the building before, all of this,
I absolutely
it was a max of 100 people. And so I think there are rules, and I think that should be investigated. You go up to New Hampshire to the historical area, and they'll tell you that there are waivers, just like you don't have to widen the staircases, you don't have to do certain things. If it's original historical staircase, you don't have to widen it to make it ADA compliant. You don't have to put in the sprinkler systems. You have to have the emergency exits. You have to have the antenna on the roof that sets off the alarm if anything goes off. And you have to,
Yep,
you know,
ADA.
firebox inside there, the key outside, all of that stuff. And you got to have those things that you spray. And that's it.
So just one thing on the fire, I did reach out to the fire marshal on that because our impression was there were certain things we could waive. That is one we can't waive, and I made sure I had them do that by email to me. So we
Okay,
do
good.
have to put a fire suppression system.
Even if we have under 100 people?
Yes,
No matter what?
that's what they say.
Okay. I just had to find out.
No, I know. We asked the
trying to
same
do my
question because
best.
I was hoping to avoid that because it creates a bunch of other problems too.
Right.
Because you have to have water supply, and right now we have a well there, so we have to tie into the municipal water system. Otherwise, you're going to put a tank in there, which that takes up more room and costs more money.
I
So we
understand.
were hoping to avoid that issue, but that's not possible according to them.
Can I ask you one more question, Mr. Mulholland?
Again, I work for you, so I'm here all night.
If you did that, right, and did you say if we were on the registry of deeds and this was a historical building, right? Did that give us any leeway, or is it just as a building? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, if it's being used for commercial purposes, which this is considered a commercial purpose, it's not a private residence, we have to upgrade that to that code.
All right, thank you. I have to go for Pete.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And just, when Ann and I were on the committee together with Mr. Ellis, and I do think Deb's on to something here. We had many tours, many groups come through, and when Brian Johnson came through, our goal wasn't for 350 people, it was for 99, and at that time, he said that we did not need a sprinkler system. So, and I think the historical point of it, Mr. Ellis looking at getting us on the historical register, the building really, we were just looking for that 99 and under. And, you know, I think there's, as was stated a few times, I think there's a lot of loose ends here. But the building's important. People want to keep it. But, you know, there's a big difference on the cost to invite 350 people in versus 99 people. So, you know,
Absolutely,
a
thank
little more
you.
information. Sorry to interrupt, Ann.
No.
That's okay.
Ann, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
Good.
a list.
Okay, good.
We should talk to New Hampshire Preservation Alliance. I brought them into the building before, a couple of years back, but it went nowhere with the people. They are the most important people in this state to deal with when you want to do something historical preservation. They can tell you all about the grants. They can put your building on the 7 to Save list that will get recognition all over the state and hopefully bring in those matching funds And also, preservation timber framing. I've used them to do a number of studies around town. And they've actually worked on the sister church to ours, the First Parish Church in East Derry. That was built in the same year, 1769 started, as ours. They're building, if you look at the attic, it's the exact same details up there. It's amazing how close they were. The only difference is, I can't say the only difference, but years ago, well, a lot of years ago, in the 1800s, the First Parish Church, it decided to split itself in half and add 24 feet in width to the building. They did it back then. And why I bring that up is Preservation Timber Framing's been working on the steeple of that church and refurbishing the whole church over the last, I don't know how many years. I took Mr. Malaguti and Dave Wally over to the church, and we got a tour of it and a lesson in the process they used. And so, let's see. And more recently, Ray Breslin and I went down to Wyndham, I think it was last year, what they did to their town hall. They actually jacked it up and put in a concrete basement, full-size basement underneath it. And their DPW did that. No joke. I've got a binder, another binder, Mr. Mulholland, for you to take a look at.
Thank you.
Of what they did to their town hall. There's a lot of churches, I should say, meeting houses in the area that have preserved their buildings. So we can discuss it with them, how we can accurately do it. I think the alcove designs, we won't be able to recognize it when we walk in. And it's a lot more than we need. But I think we have some people we should talk with. I'm not sure if Mr. Mulholland has dealt with the Preservation Alliance.
Actually, I have in other projects, not here, but
Right. Yeah. So they're a worthwhile group to talk to.
I would agree.
And also Preservation Timber Framing. Because they do wonderful work. And if you can also take a tour. I know Paul Lindeman, who's head of their renovation, reconstruction there. And he'd be willing to give tours to you, talk to you about it, and go through the steps they've taken. And you can tour the building, and you can see what ours maybe could be. Theirs is more grand because it's actually a church, still a church, and they have chandeliers in the building. But, the bare bones are very close to ours. And also, we want to know what's inside the walls. Preservation Timber Frame will give us that. We got drawings of, I've got a drawing of the First Parish Church. All the timbers in it. All the timbers in it. They created that. And they also did the same thing for Reverend Morrison's house that's in the trailers over at the Historical Society. There's people that can basically see through walls, I'll call it. We need to talk to them because we still have to know what's underneath the walls, underneath the, sheathing, inside and out. They can do it. I just want, again, I don't want to go off in tangents, but I should stop right now, because
Thank
I
you,
could
Ann.
talk you individually, too, if you'd like to, Ron.
Okay.
We
Thank
have
you,
that
Ann.
statute, by the way, if you would like us
Yeah,
to.
please.
I could read it. You won't be able to probably read it from there, but I can read it to you if you'd like.
Please.
So this is a law that was passed in 2013. It's RSA 37:7-A, appropriations for capital projects. Good job, Justin, in finding that needle in a haystack. In addition to any other appropriation authority, and notwithstanding any other provisions of law, at any annual meeting, the legislative body may, by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of those present and voting, or by an affirmative vote of 3/5 of those voting on the question in a town or district that has adopted the official referendum form of meeting, appropriate funds for a term beyond 1 fiscal year but not to exceed 5 fiscal years as follows. The appropriation shall be only for an identified project, as described in the article authorizing the appropriation, for which it would be lawful to issue a bond or note under RSA, blah, blah, blah. Paragraph 2, the article authorizing the appropriation shall state the term of the years of the appropriation, the total amount of the appropriation, the amount to be appropriated in each year of the term. For each year after the first year, the amount designated for that year as provided in paragraph 2 shall be deemed appropriated without further vote by the legislative body unless the appropriation is rescinded as provided in paragraph 6. In a town or district that has adopted the official ballot referendum form of meeting, the amount designated for each year shall be included in the default budget for that year. Paragraph 4, if the amount appropriated for any year is not spent during the year, the unexpended amount shall not lapse, but shall be available for expenditure in a subsequent year during the term, provided that all unexpended amounts shall lapse at the end of the term. The approval of an appropriation under this section shall not constitute the establishment of a capital reserve fund. Any amounts appropriated shall not be deposited into such a fund. And then paragraph 6, prior to the expiration of the term, the legislative body may, at an annual meeting, rescind the appropriation by an affirmative vote of a majority of those voting on the question, unless, upon rescission, any unexpended amount shall lapse immediately. So there's that statute.
So, in that fund that, you pay the extra $5, we have like plus, this is probably a Justin question, but I'm not sure. We have like over $800 and something thousand in there for the, when you register your car, we haven't used it. It can never be used for anything like as a down payment of this or to help pay off some of this.
I cannot.
Okay, I'm trying.
Go ahead, sir.
So, thank you. So back to where we were. The Historic Society's purpose is to try to save buildings. Whether $950,000 is the right number, whether $3.3 million is the right number or not, what we're trying to accomplish here with the other warrant article is to save the building. So if you take the time, I've learned some things while I've been in the room here, not to steer a little fire chief's thunder, but yes, we're going to need a suppression system because the 99 thing went away under different fire codes. There is town water. I found out at the church next door. So that's good news. The town sewer is right here. Very expensive to bring it over. But we talk about projects. I mean, I know someone in the middle of a project right now that started in April and will end probably at the end of February, and that's 11 months, and it's a far smaller project than this. So, I mean, God bless this man that he has all the trade people lined up, but, I mean, I don't know if it can get done in a year. The whole idea behind this is how do we save the building? So that's the difference between the two things. 60% of the people who come out to vote have to pass the 3.3 million. 50% plus one have to pass the capital reserve. In the last presidential election, there was approximately 17,000 people voted. In the last town election, approximately 3,500 people voted. I've seen it as low as 1,600 people coming out to vote. So the question, and if this was the deliberative session, I would say, can we move the question? It's all about trying to figure out how to save the building at the end of the day. And it seems like history means something here in New England. And I think Ms. McLaughlin brought up some great points. I got $25 right now if you want to do it now. But let's figure out if we can go get money to save this building. We got to get past no means no first. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment on Morrison House? Come on up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to come back to us. Oh, we're not done. We have to vote on it. Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. John Wilson on Tranquil Drive. I have some questions. First of all, I'm in favor of.
We can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me? I hear. First of all, I'm in favor of doing this, okay? But the devil to me is in the details, the financial details. If this is a $8.3 million, first question is, how much of that is contingency?
There was 230,000 in the budget for contingency.
So of the
Of the 3.38 million, 230,000 of it is contingency, yes.
Okay, well, okay.
That's to cover unknowns and anything else
Now,
that may
is
come
there a
up.
cost-sharing agreement if we exceed the contingency fund?
That I don't know.
Yes, no, maybe?
What did he say?
He has the.
I couldn't hear you, John. I'm so sorry.
I want to know if there's a cost-sharing agreement built in.
Cost-sharing, okay.
So once we go past the contingency, there's a sharing of the cost between the contractors and the town. Because a couple $100,000 to me doesn't do it.
I'll go fast.
Okay, so that's one question.
Yeah.
And that's really my biggest question. I strongly think we need to do this because it's not just saving the building, which we should do the building because it's obviously, it's all for intents and purposes, the first town building we had. But more importantly, we need a downtown. We need a bigger downtown than we have now. And this building is part of what we have now. Because we're only 2 orchards away from not having our logo anymore. And I don't know what we do if the orchards disappear. So the downtown is vital to us. Every time a community has to go through a revitalization because of losing industries or whatever, they look to the downtown. They refurbish the downtown, they do things to make the downtown more vibrant. And we're going backwards if we lose this building. And I think we ought to think about that, not next week, but 10, 15 years down the road. Can I get an answer to my contingency question?
Every time I leave, someone asks a question. Just ask it again, John, if you would. Just get closer to the mic so the folks can hear.
The agreement is for
There's no agreement. There's a cost estimate.
The contract.
No, it's not a contract. It's a cost estimate, just so we're
We
clear.
have a cost estimate.
That's right.
Okay, so I asked how much of that was contingency.
About 10% is what they have in there.
Okay. Then I asked, if we exceed the contingency, what's the cost-sharing arrangement on a overrun?
There isn't a cost-sharing arrangement. Remember, but when you have a contract, you have a guaranteed maximum price, as long as you don't make any change orders in there. And to get to that point, you got to have final design, which was talked about here earlier. You got to lock all that down. Right now, they have a cost estimate. They're not in there tearing out the walls to see what's behind them. So that's how you have to do that. So we're a long way from that.
Yeah, but then I would say to you, first of all, I assume this company is in the business of restoring buildings. And I'm assuming that this is a small to medium-sized project for them.
Small.
Okay? Okay. So $275,000 to me at this stage does not seem like a very big contingency number.
They have there's a certain degree of risk in that. But like I said, when you go to final design, you can shrink the contingency because you have the knowns compared
Yeah,
to
but
the unknowns.
I'd like to have, I want to get the thing done, but I don't want the town to have to you have to come back to the town and say, well, we got this problem, that problem, we need another X. I want to know that the contingency is healthy, and I also want to know that they're going to share in any overruns.
Well, it's not a
At
matter.
some point in the negotiations.
I'm not interested in sharing overruns. That's why I asked for a guaranteed maximum price.
Yeah, but what happens, I'm not certain the guaranteed maximum prices work once you get to the place where the thing's not been finished and all the money's gone. That puts you into probably litigation or a long battle. In the meantime, the building's not done. And the pressure on us will be to have the building done. So, anyway, that's my question.
Okay. Anybody wish to speak on the Morrison House still? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair.
Bring it back to the council. Yeah, good.
So, how did we get here? I've watched this building over years get kicked around with different kinds of plans. We had a committee. We came around. We still didn't have an answer. Years went by. This building's got worse. So we, as a council, decided this year we have to do something, or this building's just going to continue to decay and continue to decay. What we decided to do was try to get the minimum viable price to get this building open and use it. When we did that, we tried to put in flexibility. So the question came up, why didn't we throw it on the historic list? The simple answer to that is, and that's why we sent it to the Historic Commission, because we wanted to see a plan with something that we could present to the voters. And without that plan, it was incorrectly stated that we missed out on that money. We could vote right now and throw it on the historic list. That information doesn't change. When you do put it on the list, though, what it does is change how you construct the building, and it decreases the flexibility of the price. Because, and as I asked Mr. Ellis when he was here, you can go on the list or off the list voluntarily, but the state can push you off the list if you don't do things in a certain way. And if we want to save this building for the lowest possible price, we made a commitment to that. We put it on the ballot. We want to let you decide, as the voters of this town, is this building worth saving? There was another plan brought forward by Mr. Farrell, which I think is a good competing plan to this because it has a lower threshold for the vote. And that's something you as the voters can decide on. If there's another plan that comes forward by deliberative that involves historic list, grants, other things, we can go down that road too. We can amend one of these and take that amount, whatever that happens to be, and do that. We can always put this on the list. So that's not really a factor here. What is what do we do with this, and how do the voters tell us what amount of money we have to work with to save this building? And so that's what you're going to have to tell us in March. If you have different ideas on what the amount should be, that you'll have to come forward at deliberative and deliver that to us. But this is us trying to facilitate for you what the answers are and finally get us over this hump and not keep re-kicking this around, re-throwing numbers and talking about this for another 5 years while that building decays. So this is us just trying to get you an answer.
Dan, you want to go next?
I agree with Sean that, this has been put off long enough. Taxpayers actually need to make a decision on this. And the only way to do that was not to say, okay, we want X amount of dollars and, let's see what we can get done with that. We went to the town manager. We said, give us a price, the bare price it's going to take to open the building. We're not looking to do the upstairs, all right? We're looking to just get the building open. The problem I have is that we also asked for him to go out and look who's going to use the building. My concern is we've only had 2 groups come forward and say they would like to use this building. I think probably more people are going to use it, than 2. We don't know. I know people have made a comment, we need to tone the cost down. We've toned it down. We've toned it down from 3.6 to 3.3. Yeah, we can stretch it out for 5 years, but you heard the construction gentleman saying we're going to add 30 to 40% on top of the cost. That's not something I would like to do. Mr. Ellis did come forward. He did try to put it on the historical building to get it listed. That did not pass on the council. So we have what we have today. either we want to restore this building and tell the taxpayers exactly what this is going to cost. Because many times you hear from people saying, oh, they're not telling us the truth. They're not telling us exactly how much it's going to cost. They're going to want more money down the road. We're not looking for more money down the road. We're looking at this is how much it's going to be. They need to make that decision. We're being very upfront with them and saying this is the way it is. If you want to put $900,000 because it's a lower number, you have no plan for that money. There's nothing that says, okay, for that 900, what are we going to do? We're going to do the foundation, then we're going to let it sit, come in next year, and ask the voters again. If the voters then say, no, we're not doing it, all right? I thought the 900 was going to open the building. Well, it didn't, all right? So if they vote that down, what are you going to do with that money? So this is a true cost, the 3.3.
I just wanted to say, listening to the cost increase from the construction company's estimating department, that I do not think that we should be going with a prolonged approach to this, of a 5-year approach to this, as we'd be looking at about $2 million or more in increase in costs over time, which I don't think that is a prudent financial response to this, to the voters, and I don't think that's the right option for us to go at. Either we should be going with a bond, which we've looked at last week, would actually be a less of an impact on a yearly basis to the voters compared to the $950,000, which would actually be a bigger increase this coming year to the voters on their tax rates compared to the bond payment.
For 1 year, though. Yeah.
For 1 year, yes. But if you're looking at a 5-year program, it's going to be costing even more every year, more than what the bond payment would be.
Just for the record,
Good.
I didn't say 5 years. I asked if there was
Well,
one.
would it
that-
be 1, 2,
1 or
3, or
2
5 years?
I
It
was
would
thinking
still be
more
even
like
more
1
money.
or 2 years, so splitting the cost in half. But he said it can get done. I mean, out of curiosity, how long did it take them to do the fire station? That took like 4 years.
Though you also had the fact that they're working within an
An active building.
fire station. So
I didn't say 5, Ted. That-
well, even still, if it even goes up to 5 years, even
I was
still,
hoping it could have been a year, and then we could have split 2 costs.
right? But even still, if you're prolonging a project over even a 2-year period, you're going to have drastic increase in cost because you can't lock in those contractors like that.
Well, I was
And if
thinking
he
if
can
we-
accomplish this project within 10 months,
If they can, but my thought was it would take like a year, right? So you give them all this money up front, and then you give, so kind of like, here's your money on the front end, and here's your money on the back end. Took you 1 year to do the project, and this way it would be bang, bang. We've already, do you know what I'm trying to say? That's how I saw it, as a way to be more palatable on there. I wasn't thinking 5 years, stopping the project at all. I was thinking that, okay, we get the designs, we get the work going. It should take at least a year, maybe a year and a couple of months. That gives us, to spread it out over 2 years, that, cutting it in half. Would you vote for this year and next year? $1 million something this year and $1 million something next year.
right? Unfortunately, that's not how the construction companies
I
do
know,
their
but
work.
that was what I was thinking. That's what I was trying to say. I just wanted you to understand what I was trying to say.
So Dan had another quick comment.
I just want to comment that we discussed up here the possibility of maybe people donating their services, which would be great. But people need to understand that the 3.3 is the top. Okay, so we've discussed this, and I think Justin made this very clear that we have to go for the 3.3, even though somebody says, I might, donate my services for the electrical or the plumbing. That can be taken off the 3.3 when you go to bond it, right, Justin? So we wouldn't be borrowing 3.3. We minus that, it might be lower. But this is the worst case scenario from my
Yeah, it
understanding.
authorizes us to bond up to $3.3 million.
Yep.
You're not going to bond it at the beginning. You bond it at the end of the project, so that whatever, if your costs come in lower, you only bond that amount because you don't want to pay interest on money that you don't need to pay interest on.
Right, and once we get those plans, and I mean, we've heard people saying, yeah, we can get some people to donate. Once we get the plans and we work with the construction company, and as long as it fits into their schedule, maybe we can save the taxpayers some money that way. So,
If construction is 8 months, though, are we anticipating needing these people to be available for what that would say? So let's say we start drawings immediately on July 1st. July and August, those are all drawing months. We can start construction beginning of September. Are we expecting these people to be available basically September 2026 through like April 2027 at our discretion to be able to do the scope of work? I know I couldn't make myself available at the drop of a hat over the course of 8 months. So I'm just wondering, how realistic is that?
I think what I'm looking at, Kate, is if this thing passes in March, for example, all right, now we put a plea out there for people and say, as they're getting their plans together, who's interested? Can you do this? This is probably the time frame we're looking. Talk with the construction people. It might work, it might not, but it's worth a try.
It can be done. It's done in other places. What you do is they go out to bid for all the trades.
Yep.
React Construction doesn't do the work. They manage the project. So they'll go out to bid for electricians. So someone could say, you know what, I'm not going to bid on that, but I'm going to do this for you. So it's possible to do that when they send that out. And if we had people that were interested, if we can get that information, we can try to line that up, because other projects are done this way. People donate things and, things get done. I built a community center at $3.3 million, and it would have cost, $10 million to do, and it was a lot of donations that were done. But you got to line it up right. It can be done. Is it more challenging? Absolutely. But it's certainly not impossible, and we would want to take advantage of that anyway. I mean, wherever we can cut our cost, if someone's willing to do that, because this is the type of project that, it has value, it's cultural value to the community. If you're building a DPW garage, which hopefully we'll be doing in a few years, people may be less interested in doing it. They don't see it, right? It's often in the back corner someplace, and they don't look at it the same way. So I think it is possible. It's more challenging, but it is possible to do this.
Dave's giving you.
I know. Yeah. So we would try to do that, and again, I've seen other projects, and I've actually done some of those where you can actually do that, and it's on a relatively tight time construction schedule. Some people will be able to do it, some won't. Some may say, look, I'm going to provide the materials, but I can't send any work crews out there, or I can do this part of it. So you set it up that way.
So the question we have to ask ourselves as a council is, do we want to move this article to the ballot?
Bringing that up when we do the other warrants.
We can do it all at once.
Yeah, I thought that's what
We can do it all at once, just as a thing here. Do we want any more discussion on this? If
I'm
we
good.
bring it up, okay.
I'm good.
So I think the other piece that we should probably be considering is the citizen petition item will be going to the ballot anyways, because they have to, is forgetting the legalese on this item is, can we put in there, if this item passes, this item does not pass?
That's up to, that's a question for Justin. He would know. Yeah.
Or can we put it in there that
Can you repeat the question real quick?
if this, can we put in there that if this item passes, this other item does not pass, or the other way, or another piece to this could be,
Where it's a citizen's petition, I'd recommend legal advice on. I'm not 100% sure
Yeah.
because you're essentially disqualifying the citizen's petition
right.
if this were to pass. So I don't want to give a guess on because I
For the purpose of
honestly do
tonight, we
not
should
know
probably
and
leave
do
it.
not want to mislead anybody.
Yeah.
The other aspect of the citizen's petition, reading it, is it also can be used for maintenance of the building, if I'm
Yes.
correct? So even if they both pass, then we can use that for maintenance, because let's be honest, the 3.3 million gets the doors open. There's more to do after
Right.
that to maintain the building, operate the building, do other things, so it can be used for that.
Right, and we do have to keep in mind, even though you're fixing it up for 3.3, it is still an old building, so that money will be useful.
Another question, Justin, for you.
It's in a capital reserve, so it'll earn its own interest, and then should you determine that you want to upgrade other things, you can add money to that capital reserve in the next
Yeah,
budget
I'm saying
cycle.
moving out, if it passed, we could turn it into a repair for that historical building.
What about
Correct. Okay.
routine operating costs? So like electricity, water, sewer, all those different types of costs associated with that. Do we know what those are going to be?
We do not.
We don't. That was something that the town manager mentioned last.
We don't have operating costs, and we have to figure out the model we're going to operate. And there's a PowerPoint presentation from 23. They talked about some of that, the birthday events, to charge people for that. I don't know what the calculation is as to what the market is for that, how many people would participate, what you'd have to charge. I just don't know. I don't see anything in that PowerPoint that shows that. They were just talking about that's a way to help offset the cost of being able to operate it.
It's also hard to determine operating costs without a use.
It is.
And we don't know what the use will be, so it could be different costs.
Mr. Chair, I have another question for Justin. If the citizen petition article passes, can we use that money to decrease the bond?
No, you can't. Well, you can add money to the project. You've got that additional dollars. You can only bond 3.3. At that, you're asking, can we take 950 and add it on to 330?
No, I'm not saying add it on to 330. I'm saying subtract it from the 3.4.
So again, it authorizes to borrow as much as 3.3, but not. You could borrow less money if you had other funds that would offset that. If you got
That's what I'm
grants
trying to
during the
say.
year.
Can the citizen petition item be used against the bond?
If both passed, we could use that 950 to offset what we would borrow. Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Any further questions?
I think that might be a potential solution for that money then. It would be reducing the long-term costs of that bond.
Yeah. They both have to pass, though.
They would both have to pass.
He's saying if they both do.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to move on to the second public hearing. Public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 budget. And Mr. Campbell, you have it says, is it?
Yeah, I don't want the darts thrown
Okay.
at him, so I'm catching the darts tonight.
Mr. Mulholland.
All right. She's going to pull it up here in just a second. Well, no, it would PowerPoint.
Oh, you want the power?
All right. I think folks have seen this a couple of times, so I'm going to go through it somewhat quickly. Next page just gives you some demographic data, and it's important to point out the population of the town grew by 7% from 2010 to 2020. Our estimated population is 27,101 people, and we're the ninth most populous municipality in our state out of 234 municipalities. The rest of it you can read, 42.2 miles and density and those sorts of things. Next one, population growth. This just shows you the chart since 2000 through almost 2025. And it also shows you a trend line. So that's in there to 2030, what that looks like. And as you can see right now, we're tracking above the trend line. All right. Next one, how your tax dollars are spent. This is for 2025. The county was 4%. The school, statewide education property tax was 7.5%. The municipality, the town portion, was 24.4%, and the school district was 64.1%. That's the local school district portion. Total education, you have to add the 64.1 plus the 7.5, because right now SWEP stays locally since 2011. All right. I have the chart. This was the original chart because I didn't have the 25 tax rate. The 2024 property tax rate comparison. You can just take a look at that and what that looks like in the total. And where we fall for that year was $16.14 at that time. And the only one lower than us was Nashua at $15.90. And then in 2025, the updated data for that, and the total in that right-hand column, it shows that we have a tax rate of $14.47. That's the total tax rate. And the town of Litchfield was at $14.20 and Wyndham $14.15. The rest were all above us by a large amount. All right, Consumer Price Index. I don't find this slide particularly helpful, but this is a barometer that folks tend to use to see if government's growing at the same rate the economy is growing. You've got three different revals in there, and we all know even though the tax rate went down, that the cost for individual property owners, especially homeowners, increase because the value of those properties increased at a higher rate. But there you have it. I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock of value in that as to whether or not the government is growing at the rate the economy is or higher. And then budget history, again, if you look at the history dating back from 2013 to where it is today, the amount was $56,047,000. Some of that has changed since council action here in the last few meetings, so that number is lower than that now. And then tax rate factors. The tax rate, the things that go into the tax rate are, of course, the appropriations that are set by the town meeting on an annual basis. Revenues other than property taxes. Fund balance used to reduce tax rate. The assessed valuation of the municipality, and in our case, it grew by $70 million in the last year, the previous year. That's a lot for a town of our size. And then overlay, which are used to offset taxes. There's an amount we appropriate each year to make up for abatements. And then war service credits, well, those are the veterans credits. Those offset that as well. And if you look at that right-hand column, it just shows you by a pie chart where where your property taxes, how they're assessed, the amount. Education, no big surprise, is the biggest part. That's not a criticism of the school district. It just is. It is everywhere. And at least in New Hampshire, it is everywhere. Strategic budgeting is something that the goal is to transition to a strategic budget. Although that has not been approved by the town council yet, we're in the process of developing the town's first strategic plan, which will have 2 workshops in April with hopefully approval in May, and that will kick off, hopefully, the budget season for the FY28 budget. And then department business plans, our departments don't have those yet, but they will be working on those. I know they're very excited to do that, right, department heads? Yeah. Performance measures, analysis, and evaluation. It's a matter of looking at if we're spending money, are we actually getting the result that we're looking for? And if we're not, why do we keep spending that money? That's the analysis and evaluation point. We're not doing that. If best practices across the country now are to do that. Benchmarking, it's what you do in the private sector if you work in the private sector. We spend money on this to achieve a certain, in their case, profit. In our case, we want a certain level of service. If we keep spending more money and we're not getting the service, why do we keep doing that? We don't, per se, ask that question on a systematic basis. And we certainly do, the questions that come in here. But I mean in a structured format. That's what I'm proposing that we go to. Budget objectives, achieve the town's strategic objectives, as those to be determined and approved by the council. Fund critical capital improvement projects. And then maintain quality service levels to meet the public's expectations. Challenges, and none of these are going to be a surprise to any of you, the affordability of housing, inflation, traffic congestion, traffic safety, growth in population, safe drinking water, and protection of natural resources. The next is a survey that was done as part of our master plan rewrite process this last year. And then it shows here that this traffic safety and congestion is one of the top priorities or one of the top concerns that our residents have in the community. You can certainly read this. I won't go through these. And the next one was natural resource concerns, safe drinking water, and protection of our wetlands, streams, lakes, and natural areas. Again, you can see all those. And that was 97.4% thought that was a priority, protecting water supply in our aquifers. Long-term financial plan. Utilize the unassigned fund balance to offset the cost of capital projects. Pay as you go. Utilize cash to pay for projects and equipment. Capital reserve funds. You have a long history of doing this here, and you've really done well over the years in developing your capital reserve funds to be able to deal with some of those dips and valleys when it comes to capital projects. So that's good, sound financial management that previous councils approved and you folks put into place. Maintain the policy to no longer utilize unassigned fund balance to artificially hedge the tax rate. That has not been approved. Update the debt management policy and strategy. We're working on that. Operating budget history. Again, this just shows you the last few years of what that looks like. And again, that $56,047,000 has already been reduced. Council's already made some initial changes to that. And then taxes owed, total levy. I still haven't updated this sheet. It shows that we've got a very, very high collection rate of our taxes compared to some other communities, but are very, very high. And these columns are actually much lower than that. A lot more has come in since we developed this. I think it was in October, if I remember right. And then property taxes paid on a $634,700 home. So when we did this, it was before we had the data from the revaluation. So we looked at the average home price. It was between, I think, $600 and $650. So we used a real house in town at $634,700. With the reval, that property was revaluated at $770,500, and I got that extra zero in there. But I'll update this once we get done tonight when I make the presentation, because some of these numbers are going to change. So that just shows you, and I think everybody's well aware of this, if you want a house, a single-family home, and in particular, the increase in value, what that is. And then the next charts below show you, the numbers below show you what the increase in taxes has been since 2021 for the municipal portion in the middle column, and then the total tax bill in the right-hand column. And again, that's just the municipal portion. It doesn't include the county. It doesn't include public education. And then the next one I updated, this is the FY27 estimated municipal portion of the 2026 tax bill for that same $770,500 home. Again, the council already made some reductions in there, so these numbers are already old, and they'll be updated after we get done tonight, assuming we get done tonight or tomorrow morning. Proposed budget, the one I proposed initially was $192 more, or 25 cents additional taxes on that property. And just as a rule of thumb, for every 1 cent in the tax rate represents $7.70 added to the property tax of this particular home. With a $400,000 reduction that's been discussed, that would bring down the increase to $146 more than the FY26 budget, or 17 cents. And if the budget default, it would be $100 more than the FY26 budget, or 11 cents. The FY27 budget is this is the operating budget without sewer and those things. It's $48,474,900, which is a 7.2% increase, or $3.2 million. Again, the council already made some reductions in this, and some of those we found out we didn't need to spend the money on them because we were paying for them in a different way. But anyway, they'll talk more about that tonight. So there's that, and then the default is 5.2% higher than the FY26, although we made some changes to that just today with the library, so that'll actually bring that down a little bit. So the projected tax rate increase was 25 cents on the original budget. We looked at the cost drivers. Wages, $1.4 million, and then you add on the benefits, another $605,000, and the retirement system payments, $290,000. It's about 72% of the increase. The other increases are $432,000 more for solid waste disposal and collection, and then IT software of $280,540. So that represents 94.2% of the increases for the FY27 budget, just those items right there. And then there's another, I'll let you look at this at your leisure. It just kind of gives you a pie chart so you can graphically see where the money's actually spent on the municipal portion of the budget. And then the next one is a similar chart that just shows what the revenues are that come in. This is revenues from intergovernmental sources, interfund transfers, department revenues, other types of taxes at 7.5%, and then licenses and permits 55.2%. Doesn't include the property tax. That's the other revenue sources that are used to offset what we have to raise for property taxes. And that is the presentation for that one.
Excellent. Any questions from the council or budget committee? I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Was he going to go through the warrant articles too before we did the public?
Did you want to do that first, actually?
Well, I thought that's what you said you wanted
Yeah,
to do.
let's do that, because that way we can talk about it all at once.
Yeah, I guess you didn't do it that way last year. You
Yeah.
did this, and then people
That makes-
spoke, and then they spoke after each one, so.
I'll remove my motion.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, let's
That way we
do
can
that.
talk about everything at once.
Okay. So we'll pull the warrant articles up and we'll go through those. So when we do the warrant articles, some of these are petition. The folks that petition, certainly should come up and speak to those. We're going to talk about the ones, even though this is the public hearing, the budget, we're going to talk about the others that don't have a money piece to it. Because we don't really have another opportunity to do that. It'd be probably a good idea to let those folks talk about that, to educate folks. We'll pull it up in just a second. All right. So, we're going to have you read them first.
Okay, so Article number 2, Charter Amendment, remove outdated transition information. Shall the town approve the Charter Amendment Number 1 as summarized below? Remove obsolete sections relating to events occurring in 1996 and 1997 when the charter was adopted, including authentication of the charter and transition provisions. The following sections will be removed: Section 3.11, 3.11, Section 8.5, and Article 10. A report listing the sections to be removed is on file at the town clerk's office, on the town website, and available as a handout to voters at the polling place upon request. If a majority of the ballots cast on this question favor acceptance, this charter amendment will become effective on July 1st, 2026.
So the transition piece is when we transition from a Board of Selectmen form of government to the charter provision. Obviously, that was for that period of time to allow that transition to occur. Obviously, that has occurred way back then. That language is no longer necessary. It's important to understand this was reviewed by legal counsel and is also reviewed by the Attorney General's office as well, which is required by statute, and the Secretary of State's office and the Department of Revenue Administration, all three of those state agencies.
Article number 3, Charter Amendment Reorganization. Shall the town approve the Charter Amendment Number 2 as summarized below? Reorganize and renumber the existing charter language to organize and present the existing town charter sections in a more coherent and logical sequence, but without altering any of the substantive charter language. The reorganization and renumbering is to be done as specifically shown in a report on file at the town clerk's office, on the town website, and available as a handout to voters at the polling place upon request. If a majority of the ballots cast on this question favor acceptance, this charter amendment will become effective on July 1st, 2026.
So this does not change any powers or authorities or anything of that nature. It simply changes the numbering system, which is more consistent with what other parts of the country are using, including New Hampshire. The format that we have for a charter is similar to what a lot of towns put together during that time frame. I don't know where that model came from, but it's a model that a lot of them used at that particular time, and that model is just not being used anymore. So this is a more systematic approach, and it'll be easy to compare ours with other communities. Not that we'll have everything that some of the rest of them have, and we have some of the things that they don't have. But again, it doesn't change anybody's power or authority. It just renumbers them in a different type of sequence.
Article number 4, Bond Issue for Morrison Meeting House. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,381,000 for the purpose of renovating the town-owned Reverend Morrison Meeting House. Said sum to be raised by the issuance of serial bonds or notes in the amount of $3,381,000 under and in compliance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, NHRSA Chapter 33, and to authorize the town council to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, to determine the rates of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the town council to take such other actions as may be necessary to effect the issuance, negotiation, sale, and delivery of such bonds or notes as shall be in the best interest of the town of Londonderry, or to pass any other vote relative thereto, to authorize the town council to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, and, further, to raise and appropriate $307,814 for the first year's interest and principal payments on said bonds. 60% approval required.
So this is estimated on a 20-year bond, and we estimated that 4.3% because that's what it was at that particular time. But whatever the interest rate is when we go to sell the bonds, that's what it will be. And who knows, right, what that's going to look like. Hopefully it's less. It wasn't that long ago when bonds for 20-year were 1.78%. I don't know if we'll see those again. I sure hope we do, because that's a good return on investment for that sort of money. But right now, that's about what it is, so we'll have to wait and see. But those will be set by the council. I don't think I need to go through this presentation again. I think folks just heard it. Unless there's any particular questions on that one, I'll just keep moving on.
Article number 5, Town Clerk Position Benefits. To see if the town will vote to begin providing benefits equivalent to those of a full-time employee to the elected town clerk position. Upon passing this article, the elected position of town clerk will be eligible for applicable benefits equal to a full-time town employee starting July 1st, 2026.
The purpose of this is indicated before, the 9th largest community in the state. This is a full-time job. In order to do this, there's only one of two ways that this can be done, according to the New Hampshire Municipal Association. One is to do this by a warrant article on an annual basis, or two, to put it in the budget and clearly spell it out within the budget where it can be seen what the cost of that service are. We did an assessment of the other communities, of all of the cities, of course. We're bigger than half of the cities in our state, but all the larger towns as well. And mostly it's a few smaller towns that don't provide this benefit, but most of the clerks do receive the full-time benefits. Certainly, we're bigger than most all of them. So I'm recommending that we do this. There was a warrant article that was passed in 2014 that said the clerk was a part-time position. There is no such thing for an elected official. You're not full of part-time, you just are. And I can assure you that this is a full-time job, and Sherry knows because I bug her all the time when I'm down there for this, that, or the other thing. So I'm the one who's I proposed this. The town council didn't ask for this. To me, this is the appropriate thing to do, and that's why I am doing it. If Sherry, well, not if, Sherry will retire like all of us at some point, and when that time does come, we need to hopefully find someone who tracks someone to be able to do the job, because there's a lot of complexity in this job. You got elections you have to run, and those have gotten a lot more complex over the last several years. Granted, the moderator actually runs the election, but the clerk does all of the work behind the scenes to make sure it functions and works like it's supposed to. And then there's a whole other series of laws with vital records and the things that the clerk has to do. Our clerk is also the motor vehicle agent, which is a huge role that, and all of the complexity and all of the requirements for that job. There's a lot to that piece. The only function she doesn't do is she's not the tax collector here, not anymore anyway. That position is not combined. So that's why I've recommended, I think this needs to be addressed, and I'm bringing it before you to do that. And there's that one.
Article number 6, Fiscal Year 2027 Town Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $56,849,787. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $56,081,294, which is the amount of the appropriations contained in the operating budget authorized for the previous fiscal year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013-10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $28,327,646 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $3.76.2 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
So again, those numbers have already changed slightly, and hopefully by the time we finish tonight, we'll get a finalized number. Those are the numbers initially.
Article number 7, Construction of School District Office. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,500,000 for the purpose of constructing a school district office building and any parking associated with the new building next to the town hall offices at 268 Mammoth Road. The school district office building will be able to be leased, and further to authorize the use of $2,500,000 from the unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. This article is a special warrant article per RSA 32.7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until June 30th, 2032, or when the project is completed, whichever is first. Majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
So on this one, can you pull up the PowerPoint for that? And my whole team was involved with this, both school and town. Please either come up to here or fill up these front seats that nobody wants to sit in while we're going through this short presentation.
Okay.
Where'd Dave Wally go? Where do you
Ted-
escape to?
I guess. Mr. Mulholland, Ted has a quick grammatical question for you about the warrant article.
Yes.
So you have there in the first sentence, to raise and appropriate. Would it be actually more appropriately grammatically to appropriate, not raise, because this money's already in the undesignated fund balance?
Yeah, I know, but that's the way I believe DRA is going to want it, because you're taking it out of the fund. So that's how you're raising it, not necessarily raising it in property taxes, because we talk about that below.
Okay, I just don't want to confuse the voters, because then it says then below that it's a $0.
I agree. So that's one of the, Megan has all these right now. She's doing her first initial review. We don't know what changes are going to occur tonight, but that's an issue that's how they use that term. And again, you know how difficult it is to deal with them at times. They want to do things their way. And then we would like to be able to talk to our regular citizens who don't understand that. If you're sitting in that booth saying raise, I mean raise taxes.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Then down below it says 0.
Yeah.
Completely confusing the voters.
So we'll get that clarified with Megan. Again, she's doing her initial scrub of that, and we'll see what she says on that.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Oh, Dave, there you go. What happens is, I said bring the team up here. So you were the last one to arrive, so you got to sit up there. No, actually. You do have to sit close, but Amity and the superintendent, if you could come up here. So I'm going to sort of kick this off. So I just want to introduce our team, because we did this together, which is very important, because a lot of places can't figure this out, but we're able to do that and work together as a team with the school district and the town, putting this together. I was sitting in here, I think it was my first or second meeting, and Bob Slater, after the meeting, he came up to me and he said, hey, listen, here's the problem that we have. I just met him for the first time, and he said, look, is there any way we could work together to get this done? We used to work together, and they had the building right here. It was torn down for, I guess there were problems with it, but I'm not sure, before my time. And what's that?
It's called the Clam Shack.
The Clam Shack. I said, this makes a whole lot of sense to me. Fortunately, we have sufficient cash reserves, and this is a good way to use that. We don't have to bond and pay all the interest on it. So this is a good project for us to work together to get this done, and also share space, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, which helps to reduce the cost. So we built a team between the town and the school to work together on this. We had Councilor Coombs was on there from the town council. We have Bob Slater and the other school board member, Mr. Parent. Tim Porter. Parent's the other guy. He's the one I works with. Yeah. When you get old like me, you forget stuff. Anyway, and then we had our DPW crew that was also with Dave Wally and his team that helped out, which is critical to this. And again, other places can't figure this out, but we did. So that's, I think, a really good point to bring up. And we're going to go through this. And again, we're going to use money that the taxpayers have already paid for. They've already raised. It's in our accounts. And what we're going to do is we're asking the school to pay us back based upon what they're already paying for a lease in the existing building over a period of time without any interest, because why would we charge ourselves interest? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And the other thing we're going to be able to do is, when we looked initially, we looked at creating a break room in there and meeting space. We want to use the existing and share the meeting spaces that we already have, share the break room that we already have, and other facilities that we already have, and not have to replicate those. This is a great opportunity for us to work together. There was a lot of talk about, do we build the second story on that for future growth? In my view, there's quite a bit of space in this town hall was designed that way so that we can grow without having to go beyond these walls. We're not going to get that much bigger. The town certainly is growing, but it's not going to double in size. I don't think anybody wants to see that. So I think we're in a good position to do that, share resources and reduce cost, and this is a project that we're doing that. So without any further ado, I'll let the Superintendent Black and Amity go over that.
Great. So if we go to the next slide, we just want to thank the town council for all the collaboration and help over this time. We've been stuck trying to get out of this building for quite a number of years. There's been a couple of projects we built up that haven't gained that 60% support, but because of everyone working together, we're now pursuing the simple majority approach, which hopefully gets us there. We would save taxpayer dollars. We would be back to the center of town, which is a huge benefit to our staff to be closer to our schools. And we're hoping to gain the support of the community. If you go to the next slide. Again, Mr. Mulholland went over a lot of the benefits, but financially, if we get out of our lease, we will save money. And by the time we pay the town back, then we will only be leasing this for $1 a year. So we'll save taxpayer dollars in the end. That's a very, very good thing. Sean talked a lot about the collaborative benefits. We saved a lot of costs throughout this process because we're going to share space within the building between the two organizations. We're not growing in size, so we'll be able to fit quite well. And we hope that once we get over this hump and then kind of help the town as well, we can take on other things around the town as well. So I'll go to the next slide. And now I'm going to turn it over to Amity, but basically we're coming up with the best possible way, I think, to finance this. $2.5 million is coming from the town side. $1.4 million is coming from the school side. None of it requires additional funding from the taxpayers. That's why we think it's a good plan. I'll turn it over to Amity.
Yeah, this is a creative way to finance it, to save the taxpayers' money and to solve a problem together. So they have Article, or the town has Article 7. We'll have Article 7 to have us enter into the lease. But by doing this, we end a lease, which would go on in perpetuity of having to pay that same amount forever. If we took out a bond, we'd be paying about $700,000 in interest over 10 years. This way allows us to keep paying what we're paying over 10 years, and then it's done, and we enter into a $1 a year sort of lease after that. And you can see on a chart on the next slide that has the comparisons of the three. So it's a good plan to save us money, get us back to the center of town, and get the town and school collaborating more together.
So this is basically the larger view of the whole project. Basically, the district office is kind of returning to where it used to be, about the same size what it used to be. And then obviously we would be bringing the need for parking to the area. So new parking would kind of be built in the area behind the current parking and kind of allows it all to work together. And if you go to the next slide.
Just before you go any further on that one, the benefits to us too, it gets a little challenging for parking at LAFA. This is going to be a side benefit to that, although not necessarily intended when we did the project, because it's going to back right up to their facilities so people can park there and they can simply walk over to the fields because it gets a little tight. I know I've been to a couple of softball games there trying to find a parking space in there. And now we're going to have that additional parking that'll be available on the weekends when most of those games are in the evening, when we're not utilizing the parking spaces here. So there's that additional benefit that was not necessarily intended, but certainly helps out the community out in the long run.
If you go to the next slide, that's what the office looks like. I mean, it's just a pretty basic office space, but the nice thing is there'll be a door kind of right over there that connects both the buildings. So we'll be able to use a lot of the common areas over here so that we had to build a very minimally sized office to move forward. Anything else, Dan? We'll go to the next slide. That's what the building looks like, and just recently, over the last few weeks, we went through a whole process to choose our construction manager, who's also ReArch, and they did a wonderful job kind of detailing. They know how high visibility this project would be, and right in the center of town, and all the moving parts between the library and the town offices, and they came up with a great plan to kind of keep this campus moving while this is built in a very quick time period. And go to the last slide, which is questions. Yep, I know Bob wanted to say something. Yep.
Good evening, folks. Well, you know, this has been an issue for the last 8 years or so, 7.5 years, when the district office moved up to Kitty Hawk. And we were here approximately 3 years ago with a 2-story building next door, almost 11,000 square feet with 2 stories, elevator, stairwells, and that. And we ended up with about 56% or 55% of the voters at that vote. Then last year we came forward with an opportunity to possibly go into, with our full-day kindergarten program, go into the neighborhood schools and utilize half of the Moose Hill, which is our current half-day kindergarten school. And we thought it was a really good plan. Financially for the taxpayers, it was about a $9 million bond, and in year 3 it was tax positive. Yes, tax positive for all the taxpayers on a $9 million bond for 15 years. And we came short on that as well at 57%. So we regrouped in the summer. I came in and seen you folks, I believe it was in June. just to get the consensus of the board if it would be worth looking at, so I could work with the superintendent and his staff and the rest of the school board to come up with some ideas. Mr. Holland started shortly a month after that, so I did, as he spoke earlier, I approached him after a meeting, introduced myself, and oh, by the way, this has been discussed. I'd like to get your opinion when you get a minute. He had been here a total of probably 3 days at that point. So here we are tonight, after looking and talking with the finance director on both sides, Amity and Justin, town manager and superintendent, and school board and council. This is a heck of a project for school and town to work together. You know, I was up here earlier about the firemen with the school and local, you know, our local people working with one another and training for hopefully in-house and being employed in this town. When the school and town can work this closely together, we can save taxpayer dollars all day long. It just takes a little bit of thought, a little bit of ingenuity, a little bit, hey, did you ever think of this? Outside of the box. So here we are tonight with the town graciously being able to, you know, give us $2.5 million out of undesignated fund, and we were able to allocate 1.4 from our undesignated fund to fund this 3.9 project. Now, when you look back to that project 3 years ago, it was 4.8 million, and that was no additional parking. So we have reduced it by almost $1 million due to the able to use a space in this building during the day, which a lot of the meeting rooms are empty, so we can use some of the conference rooms plus the lunchroom. We originally started out at about 6,200 square feet. Price was up over $4 million, so we went to redesign with the initial budget and shrunk it down to about 5,300 square feet of floor space, workable space, and got it down another 400,000 to the 3.4, 3.5, and then the rest of the money is for the parking lot and that. But to see two entities, you know, that working together, that's what we've been trying to do for years in this town. We're always thinking, we're always going to one another, please, we want this to continue. This is benefit for the whole community, so I'm hoping everybody comes out, supports this, and then we look to the next project and the next project to find ways to save taxpayer dollars. We know there's not enough coming in at state level. It's all coming off our local taxpayers, and I can tell you, with the school and the town doing this, this is a win-win for our community. We're excited about it. The committee has been tremendous, a lot of thought and that, so all I am is hoping this one, we can bring this one home and get us back to the center of town where we need to be, and keep working together, folks. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
I think we're going to do questions at the end, you said, on this, or?
Anybody have any questions overall? Okay, go ahead, Deb.
This isn't my question, but someone asked it and asked me to ask it. If full-day kindergarten fails, will this affect this project at all? I needed it to be said. I'm sorry. I said no to them, but you know how some people are? My other question, and this is my question.
Can just someone just say that in the mic because of people remote?
No effect.
Thank you, Mr. Black. What is the time frame for this? Like, when will it start and when will it be completed?
Sure. You know, so again, we just went through the process of working to find a construction manager, and if this is voted by the voters in March, then basically by May of next year, if I got that right, correct, Sean? If I go back to our timelines,
Yeah, April and May of next.
Yep, it'll all be done.
What the heck's going on? So you're going to start, because people had asked me, and I figured it's a good question, when will it start? You expect it to start, so it will pass.
Hopefully, yeah.
And positive vibes. And you guys would start this summer?
Yes.
And then it would be
It would be
May?
complete by April or May at the
April or May of
latest.
next year. Yeah.
27.
So,
27,
so an 8-month period, just like the Morrison House if it passed?
8 to 10, yep.
8 to 10 months. All right.
Starting on an empty slab, so we don't have the concerns of the Morrison House.
Okay. So that's because people asked, they were like, when is this, is it gonna take long, you know?
Good questions. And then they move in over the summer. When school's done, they would move in. and be
So
ready
that's
for
when
the
it was,
next
so
year.
in 2027 summer.
Yep, summer
Well,
27.
end of summer, except fall, we'll say fall.
Yes.
Is when it will all be up and running. Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
My first question is the money that the school is giving, paying back the town. Is that going back into the town's unassigned fund balance? Where is that money going? I guess.
So we count that as revenue.
Okay.
So unassigned fund balance is money that's not spent at the end of the year. So all the revenues we bring in, we set the tax rate in the fall, so we use that, we get to offset taxes.
Okay. And then with the warrant article, before it had just stated office buildings. Now that it's reworded to school offices, it can only legally be used as school offices. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah.
Just folks, there may be some questions from the public when we actually open the public
Yeah.
hearing, so don't.
All right, while we wait for this to get back up. Article number 8, Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund. I'm good. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be placed in the town's Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund for the purpose of repairing and maintaining town facilities and infrastructure, and further authorize the use of $100,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $100,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 1.3 cents in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
There is currently $451,183 in that account.
I think everybody's familiar with this, but this is the fund we use to maintain the building, and you also use it for the maintenance of winter snow maintenance out here as well. And that's where that money comes from. It's all of our buildings. It includes library and all the other buildings as well. Well, she's doing that maintenance. So I'm going to read number 9. Roadway Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $650,000 to be placed in the Roadway Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $650,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.86 cents in FY27 based on projected assessed values.
There's $2,874,991.
Would you just say 2 million what?
$2,874,991.
Thank you, Justin.
All right. I think he did that on purpose so he got to read the shortest one.
I timed it just right.
Article number 10, Fire Department Truck Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $300,000 to be placed in the Fire Vehicle Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $300,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
I think everybody's painfully well aware of the inflationary rate for fire equipment. There's 3 companies in the country that build them, and during COVID, those prices just went way through the roof.
Before we go on to the next one, there's $412,231, and it's important to keep in mind that we currently have 2 fire engines on order that we should be expecting in August and September or October? August and September that are each about 1.1. This will be used to lower how much we need to finance.
Article 11, Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $800,000 to be placed in the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $550,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $250,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 3.3 cents in fiscal year 27, based upon projected assessed values.
Acting Chief, can you come up and just speak to that one a little bit? Defibrillators are going to replace too, and how many of those? And if you could just talk about some of that.
While it's coming up, there is $277,067.
So this is going to help pay for the replacement of our defibrillators. We have 16 of them throughout the department on the vehicles. They're about $60,000 to $65,000 a piece. Am I right on that number? Am I high? I'm not sure on that number, but it's somewhere in that range. They're expensive. And so this is going to help offset that cost. They're coming up on 15 years old. Their lifespan is 12 to 15 years, but they get, like any technology, to the point where the companies that make them don't make software upgrades, things of that nature for them, and then they become obsolete. So this is going to help replace those devices.
Okay. Number 12.
Article number 12, Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 to be placed in the Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $50,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $300,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 4 cents in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
Currently, there is $196,370.
Can you just talk about the importance of this one and what we're going to be using it for?
So the reason why this one historically is usually about $100,000. This one has jumped up to replace the ERP system that does all the financial aspects for the town. As we've discussed, and I'm sure people have heard me say that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything, and that's what I have to say about our ERP system. That being said, they are no longer selling it anymore, which means that the end of life is coming, and it takes probably about 12 to 18 months to get a new ERP system fully up and running. This would assist with replacing the system with one that will maintain updates and everything else during that time. Right now, they are still maintaining updates, but as I mentioned, they're no longer selling it, so it's just a matter of time, and this is us trying to plan ahead to adjust that, as well as get an ERP system that actually is more functional for the town.
It's critically important that we have data to produce to the Budget Committee, the Council, and the general public. We have an interactive system in it.
Bless you.
Bless you. This program is very outdated. It's not a modern ERP or finance program. ERP, most people don't know what that means. It's a finance program. And it also includes payroll. We have, I think, these are 4 or 7, if I heard different numbers, how many payroll systems we have. And we need to have one payroll system. None of those are true payroll systems. We need to have that so that we can keep track of things like comp time and things of that nature, which we're not able to do right now, which creates other legal issues for us. So this is well past due. We're looking at, if all goes as planned, it'll be the FY28 budget that this would be operational for the first time. And you don't want to do it mid-year. You want a fresh year when what you're doing that has to be built out. We have to rebuild all of our codes, DRA administrative codes, which we're not in compliance with right now. And again, they don't make it anymore. Eventually, we're going to run out of security patches. Then we're going to be in big trouble. That's going to be a huge issue for us. We've got to plan ahead. Now's the time to do that. We got estimated costs to do that. Here's what that is. And we got to move quickly because, again, the build-out time, what it takes to be able to do that and produce real data that the Budget Committee can use and the Council interactive data, which we don't have right now. And we should be able to produce budget products for the public, which we're not producing right now, to get a better understanding of it. So this is very important to do that.
So to put into perspective where we're at as well, we are the only community that uses our current financial software, New World, in New Hampshire. That, along with the fact they are no longer selling it, I can use, for example, when New Hampshire Retirement System changed their software and required a new import, we gave them significant time to prepare and establish it, and we were still almost late facing fines from NHRS because they were not able to provide it because we were not a sense of urgency.
Number 13.
All right. Article number 13, Recreation Capital Reserve Fund. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $25,000 to be placed in the Recreation Department Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $25,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
Art and Doug, if you'd like to come up and just speak a little bit to that.
There is $31,552 currently.
This is kind of our emergency bank account if and when things break. Examples of things that are broken. We have at West Road we have a irrigation system. It's all computerized like everything else now. And the board went and it was I think $11,000. And it was 20 years old, and the guy had said, well, you're lucky, it should have only lasted 10 years. And I don't consider it lucky that it only but it was $11,000. If a lawnmower goes, and we've had that happen, then we have the money to get it. If we don't need anything, we don't spend it. So, it's just if stuff will break, unfortunately. So, back in my day when I was young, computers lasted longer than 10 years. So, you have any questions on?
Anybody have any questions, Budget Committee? Or? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Article 14, Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $75,000 to be placed in the Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $75,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 1 cent in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values. Dave? You wanna?
There is currently $524,727 in there.
You guys have any questions or? Okay. Article number 15, Cable Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $32,500 to be placed in the Cable Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, with funding to come from the annual distribution of public educational and government access programming from the current franchise agreement. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
As it states, this is from the franchise agreement, so it is not through taxation. There's currently $252,498.
All right. Article number 16, Fire Department, add 1 full-time executive assistant. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $143,303 for the purpose of adding 1 full-time fire executive assistant to the fire department. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $143,303 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 1.9 cents in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
So as the chief's coming up, I'm going to highlight this, kick it off. So the numbers that have been demonstrated by the fire department clearly indicate the need for additional staffing at the fire department. They had put in a request because I told them to put in what you think you need and be able to justify. That was for 11 positions. We simply can't afford that. I think everybody knows that. But we do need to take some steps to get in that direction. We are a growing community. Their numbers are growing. We're also an aging community. The number of ambulance calls is certainly on the increase. And at the rate that we're in, eventually we're not going to be able to respond to some of these calls. We're not in that spot right now. No one needs to panic in that, but we need to build our workforce to be able to deal with that. This position and the next one we're going to talk about are the support positions that are necessary before you add any more people. Right now, we don't have an administrative assistant at all. What is it? You have 58 people. What's the number of personnel? That you have?
63.
63. That's one of the larger fire departments in our state, and they have no administrative support. What's that?
I said, you're looking at the administrative assistant.
Right. And, we're paying people that should be doing management level functions to do what are traditionally considered administrative functions. I think it's appropriate that we hire the right staff for the right size of the workforce to be able to do that work. He's spending 4 hours doing payroll in an outdated payroll system when he should be managing the department. So this is a step in the direction to be able to deal with it, to have the support force to do that. Now, during the daytime, when people come in to see they get a permit or something, you've got a fire telecommunications operator that has to leave the console to come over there to deal with those people. Every time I go over there to visit them, they have to let me in and all that. So they have to walk away from the radios to be able to do this. Now we'll have somebody during normal business hours at that counter. So I'm going to let you talk more about that, Chief, if you would.
So essentially, I, in my normal role, not as the acting fire chief, but as the deputy fire chief, I do a lot of, if not all of the tasks or most of the tasks that an administrative assistant would do. So I spend 4 hours on a Monday morning, 3 hours, 4 hours, depending on it, doing payroll. I spend probably 2 to 3 hours on a Friday doing accounts payable. Those are a lot of the bigger things. Then throw in all of the other small tasks that get done by an administrative assistant, and I do those throughout my day on top of doing the other things that are required as a deputy fire chief. As we've been in for the last 15 months or so with myself and the assistant chief, we've taken on the role of the fire chief and the administrative assistant, and it's become even more of a heavy lift. But by adding this position, it will allow us to focus on more policy, procedure, grant writing, things of those nature that we don't have time to do. Other areas of funding where we could look to try to generate revenue from the fire department, we just don't have the time right now. I don't have the time in my day to do that. So this would allow for that.
All right, we're going to move on to the next one.
Before we do, in addition to that, Phil had mentioned grant writing and the grant compliance, things of that. The previous executive assistant in there would handle a majority of that. With that position no longer there, that falls on the finance department as well.
All right, Article number 17, Fire Department, add 1 full-time fire training officer to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $173,226 for the purpose of adding 1 full-time fire training officer to the fire department. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $173,226 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 2.3 cents in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
So this, again, as a critical support function, we have to be able to adequately track our training. We're required to do that anyway. And also conduct training programs and get those started and conduct exercises and those sorts of things. The exercise we participate on an annual basis is actually run by the city of Manchester at the airport, but we need to be doing other types of exercises, some of them tabletop exercises. Someone has to track all that. Somebody has to manage all of that. We've got to get that position in place before we start adding more people. I talked about this before. Again, we have to address this issue of adequate staffing for the fire department to be able to handle these calls. I proposed one firefighter per year for the next 8 years. It's not going to meet the needs of the fire department. They obviously have projected that already. They're going to need more than that. We can't afford to do all of that, but that would allow the tax base to catch up with that and minimize the impact on the tax rate if we did it in that fashion. But one person doesn't allow you to run another ambulance. You need 2 people on an ambulance. Right now, we're running 1 ambulance, folks. 1 ambulance. And then what happens after that, we have to strip our fire stations for fire protection to be able to staff additional ambulances. And depending upon what's going on, that's not possible. So we've got to come up with a plan to do that, and that is what I'm proposing. Again, I know it does not meet the need that they have, but there's only so much we can do. And 8 years is a long way away, but it's a step in that direction to be able to start to build that workforce that we need now as we move along. So This is part of that process. The long-term staffing plan, which we don't have for any of our departments, which need to be built out. So we understand what those things look like as we move forward.
So with this position, I mean, this is probably one of the most important positions. As you know, you're all aware, our job is dangerous, right? And we have a very young workforce, right, who does not have the experience or the call volume yet to understand how dangerous it can actually be. So having this position allows us to put forth a true training program. Right now we have a battalion chief who works shift work. He's there 2 days a week. He does tries to address a lot of our training needs, but he's just not there consistently enough to build this out. On top of the fact that his actual job is to run command of the town for any emergencies going on. So for instance, right now we have a car fire and we have a car into a tree going on at the same time. Our battalion chief is juggling those two situations right now, right? And that's not uncommon in this community. So to ask, and our battalion chiefs are asked to do a lot beyond their normal, but to ask to do this function properly, it just doesn't get done. So by adding this position, we can track that data. We can build a training program. We can have somebody who oversees those trainings to make sure they're being conducted properly. And the other added bonus, as I've dove deep into trying to get a proper ISO rating for our town, part of ISO is the training we do. And so if we have a proper training officer and proper training program, it helps lower our ISO rating, which at a certain point helps lower the taxpayers' insurance rate. So that's an added benefit to it. But ultimately, this position needs to be here so that we can train firefighters to be safe, right, and to be able to do their job safely, because our workforce is so young and our job is evolving constantly.
Yeah. Oh, you can ask you a question. Yeah. Dan has a question for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Phil, on
Yes.
this position, he would be a certified firefighter as well?
Yes.
So if you needed him?
Yeah, so this position
emergency?
could do both. So if we had a major emergency come in and they were working, they would go on that scene. And honestly, they would fill a function, probably like a safety officer role, which we typically right now assign to a chief officer from another community coming in. Probably most of the time it's Derry, because they're here pretty quickly and they'll send a chief officer and they understand how we operate. But this person would be there faster and could do that role also. So it would help that function too. And they would also go on calls as part of this job to kind of QA, what the fire department is doing in real time, and not just read reports, but they could actually see it with their own eyes to come back and say, okay, like I've seen a consistent trend in this. We need to change this, right? So that's also a key piece of this, is that they can have eyes on and evaluate what we're doing out in the public and on scenes, to be able to change how we approach training and what we do for safety purposes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Article number 18, Human Resources Department, Part-Time Human Resources Assistant. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $44,812 for the purpose of adding a part-time human resource assistant position to provide support to the Human Resources Department through essential administrative support tasks. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $44,812 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.6 cents in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
So it's 0.006 cents, actually. All right. So this one is to be able to deal with benefits. There's two of these, 18 and 19. If you don't look at it carefully, there's a human resource assistant and then a human resource specialist. I'll talk about 19 when we get to it. But the purpose of this job is to help with the management of benefits. This is a huge issue. We have retirees we manage benefits for, plus the existing workforce that we have. We do not have the present workforce to be able to do this, and that's causing a number of problems for us, and we're not able to function at the high level we need to be. I've got an HR director that's running around dealing with things that she should be dealing at the higher level functions, and we should be paying somebody at a lower level to be able to help with this management. We don't have the resources, the workforce behind the workforce to make it work effectively. So that's why I'm proposing this one. You want to add to that at all?
Yeah, would it be okay
okay to read the other one, and then I can speak to both of them together?
Sure.
Article number 19, Human Resources Department Part-Time Human Resources Specialist. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $58,218 for the purpose of adding a part-time human resource specialist position to the Human Resources Department to assist with the tasks necessary to conduct workplace accident investigations, employee background investigations, and internal investigations. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $58,218 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.8 cents in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
So this one is a critical area that I've identified as a pretty significant risk to us. At the present time, the only department that does a thorough background investigation is the police department, because they're required to under PSTC rules, and I'm sure they would do it anyway, but they are required to by those rules which have the force of law. We do not do that for anybody else, any other employee of the town. It's critically important that we make sure when we hire someone, we don't find out they were involved in sexual harassment in some other place, or discrimination, or a whole range of different issues, anything from attendance, calling in sick all the time, all those sorts of things. It's important that we understand what those are before we hire these people, because once you hire them, it's not easy to have them removed if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. This is one of the common failures that across the country is people do not do adequate background investigations to vet the people that they're hiring. And there are consequences, and those consequences cost money when we do that. The other part of this is internal investigations. Right now, we hire law firms to do that, and we pay $256 an hour to do that, when we could be paying somebody at $40-something an hour to do that. So we spend a lot more money, and we're doing that right now. And we'll continue to do that if we don't find somebody else who can do it at a cheaper price. So that's why that position is in there, and that's why that's critically important that we fund that one as well.
Agreed. So just to piggyback a little bit on what the town manager talked about, really the goal here is for us to restore strategic leadership in the HR department. We are collectively, myself and the HR administrator, spending approximately 30% of our time on administrative tasks. So the HR administrator, for example, has a really heavy caseload of leave management. All workers' compensation, FMLA, short-term disability cases all flow through her. So if we could have somebody to come in and take a significant amount of the administrative tasks, especially with benefits, but including all kinds of issues such as employment verifications, payroll change forms, tracking performance evaluations, all of those sort of administrative pieces, we could focus more collectively on the higher level strategic HR initiatives that we should be. Another important piece to this is I really feel as though this would give us a great mitigation, if you will, of those legal and financial risks that we run if we don't have somebody handling the investigations, the backgrounds that the town manager mentioned, doing it as somebody who is a neutral party, who is skilled and really familiar with the processes that should be in place for these kind of issues. We really do face some significant potential legal and financial risks as well. Overall, we're looking to improve our efficiency, and having these folks come on board would help us with that for sure. Questions?
Any questions for HR director? I got a question. Good, Dan.
Are there any benefits with this, as far as medical benefits?
So there's no medical benefits. No,
Okay.
it would just be taxes. Yeah, payroll. Yeah. Payroll taxes. Yeah.
Okay, just payroll taxes.
Yeah.
No NHRS, no retirement. So that's the value of trying to get part-time people to do this, and we think we can get part-time people to do this. And we talked about this earlier. If we were fully automated, and we're not, that also is going to reduce that workload in the future. Adding full-time employees, as we all know, is very expensive. So if you can try to do that with part-time people and make it work that way, and then automate your operation, which we are in the process of doing, we're hoping that that's going to be successful, because adding full-time people every time we do that, it just adds to cost.
So when we do a background on somebody, what's that run us roughly?
In terms of cost?
Cost.
So that would, I'd really have to, I don't have that number for you, Dan, but that's something that I could try to pull together for sure. It really comes down to the amount of time that we in the Human Resources Department are spending on that.
Yep.
If we outsource it, which we only do for the very highest level positions, that's much easier to come up with.
That's
a
the one
number.
I'm looking at, outsourcing one.
So if we, for example, for the Cyber Services Director position, you have approved $1,500 for a background for that position.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Last week, we talked about if you chose one over the other. If the voters picked one over the other, is there a preference you have of 18 or 19?
Right, so we really do need both of them.
Okay.
If I had to choose one, the HR assistant is really the one that would be top of my list, again, to take so much of the clerical day-to-day work off of the plates of myself and the HR administrator. We are truly just troubleshooting and putting out fires left and right as they come through our door, which really prevents us from getting to those higher-level strategic initiatives. Finance director was talking about the ERP system that we are hoping to implement. Part of that also includes an HRAS component, and our little team of 2 is going to be responsible for implementing that entire system. We've got a new Guardian tracking that the town manager has brought on board. The HR department is, has a big piece in that as well. So if we could offload some of the clerical tasks to an HR assistant, then we could focus on some of these higher level initiatives. We've got contract negotiations coming up. That's something I'll be heavily involved in. And just finding the time to handle those higher strategic level initiatives while we're dealing with the day-to-day administrative tasks is a real challenge.
Any other questions?
I just want to clarify one thing, because I'm remembering I had a phone call about this regarding a separate position, but it doesn't have benefits, but they will receive prorated accruals for vacation or sick.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So John and the folks from the Senior Resource Committee, if you want to make your way up there, if she's reading this, that would be great.
All right. Article number 20, establish and fund a revolving fund
Not this
for
one, I'm
senior
sorry. Yeah.
affairs.
Go ahead.
What?
You guys can stay there.
Oh, this. Listen,
Probably
you.
going, what?
And the senior center under RSA 3195H. To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195H for the purpose of providing activities and services for senior citizens through the Senior Affairs Department and assist in maintaining any necessary building, equipment, furnishing within the senior center. All revenues received from the income derived from the activities or services supported by the fund will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year, and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. And further to raise and appropriate $1 to establish the revolving fund, with funding coming from donations received. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the town manager, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created, majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
All right, I added this one, so you haven't talked about this one, you haven't seen it yet, and the reason why I added that is we have to address this issue. There was a LCSI was the name of the nonprofit that ran or had something to do with the senior center in the past, and they took in the donations and they also took in fees. They managed those funds. They no longer exist. They ended, I think it was December of 24. That they no longer exist, or was it October of 24? One of those 2 dates. You were in between managers during that time frame. That money has now been going into a town fund. We've been collecting that money, which there's a legal mechanism to collect money. We just can't collect money and hold on to it. You have a similar revolving fund for details in the police department, and you have one for the recreation revolving fund. The statute allows one for this particular purpose, too. There's a caveat at the bottom of that. We've got to have a legal mechanism by which we can take in these fees, the membership fees, donations, and those sort of things, and account for them properly, and then expend those within that line. We haven't been doing that. We need to fix that. So this is a mechanism by which to fix that, and we just got it at the very close. We did this on Friday before we don't have an opportunity to fix this until the next town meeting. And meanwhile, we're still collecting money and taking in fees and things that have not been approved by the council and not following the proper statutory process. And this is a mechanism to do that, so that's why I proposed this. So there is an appropriation of $1, so that does require a recommendation from the council, and it certainly requires a recommendation for the Budget Committee to opine on that particular one. There's that. Any questions about that? I know this is new because I only added it on Friday.
Any questions from the Budget Committee or Town Council on this one? All right.
All right. Article number 21, establish and fund a capital reserve fund for transportation under RSA 35-1. To see if the town will vote to establish a transportation capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35-1 for the purpose of making transportation infrastructure improvements along with traffic and engineering studies to improve intersections and sections of roadways, including drainage, guardrails, reconfiguration of intersections of roadways, signing, traffic signals, pedestrian bicycle infrastructure, the construction of improvements to roadways, intersections, guardrails, signs, traffic signals, pedestrian bicycle infrastructure, right-of-way acquisition, traffic counting, and speed measurement devices. Said funds could be used to construct these improvements solely with funds provided by the town or with matching funds from other governmental entities or private entities, etc., and to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $500,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. Further, to name the town council as agents to expend from said funds for the purposes for which it was established. Majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
So on this, obviously, when I first came, I looked at what are the priorities, what are the issues in this community. So we did the survey work, and we already went over what the survey are. One of those was traffic. The other was natural resources and water. So all these warrant articles you're going to see coming up that are all related to address those issues. We don't have a transportation plan for our roadways. We just don't. We've got a number of issues, a number of intersection problems, a number of sections of roadway. We don't have good data. We don't have a plan. We need to get one. Our residents are telling us that traffic congestion, traffic safety is a priority issue they want us to address. So before we do that, we have to fully identify the problem. We have to collect data. We have 4 traffic counting devices, the radar devices that are out there in the community, and then 2 of them don't work. I think they were donated to us, or they were acquired as a development project, or somebody as part of their development project installed them and then turned them over to us. And those are only on a couple of streets. So we've got to upgrade our data so we have good data collection, and we've got a plan in which to do that, and that's going to require some money to be able to buy those devices and get real-time data. Right now, we are relying upon developers to give us traffic data when they deem it appropriate. On our busiest roads, we need to have that data ourselves so we can make intelligent decisions about what we're going to do to fix those particular issues. It's going to be really important that we have that data when we work with developers, and we're working through a project right now with Woodmont and Procopia to be able to use data to make decisions, and also we're going to need matching funds for some of that to be able to do this work. The ability to get grant funds is going to be challenging. That is drying up rather quickly, and we keep getting foreboding messages about that. So we're going to have our own plan, and we're going to have some matching fund to match with private dollars and whatever grant funds that might be available. $500,000 is not going to get us very far with that, but it's a start to get us to develop a good plan to be able to do that and move forward and do some traffic analysis. And I've got a good working team here. The Traffic Management Working Group we've been meeting every month. We've identified the key areas in the community. We're in the process of scoring those right now, and that's where we're going to focus our efforts. But I do need some funds to be able to do that and move forward with that. And this is what this warrant article is designed to do.
All right. Article number 22, establish municipal and transportation improvement fund under RSA 261-153 Roman numeral 6 and capital reserve under RSA 35-1. To see if the town will vote to collect an additional motor vehicle registration fee of $5 per vehicle for the purpose of supporting a municipal transportation improvement fund as set forth in RSA 261:153 Roman numeral 6, and further to vote to establish said fund as a capital reserve fund governed by RSA 35, and to appoint the town council as agents to expend from this capital reserve fund for the purposes for which it was established. Proceeds from the Municipal Transportation Improvement Fund are to be used to support eligible local transportation projects as permitted under RSA 261:153, such as public transportation, roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths. The funds may be used as matching funds for state or federal funds allocated for local or regional transportation improvements, but may not be used to offset any other non-transportation appropriations. The additional fees shall be collected from all vehicles, both passenger and commercial, with the exception of all-terrain vehicles as defined in RSA 215A:1, Roman numeral 1B, and antique motor vehicles, farm tractors, or motorcycles as defined in RSA 259:4. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
Senior Resource Committee, if you folks would like to speak to that.
Okay, as you will remember, we've had several meetings with the town council individuals as a group. So I think you pretty much have asked us all the questions and so on already. If you have any new and existing questions, we would be glad to answer.
Anybody have any questions, Budget Committee or Council? So, again, could you just repeat the intention of placing this?
The intention, John.
Yeah, for placing this warrant on the ballot.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, so what the Senior Resource Committee's intention for placing this article on the ballot?
I'm sorry.
How would you like the allocated monies to be used?
You asking me how we're going to use the money?
How would you wish for the council, because the council will be the ones in charge of dispensing these funds, how would you like them to dispense these funds?
How would we like to? Yes, we are an advisory committee, okay? We can't make decisions about how the money is being spent, but we can advise. So in the first year, okay, let me back up a little bit. Do you understand the warrant article that we're using?
Yes.
And do you understand the RSA that we're using?
Yes.
Okay. So that money, unlike a regular warrant article for a fire engine and so on, will come in over a 12-month period. Okay? So what we're going to do with that money is use it as match. And by match, I mean CART, who have been used for well past 2018, I think it may go back even to 2008. But basically, the services that they perform for us have not changed since it was originally put in place. So the things that we're going to, I shouldn't say we are going to use, we suggest that what the town council does with the money is, the first thing is that in the budget right now, there is funding for the as-is service for CART for fiscal 27. We would suggest that that money not be left in, used in the budget for that, but the money coming in under this RSA will be used to pay that for that year and all continuing years. The second piece that we think we can do quickly is to extend the hours. And basically right now it's 8 to 4:30 or so. And what we want to do is move the time to 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night. Now, I'm confident that that is something that works because dairy has that feature. Okay, what we have is, I would describe as the basic services. Dairy has been using this after hours feature for I think 3 or 4 years, and it's been successful. It was slow on the uptake because it's difficult to get the information out. So we would probably want to do that in the first year. In addition to that, the services now to go to Manchester are spotty and not easily to work with. And also now with the hour, without the extended hours, getting medical appointments in Manchester to the major hospitals is difficult because not only isn't it 5 days a week, but it's squeezed into that piece of space. So if you've been to the doctors lately, it's tough to get appointments that you know you can get there and then get home, more importantly, get home. So we're going to do some work on that now. That will take a little bit more planning and discussions with CART to do it. And that is probably it because for the first year. Now you got to remember that the money is not going to come in on the first of the year. So once the money starts coming in, we always have to start thinking about it's called a reserve fund. We have to start thinking about, we can't spend every dollar because we have to say, we need to hold in the account, say 3 months or 4 months or whatever of services ahead. Because once you start a service, okay, you can't all of a sudden find out that there's some issue with funding and you have to stop. It's just like the fire department deciding, oh, we can't use the ambulance anymore, right? So we have to have that buffer, and I don't know exactly what that number should be. But that's essentially what we need to do with the money. The other issue is we have to start remember, we're just an advisory committee. So we have to, the town, it's not a big deal because you're just managing a basically simple contract. But the town's got to start thinking about how, not just to pay the money every week, but what's the next process? What do we do next? And there are things that we can do, what I think, within the money that's coming in. Right now, if you can't drive and you want to go to Nashua, what you do is well, first of all, you can't do it every day of the week, but you get up to Manchester, right? And if you can time it right, then you can get to the Manchester Transportation Hub. At the right time of day, they have they call a zip line. What it is, there's several buses that go back and forth to Nashua from Manchester. So then you can get on, if you make that bus, then you can get down to the Nashua Hub, okay? But that's sitting in a place that no one wants to be, okay? So then you got to work with their schedule to get to the St. Joseph's and the Southern New Hampshire Medical Center and all the facilities there, okay? And that could take you a while. And then you got to get home. So to take what it takes for the car, about 20 minutes, okay, to get to Nashua, if you don't have a car and you try to do it with public transportation, it could take you effectively all day. That doesn't work. And there are people that go to Nashua for doctors. So I think that gets us into the second and third year. After that, and I think this next step will require some planning and work. After that, I'm on Art Rugg and I are both on the advisory committee for CART. And a couple meetings ago, we had a discussion with the region's mobility manager was there, and he plotted out the CART trips and where they went, specifically aiming for where they went from the airport out through 102 into Derry and up to Walmart, and where all the stops were. And there's enough of that going on that I think we may be ready to set up, instead of all demand response, setting up a fixed route deviated system. But that means that the bus would go through basically a timed loop. Salem has a similar.
So I just for clarification, so for adding bus routes, or would the bus go?
John, do you want me to just jump in for a
Sure.
second? Just a quick little jump in. Sherry Farrell, I'm the chairperson for our Senior Resource Committee, and John Wilson has been a member for many, many years. So what John is, the real quest here is, and it has been for decades on the Senior Resource Committee, and we are only advisory to all of you, is one of the biggest problems, issues we have with our seniors is transportation. And I know we won't always agree on everything in this room, but I know that's something we probably all agree on. Our community is phenomenal, but we don't have the transportation. We don't have taxis, and if we did, they'd be too expensive for our seniors. CART is something we have, and that's phenomenal. It's $2 each way for people that need to take the ride back and forth to doctor's appointments, to the senior center. Remember, CART is not only for seniors, though it can be anyone who's unable to drive. But John's quest has been, and us all supporting him through the committee, is that we need to do more with what we have right now, which is CART. And people have doctor's appointments not only in Manchester, but in Nashua and Merrimack and other places. We'd like to extend the service so it's not just in the morning until 4:30, but it would extend until the evening, and then on Saturdays. And then looking to the future, hopefully we can do more and more with it. What our ask is, last year we sat right here, we stood here talking to the council, and we really, in good faith, believed that our warrant article was going to be moved forward at that point. John had put a lot of work into it, as he has done again. And we got here, and it got to be, I think it was almost 1 o'clock. And all of a sudden, there were so many great questions and all, but it was tabled. And John and I honestly were kind of dumbfounded, because it's like, whoa, what happened? Because we just thought we were here to say, wow, it's going to the ballot and the people will decide. So our ask tonight is to please move this to the ballot and let our citizens, our residents decide if this is something that they want to move forward. And John, as you can tell, has an incredible plan that he's put hours into, so that for each year going forward, how this money will be used. But we're entrusting our town council, because you represent the people in all of us. So if this were to pass, it's going to be in your hands with us as the advisory people behind it, if you need us. So, John, did I miss anything?
No, you did a fine job.
Thank you. We're a good team. We've been
You
doing
answered
this
my
for a long
question,
time.
both of you. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sherry, we did tell you that as a council we were going to move it to the ballot, so we did tell you that. So we will do that. So
Good.
don't worry.
That's,
we
yeah,
told you
thank
that.
you.
Chris.
Thank you so much. We
So-
appreciate it. So, John, do you have anything else? No. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. We know it's a late hour, and we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, Article number 23, reallocation of remaining funds appropriated for the High Range Road Water Supply Project. To see if the town will vote to expand the authorized scope of the water infrastructure project approved under Article 3 at the March 12th, 2024 town election, so that any unexpended funds remaining after completion of the High Range Road water main may also be used for the installation of public water infrastructure along South Road, Shasta Drive, Red Deer Road, Gregg Circle, Bear Meadow Road, Lawson Farm Road, Alexander Road, Litchfield Road, Misty Lane, Hidden Meadow Drive, and Rabbit Run for the purpose of extending safe and clean drinking water to Londonderry residents. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY27 based upon projected assessed values. And I can go on to explain this one. So this is the article that would let us use, we anticipate having a hopefully soon to be determined number of dollar amount left over after the High Range Road main from Royal to Alexander is completed next year. These streets listed here, we've already discussed with you South Road, that the Pine Haven project and Old Country Village Road project, if we want to put curb stops in them, DES asked us to use the funding from that, and you already endorsed that. So that's why South Road is in there. And the other roads are all the ones that are immediately to the east of High Range Road. They're the ones that are equally affected as many of the homes in the consent decree are, but without any potentially responsible party. So this will let us use the funds for that. We went through a couple of iterations with this article. One, because we don't have an exact number, so we can't adjust the actual appropriation. But what we can do is adjust the scope of the project as we defined it when we did our initial warrant article. We'll also be rescoping the project with the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund in February to let us use the funds for the same thing. We're working with DES on that right now, so we're looking to do that in February. So between this warrant article and the rescoping with DES, we'll be able to use the remainder of our grant funds here in town and not have to return them at the end of the project, because otherwise that's the alternative.
Yeah, the important thing is the way the warrant article, it was written appropriately. It was for the High Range Road. We can't go beyond High Range Road. It's to Rebecca's question, a similar question of what it's for. And so in order to do that, we need authorization from the voters to be able to do a larger area with money that we'll have left over from that project to start going east.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Deb. Go ahead.
I have a question. I know you said you didn't have the funds, well, what's going to be left over? Do you have an idea of when we will be knowing? And do you think that the amounts left over, I mean, I guess I'm kind of thought that that was going to just barely cover it. But now you're telling me we have all this money left over. So I'm trying to figure out, do you feasibly or realistically believe you're going to be able to get all these streets done with what's left over?
No. So we won't know how much we have left over until we're done the Royal to Alexander.
I mean, but technically we could have nothing?
Well, technically, you
I
could.
don't want to get people's hopes up that we're going to definitely have all this money left over and that their streets may be connected. I'm all for this. I'm not against this. I just don't want people saying, do you know what I'm trying to say?
I do know what you're trying to say, but this is the mechanism we need to allow us to give us the opportunity. As you know, we're still in negotiations, well, the state is with St. Gobain. So depending upon how that turns out, because right now they don't have to pay anything for that water line from Royal to Alexander. So hopefully, if we're successful in our negotiations, we can get them to pay a portion of that, but that's not over with. So if they do that, that's going to free up that amount of money that would otherwise have to go for that. So that's the money that we would have left over that we can now use to go east. But that settlement has not occurred yet. Obviously, you know that's in discussions.
No, I do.
And
I'm
we got
just
to finalize
I'm
that.
just afraid that I want this. I'd love to see it all happen, and you know that. My problem is I don't want people to get excited when they see this, thinking they're going to get it.
So
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It won't cover all of this by any means. This is the reason we listed these roads is to give us the options so that when we determine exactly how much money is left, we can create a complete project out of it. So that could be a combination. It will not do all these roads. These are the roads on which we're expanding the scope with the intent of hopefully be able to come up with a complete project to go out to
Right.
bid for 2027, for the 2027 construction season out of it. So it may be enough to do one of them. It may be enough to do two of them. And
Or part of a street. It may not even
Exactly.
give the whole street.
Yep.
I understand. I think I'm having this dialogue just so other people
Absolutely,
will
yeah.
hear it, because I don't want people to read it and go, oh, we're going to get this. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
I do, absolutely.
And then they call us and go, how come? How come? I'm just trying to close that door behind us. That's all.
Absolutely understand. Yeah. So I do want to be clear. It's not all of these streets. It's any of these streets it can be used on.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on that one? You can keep listening to me for a few more minutes then. Article number 24, establish and fund water system capital reserve fund under RSA 35-1. To see if the town will vote to establish a water system capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35-1 for the purpose of expanding funding necessary expenses to expand water accessibility in Londonderry, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $500,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance toward this appropriation. Majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY27 based upon projected assessed values. So continuing along the water trajectory, this capital reserve fund is designed to make us nimble and flexible and responsive when opportunities come up to expand water infrastructure in town. Obviously, $500,000 isn't designed to fund an entire project. What it's designed to do is give us a reserve from which we can match grants, from which we can commission engineering on short notice if we need to, if we have the opportunity to get funds. And this is going to be an important mechanism we're going to have as we move forward. As the amount of grant funds decrease, having our own reserve is going to be increasingly important.
As you know, fortunately, we got $50 million over the past years to be able to do water. It's more than any other community has received. But we also got clear messaging from the commissioner that those grants are drying up. And we're going to have to rely upon loans going forward, which we were hoping that wasn't going to be the case. And remember, we've got well over $200 million worth of water line extensions that need to occur to address these areas. So we are a far cry from there. And this $500,000, again, is not going to get us there, but it's a step in the right direction. We don't have any money. We have nothing set aside to be able to do engineering analysis, to plan for these and move these forward. So this is what we need to do if we want to continue to try to expand water to those neighborhoods that, remember, these folks, their water's been contaminated to no fault of their own. A private company did this. The state of New Hampshire is the one that has the litigation against St. Gobain, and they drew a line in the map. And High Range Road is that map. And to the east of that, they say that St. Gobain is not liable for any of those costs. And we know we have heavy amounts of contamination in those areas and further east in this community. So if we're going to deal with these, if we're going to move forward, we're going to address these issues, we're going to have to do it basically on our own. We might be able to get low interest, although the interest is really not that low on these loans now from the state, the revolving fund loans, to do that. And we've got to commission our own engineering analysis to get it done. So this is the first step by creating this fund and then funding it to be able to move in that direction.
All right, Article number 25, Fund Water Special Assessment District. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 to be placed in the Water Special Assessment District, and further to authorize the use of $400,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. Majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY27 based upon projected assessed values. So as you know, a water main running down the middle of the street that connects to no houses isn't helping anybody at that point in time. So, and connecting to public water can be expensive depending on your house. Some houses, it's not going to be difficult at all. Other houses, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to get the water from the street to their homes. The ability to create special assessment districts through petition, we would help a group of homeowners petition the council to form a special assessment district. And what this would let them do is borrow a sum of money from this fund to connect to the water. The amount of money they borrowed would then be added as a special assessment to their taxes for a pre-agreed upon period of time, anywhere from 1 to 20 years. This would allow them this would keep financial circumstance and liquidity from interfering with people's ability to connect to water, and they would pay that money back. So it's not a
Grant.
one. Yeah, it's a loan payment basically. It's the only way in which we can provide a loan to people to let them do this. So our intention is with this initial fund to start by organizing a special assessment district and working with residents who have water mains that will be completed in 2026. So the High Range Road, Old Nashua Road, South Road, Old Dairy Road, the ones that are already going to have curb stops in front of their houses for this first round. As more water infrastructure is completed, we'll help them form the special assessment districts and petition the council for them as well.
So this is a totally voluntary program. Usually special assessment districts are not. This may be the only one in the state that would be totally voluntary individuals if they choose to participate in this program. The value of this, if they borrow that money, in essence, it's not really a loan, it's a special assessment, but it looks just like a loan, smells like a loan, it's a loan. And what happens is if you're only going to live there for 5 years, you're only going to pay 5 years of that, and then someone else buys it, they're going to pay the next 15 or whenever they sell it. So that's the advantage to that particular property owner. And whether that's no interest or very low interest, that has to be decided by the council when we get to that point. So this is a tool by which to do that, to help people go from the curb stop. Remember, we have the water line in the street, and then we run a line off to that to the edge of their property. Then it is up to them to go from that gate valve to their house. Depending how far away your house is from the edge of the road, or where there's ledge along the way, it's going to cost more or less depending upon what that is. And again, that's how they would. This is a mechanism by which they can do that. And obviously, if they had to borrow money for that, it might be 6% interest, that sort of thing, and that adds to that cost for them. So this is a mechanism by which to do it. For us, when we borrow that in that particular case, we're going to get our money back, because if you don't pay your taxes, we can take your property. You'd be volunteering to do that. A bank, it would be a bigger risk for them to do that. So that's why there's either no interest or very low interest. Remember, these people, their houses, their property, their wells are contaminated due to no fault of their own. And this is a way to try to help them and extend that particular water. The other thing that they'll be required to do is they do have to apply for the state programs. In order to do that, you have to exhaust that first before you can use this. And that's $5,000 or $10,000 depending upon where you are. If you've already got one of those POET systems in there, you're eligible for $5,000. If you don't, it's eligible for $10,000. So that's a state program they would have to use first before they were able to use this. And we worked with the Utilities Committee to put this together. They've been a real help with fostering this and moving it forward. I'm not sure we could do it without them. They're really critical to this. Not every community has one of those. Fortunately, we do. So there's that. I think you folks are well aware of it, but I wanted to make sure the folks out there understood how this works.
And if you don't connect to water, it won't cost you a cent. Even if you're in the district, if you don't connect to water, if you don't sign up to do the water, you won't pay anything.
But you could do it if you don't want to sign up right away. If you wanted to wait 2 or 3 years, you can sign up then. There's a lot of flexibility in this program for the property owner, so there's a lot of advantages there.
That was a question.
I don't know if it's a question or a statement, or I don't even know. I mean, St. Cobain has done their little thing, obviously not enough. And then, the town is coming up with this great plan, which I think it is a really cool plan. And then you have the state with their $10,000 to connect, right? I am struggling really, really, really hard knowing that Pennachuck is running these lines. They're going to get customers for the rest of their existence, making money off of these people, and they're not being a shareholder. They're not having any skin in the game to help it. It would be so nice if we could negotiate with them to try to get them to penny up a few dollars at the initial start of something like this, to help this move on, to help the people that they're going to be their customers forever. I mean, that's how I see it, to no fault of their own. They're stuck in this situation. They will be paying a bill to these people for as long as they own that water line and run the water to them. I don't know if we've done that. I'm assuming you have, but I had to say it because it's in my head.
Okay. I have had those discussions. And obviously I've been unsuccessful. That's why we're here.
And they don't want to be shareholders or partners with us at all.
Well, I don't think that's fair to say. They're pretty good people to work with, but the ability to be able to put the money forward to that's not part of their program or how they operate.
I understand, but sometimes you got to go above and beyond if you want something. They're going to make a profit, a large profit. They are the most expensive water service, I believe, in the state. So they're going to make a huge profit, and yet they don't want to partner. That just is sad.
I think that, I just want to be careful in saying they don't want to partner, because I don't think that's fair. I think they are partnering with us, and they're covering a lot of the engineering costs that we would have to pay, a lot of money that we don't have to pay with, and they're the ones that have been going to the state with us to help advocate for these projects. I just want to be cautious about saying that. So anyway, moving on. Unless there's any other questions about that one?
May I make one quick comment? I happen to know that Pennachuck, one reason that they're a well-regarded utility, they use extremely modern activated charcoal bed filtering technology. And because of the PFOA and PFAS contamination in our water, as well as other factors, those beds are having a shorter and shorter lifetime. So in order to provide very, very clean water to us, their operating costs have actually gone up quite a bit. And so I think we just need to keep that in mind also when considering a utility like that.
Well, I don't know then. They get their water from Manchester, so what you're telling me is that Manchester and Derry's water isn't as clean
I didn't
as
say that.
Pennachuck. Well, you just said they,
No, I said I know that Pennachuck specifically uses that kind of technology.
but I would assume they all do. That's
I would not assume that. I don't know. But-
well, I mean, they sell their water to Pennachuck.
Not all of it, but anyway.
All right, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
On to 26.
Article 26, Citizens Petition, Establish Capital Reserve Fund, Reverend Morrison Meeting House / Lions Hall. To see if the town will vote to establish a Reverend Morrison Meeting House / Lions Hall Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35-1 for the purpose of reopening and or maintaining the building and surrounding facilities as a community public event / multi-use center, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $950,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $475,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation, and further to designate the town council as agents to expend. Majority vote required. Citizens petition. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $475,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 6.3 cents in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
One of the petitioners want
Does-
to speak
yeah.
to that?
Does the petitioner wish to speak to it?
Did Mrs. Green turn up? No.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. I think we sufficiently beat this to death already. So I think you all know what it's for. So any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Article 27, Citizens Petition, State Funding to Local Communities. New Hampshire thrives when state funding fairly supports local communities. Therefore, the residents of Londonderry are asked, do we call on the New Hampshire legislature to protect local taxpayers by ensuring adequate state revenues for essential services and by avoiding policies that shift costs onto local property taxpayers? This question arises because recent state budgets have reduced or eliminated key revenue sources, forcing towns and counties to raise property taxes to maintain education, healthcare, county nursing homes, public safety, and infrastructure. These shifts burden working families, strain local budget, limit flexibility, and undermine long-term community prosperity. A state budget that prevents cost shifting and restores municipal revenue sharing eases the tax burden on local property taxpayers and strengthens communities. Be it further resolved that the town council shall send the results to the governor and all members of the general court representing Londonderry within 30 days. Citizens petition. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values. Paul, do you want to speak to this one first?
Welcome.
Hello, Paul Skidlar, 20 Woodbine Drive. This citizen petition came about as a means of trying to kind of nudge our state legislature to kind of look toward ways of reducing the burden on property taxes. We've heard much talk over the course of years about how our property taxes continue to move upward, and what gets very little attention is the amount of revenues that are lost at the state level, where taxes are being reduced. That reduces the tax burden on businesses, reduces the tax burden on wealthy individuals, and in other places. And as a result, there are a lot of services that are being kind of forced down and downshifted to the local level, and resulting in higher property taxes on all of us. So I think it's important that we start to reverse that trend. This petition would, in essence, kind of gauge the public sentiment around this issue. And if it's approved or the people vote for it, obviously there would be a message sent to our local state legislature. I know Christina's here, Ron, you're one as well, to say, listen, we need to stop this particular trend of continually reducing that state burden that's falling on property tax owners here locally in town. take questions if you have them.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Article 28, Citizens Petition, Emergency Risk Protection Order or Red Flag Law. New Hampshire communities value public safety and the responsible use of firearms. Therefore, the voters of Londonderry, New Hampshire are asked, shall we call on our legislators to strengthen public safety by advocating for an Emergency Risk Protection Order, ERPO, or Red Flag Law, joining more than 20 other states, including Florida and the other 5 New England states. ERPO/Red Flag laws have been enacted throughout the country and most recently in Maine, allowing law enforcement and family and household members to petition the court for the temporary removal of firearms from individuals deemed a danger to themselves or others. These laws have been highly effective in reducing the incidence of suicide, which is tragically high in New Hampshire. Our state loses someone to suicide with a firearm every 3 days. Our veterans have been particularly hard hit by this epidemic. Be it further resolved that the town council shall send the results to the governor and all members of the general court representing Londonderry within 30 days. Citizens petition. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY27 based upon projected assessed values.
Back again. Paul Skidlark, 20 Woodbine Drive. So this is my wife's citizens petition. We gained, I think we ended up getting about 60 signatures on this within about 3 days. She's worked on gun violence prevention for probably 15 years now as part of Moms Demand Action and a variety of other arenas. Red flag laws work. They're enacted right now in about 22 states, I believe. They particularly if people are suicidal, for example, and you're a family member that happens to know that that particular person is suicidal, this gives you an opportunity to petition the court to remove that weapon, that gun from that family member, and hopefully save a life. But they're also used in many other states, in many other circumstances with domestic partners, things like that, where there's a risk of them doing harm to themselves or others. And we're calling on the legislature again to look at this as a way in which to enhance public safety, not just in Londonderry, but throughout the state. And that's what this petition would do, to gauge again public opinion, and then look to that, those results to start state legislature to hopefully enact these kinds of laws. Thank you.
From the police chief on this. You can.
And last and kind of least, Article number 29, transaction of other business. To transact any other business that may legally come before this meeting. No business enacted under this article shall have any binding effect on the town.
We'll change that. We'll either add a U on there or get rid of the P.
Dan had a quick question on the last one.
I just want to hear from our police chief as far as what his thought is on that versus how he handles things now. How our laws are now, Kim, versus
this has failed several times, I believe, at the state level. Obviously, these things affect families, as you heard Paul mention. The police department handles guns, violence, suicides, as you guys all know, seriously, and we work closely with the family members. Most of the time, families are really willing and helpful to relinquish firearms to us for safekeeping, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes we get court orders or prayers and complaints to remove them in certain scenarios. But I would agree that it's a good thing to try to bring forward, but that's for you folks.
So you can get a court order now to
under certain circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That is it for warrant articles.
Okay. So I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone in the public wish to discuss anything about the budget, the warrant articles, anything budget related?
So let's try to be quick here.
Welcome.
I am the chairman of the New Hampshire State Water Council. All right. I have met with the governor. I've met with the federal people. I've met with the commissioner. These are all nice things to put on there, there's going to be very, very little money going forward. This is a multi-billion-dollar national problem. Everyone in government agrees that it probably needs to go to the feds. Nice that you're doing this, but it was estimated at $200 million 8 years ago to do the town. You're probably looking at something much higher than that now. I guess that's one thing. The other thing is that you're putting 29 warrant articles out there. The school's going to put 7 or 8. That's 38 warrant articles. That's 6 to 7 pages of ballots. If 3,500 people vote, that's 23,000 pieces of paper. To give you some sort of an idea, 17,000 pieces of paper for the national election. You better look at your election plan. Figure out how you're going to do this. It's 23,000. You all better be there all day and plan on being there all night.
Welcome.
Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive. I'm only still awake because the national championship game is on. Justin, sorry. I'm not telling you. Just want to speak quickly to strongly encourage you to support 2 of the warrant articles. The first one is the construction of the new SAU building. To me, this is a no-brainer. One, getting a no-interest loan from the town is a very smart thing to do, and I think the school district is good for the money to pay back the loan on that. And just continuing with the lease, in my opinion, is a waste of money. The other thing is, I fully expected the cost for this to come in at like $10 million, knowing construction costs today. The fact that it's only less than 3.5 tells me it's literally just what they need, not what they want. Actually, it's mind-blowing to me that the cost of this is nearly the same as it is to open the doors of the Lions Hall. But I think this article is, like I said, I think it's a no-brainer. I hope you support it. The other one is the adding the benefits to the town clerk's position. Just, again, a reminder of how we got here. Prior to 2014, we had a quote-unquote full-time town clerk that was salaried in benefits. It had been that way at least probably since I was in grade school, if not before that. In 2013, the clerk resigned. We then filled that position at the time with the finance director. We had the finance director doing double duty, managing the clerk's office and the finance department. It worked at first, and so we thought, well, maybe we can manage this office internally and have a figurehead clerk, if you will, because the state laws say you have to elect your town clerk. You don't have the option of appointing the clerk. I frankly think it should be changed to allow the appointment of a clerk, but you have to elect them. But we thought, you know what, maybe we can do this with a figurehead clerk, pay them minimal salary, get rid of the benefits, and manage it internally. It was a bad experiment. It did not work. The clerk's office, especially for a community of this size, requires a clerk to be there day to day, managing that office. And if we expect to have well-qualified clerks in the future to do this, you're going to have to pay them, and I think they should get the benefits along with that. And so this would be, frankly, just restoring it to the way things were prior to 2014. So I would encourage you to support that one as well. And that is it. And I'm going back to watch the game now, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for any comments on the budget? Warrant articles, anything? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
One from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. It's back on us. Could I start us off by suggesting that we accept the cuts that was proposed to us from the budget committee from Kate? I think we've all had a chance to review them, and I know that we all agreed pretty much last time. The Kate's cuts get us almost where we want to be, and then from there we could pick some of Joseph's and some of Patrick's and get us to the 400.
I'll make a motion to approve Kate's budget cuts.
Second. A motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Do you want to hear what the impacts are any of that, or do you just?
We've
guess
had a
not.
week to look them
I think
over.
we do. I think we.
You should always have discussion.
Sure. Let's have
Hey,
discussion.
Have a discussion.
I thought we killed that last week, but I'm willing to.
But we have staff that have taken that
Sure.
information, now we've analyzed it, sort of,
Yeah.
if nobody is interested.
Let's
then
have
we don't.
discussion.
Okay. So I'm going to have some of the department heads talk about some of those, if you want to go ahead and start with that, Kirsten.
Sure. Do you want me to go over just Kate's or all of them?
I'll go through all the ones we have that you presented.
Sure. Okay, so I presented the town manager budget and the administrative services budget. I'll start out by just covering the town manager budget. I covered that, and then I covered the other ones that I presented separately. So as I mentioned in my initial presentation, the town manager budget was completely reconstructed from scratch this year. So every line that we built in had a distinct and predetermined dollar amount associated with a specific purchase, with the exception of a few things you can't predict, like the cost of office items. In reviewing all of the cuts, both Joseph's suggested cuts, Kate's cuts, and the town manager's original suggested cuts, I came to the conclusion that across the town manager budget, if required, the town manager fiscal year budget 27 could absorb $4,900 of budget cuts total. The only way to do that would be to do the following. One would be reducing the print run of the annual town report down closer to the statutory minimum in favor of digital distribution. Currently, we print 1,200 copies. The state only requires us to print 100. So if we dropped that, we could cut a substantial amount out of the printing services budget. Number two, eliminating budgeted funds for travel to training that would be covered by a grant. I think we actually already talked about that. That's the $1,600 that's in the budget. That will come from a grant instead, so we don't need to worry about that. And the third way we could do it would be by reducing the amount of printing done by the town manager's office and implementing a strict austerity measures in regard to supply purchasing and eliminating printed agenda packets. So if we do that, the number of pages that we print for agendas is substantial. And so that could impact our budget as well. So cutting anything more than $4,900, I know that Joseph's initial cuts, yeah.
So, and when you say the initial cuts, are you referring to what's in Kate's?
So I was talking about, but I kind of treated them together when I went through.
But the number amount.
So there, for the printing services, for example, your cuts suggested $2,616.94.
Yeah, so this is my fault, and I apologize. I did not. I sent Kate a few documents. A couple of them were named the same. As we had discussed it at the budget committee meeting last Tuesday, that the current ones that are in this document prepared by Kate, I no longer wished to recommend. Due to some of the things that you were talking about. We discussed it amongst ourselves and with the town manager that those cuts I did not go through and they were done with a calculation, not with intent. The ones that I intended to propose were the ones that I proposed on the December 5th meeting. I'm going to email that to you, to the council, to everyone right now, so that you all have it again. I believe I initially emailed that to everyone on January 6th, around 8:30 p.m. So I'll send that out so that you have the actual recommendations that I have, that I intended to make to the budget, instead of the ones that are before you right now. So again, apologies. I bombarded Kate with a few different things that were named similarly. So
I'm going to make a suggestion, just because I think we're going to get lost in all of this really quickly as we're going through 3 budgets. I'd almost suggest that as we go through these, we take a look and we ask questions of the departments, because if we go through a presentation of everybody, I don't think any of us are going to retain all of this. And by the time we get to the end of it, we're certainly not retaining the last one. So it's just my thought. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good point, because we've got the 4 different proposals for different members of the budget committee, which is fine. They're trying to figure a way. This is part of the problem-solving process, right? They're all trying to get through that. and we got a little bit confused on it because Patrick's really weren't cuts. He was just doing an analysis of that. He said that, to be clear. And I didn't clarify that with my folks. He did some I thought it was pretty interesting analysis. And it was just for us to take a look at. They weren't necessarily proposed as particular cuts. It was to allow people to think through it. So I think you're right. If we do it by department, because each one of these departments just wants to make sure that you understand, what you're doing. That's all. And maybe that's the best way to do it.
So,
okay.
I was gonna say, Ron, if you want me to, remember, so I sent out a couple of hours before this meeting, the PDF of an Excel file with all the nice little columns. What I could do is, as we go through the different departments, go through the cumulative total from each department for each one of the different recommendations. So for example, the town manager believes they can cut the $4,900 out of their budget. We can add those up as we go along, and I can tally that up.
I guess from my aspect of it, because I've reviewed these over the last week, and we're going to go back and forth like we've gone for weeks over these.
Yes.
And I really like your methodology and everything you've gone through. I think that gets us to the number, and I think it was well thought out. And I know people always ask for different numbers, or they ask for less, but I feel like that got us to where we needed to be. And so for me, I don't need to necessarily hear the numbers. I accept yours wholesale, which is why we started off with that.
Yeah, because I thought we had kind of spent a long time on that last week, but I don't have a problem hearing from the department heads either.
It's up to you.
But
I'm
yeah,
just trying to
Kate,
be conscious of everyone's time.
If you want to go through and
I can,
keep track.
if you want, if you give me like 5 minutes, I can go through the presentation extraordinarily quickly, talk about how I got to the 400,000, and then that will be that.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Because I think last week we kind of all agreed that we liked your cuts.
Yep.
So yeah, if you want to do that and then keep track of it as we go through the department heads.
Yep. Okay. Kirsten, could you pull up the PowerPoint itself?
You want the PowerPoint itself?
Yep.
Sure.
We can start at slide 6. Okay. I got to the full $400,000 because on the next, so that's the total is $400,000. The next slide goes over the description of the new changes. So we moved the HR specialist and the HR assistant to the warrant article. The full $51,000 of cuts to the Leach Library had to be restored. A few reasons for this. At the budget committee meeting, we were told that there's not enough time for the trustees to meet to put that. They've already voted on cutting it from the budget. They can't vote now to put it, to make any recommended changes, right? Essentially, we don't control what the trustees do with their budget. If they've already voted to cut it out, and they don't plan on meeting again to discuss it before, I don't know, in the next 30 minutes when you guys vote on the town operating budget, it has to remain cut. I think that's how that works, right? So I reintegrated that full cut in there. I then because when you put the $51,000 in over there, I was over by about $20,166, and the goal was 400, not 420,166. So what I did was I restored the portion of safety funding for public works, but for the full 14,000, not just the half, the full 14,000, and then I restored some of the cuts in general government. So the goal was 400. I wanted to stick to that, so I restored 3,500 to electrical, 5,000 to heat and oil services, and 4,609 to gasoline, just to make it a nice round 400,000. And that's where the 400 came from.
And that's what you sent to us.
And that's what I sent to you
so
a couple of hours ago.
That's why I
Yep.
thought we had all agreed on that.
Exactly. Yep. That's it. So
we do have a motion on the table.
Do we want to hear from any?
Yeah, it's up to you. It's
No,
up to you guys. I'm just
So can I just clarify
one
one,
please.
one item regarding the library department? They changed their policy to remove the administrative time, which means contractually we're no longer obligated to offer admin time, so it'll decrease. It has decreased in both default and operating.
yeah, the admin
So
time was
you
one of the
won't-
voted upon cuts in the 51,000, I believe. Yeah.
Right, but because it was a policy, not just them cutting it,
Yep.
that means we're no longer, so it was removed from default, so the difference between default and operating will be, it won't be 400,000, it'll be 400 less that number.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so your 51,000, you restored it, but it won't be fully restored because some of those cuts were voted on by the trustees for a policy.
Yes, okay.
So if you're looking and you see the budget goes down totally, but if you're looking at just default versus operating, it's not going to be that 400,000, just so everybody's aware.
Okay.
So, so let's,
Point of order. Are you accepting comments?
no. Because we had public hearing here.
From the library? Based on incorrect information.
In the end of the day, this isn't really centric to what we're.
Right, because we're not putting it back anyway, so.
Yeah, so we're not touching or
No.
changing any of this, so it's not relevant.
Point of order? Or
What's your point of order?
information?
Yes.
You were just referencing the library budget. So you guys had a discussion about the library budget, but
Okay.
we're the library people. It would be good if we were part of that.
We're
Okay, but
not changing.
We're
the
not
number.
changing anything, we're just having a
Not
discussion
doing
here.
anything with it, so it's just, it's not,
She put it back in, so we're not changing anything, so we're not having.
just
any-
not relevant
yeah.
to this.
Okay. Okay. If not, we'll change it.
So was there any other department heads that we wanted to hear from, Kate?
I spoke to the vast majority of the department heads about the cuts that I made to their budget, so, or restored. So Kim, Dave, Phil, I talked to you. Sherry, I talked to you from the town clerk's office. I tried to get feedback from all the department heads, as many as I could. So.
And that's why I feel really good about it, because I think you went through all the work, talked to all the people. I felt like this was very, very well vetted. So that's why I feel confident.
I would suggest to the
think we
chair
need
that-
to hear from our department.
Yeah.
I need to know where they're looking at these cuts, because I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Out of the blue, you came up with 400,000 we wanted to cut. All right. I look and comments have been made about, well, the school district, they're below default. All right. The school district population is going down. So yes, their budget's going to go down. Our budget, our request for services is going up. If you look at our fire department, the calls of service have gone up for ambulance and everything else. We haven't kept up with that. All right. So I'd like to know from our department heads, how is this impacting them? Saturday, I was at DPW talking with Dave, because personally, I saw my salt billing going up like crazy. So I stopped in and I talked to Dave, and I said, Dave, this storm here on Saturday that's lingering, I know it's costing us a lot of money. And it is, because it's on a Saturday. We don't know what's going to happen. So we try to plan our best. Saturday and Sunday, all those guys were out there plowing. How much did it cost us, Dave, on overtime? Like over 10,000 some odd dollars just for Saturday. I look at that and I go, all right, for years I've seen the budget always go below default. On the town side, what do people want in this community? They want public service. They want their fire department to take care of them. They want the ambulance there. They want the police there. They want their roads cleaned. They want their trash picked up. How many times do we hear that? Okay? And, I look at these budgets and they say, okay, we eliminated, or we're targeting, like, for example, recreation, $72.30 off heat and oil, $171 in seminars and workshops for recreation. I look at it and go, all right, I talked to recreation. We have a guy who is certified in putting all these pesticides down and everything, and taking care of our fields. The new guy is going to have to be certified in all that. So if he's not, and if they don't take care of our fields, it doesn't take long for weeds to take over. And we're going to end up spending a lot more money. So I want to hear from these department heads. I want to hear from Kirsten, who has done this and say, all right, what are you looking at? Because at the end of the day, we are a bottom line budget. So it doesn't matter if we're looking and saying, well, we're going to cut off so much off heat, off fertilizer, off, overtime. It's up to them to manage their budget. So I look at it and say, if town manager says, yep, this is where I can cut X amount, that's where it's going to be. I mean, this is not a line item budget like it used to be, where we used to sit there and go, okay, you're going to cut out, $96 out of this line item and so on. I mean, if you watch the budget process through the years, all right, don't want to, it's not you, Kim, but, when we hired a conservation officer to go there, the chief at that time said, no medical benefits. And then they put in medical benefits, unknown to the council. They found the money in there. So to me, that's a big ticket item, medical benefits, because we hear it all the time. All right, personnel costs, that's where all our money is. If you ask any department to cut, they're going to say, I'm pretty limited on where I can cut because my personnel costs, that we got to provide benefits and everything else that go along with that. So I'd like to know from our departments that are here, I mean, we talk about cutting the budget. We're paying these people. It's what, 11:15. They're not here for free. We've been paying them. Let's hear from them.
So Dan, you missed.
Huh?
So
They're all there for free?
Yeah, pretty much.
So Dan, you missed one thing in the
Okay.
things that the taxpayers want. They want us to be fiscally responsible with their budget.
Yep.
We've been at this for weeks
Yep.
since the beginning of December.
Mm-hmm.
I've not heard one thing from you that we could cut at all in the entire
That's
couple months.
incorrect. That is incorrect. I brought up.
Wait. You're right. The airport. I forgot.
No.
I'm sorry.
And I brought up the conservation.
Can I talk? I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
Sorry.
But don't say I didn't when I did.
Okay. Very little. I'll change that. But it's, yes, we can't make this into a debate. Does Dave do good work? Yep. Is the DPW valuable? Yep. Does that mean that we can't ever save money on anything? No. Fire's very valuable? Yep. We have the best police force, I think, in the entire state, if not one of the best in the country. Does that mean that things cannot ever be changed in the budget? No. This is why we go over this stuff. It's not a question of value or if they aren't doing a good job. It's a question of, are we doing the most fiscally responsible thing for the taxpayers who entrust us to make sure that we're doing something? And so I'm taking that extremely seriously. I have taken this week after week and tried to painstakingly and grindingly, sometimes into almost midnight some nights, to make sure that we get the right amount. And so that wasn't pulled out of thin air. That was pulled out of,
I didn't say it was pulled out of thin air.
either way.
But just to follow up.
We've come up with a good plan, I think. Kate spent a good amount of time talking to department heads and making sure that we get that. I don't mind you hearing from them. I'm just saying that's also a responsibility of this town, not just paying as much as we can for everything that's good.
Well, I don't think we're paying for everything. I think that we are being fiscally responsible when we have to look at the needs of our community. I mean, we're having this public hearing tonight. Where is everybody? I don't see the public out here crying and saying, I want to cut police. I want to cut fire. I want to cut. All right. People I heard last year going, oh, there's no way the budget's going to pass because it's over default. And it passed. People want the services. Okay. That's what I look at. I mean, I'd like to hear from them. We heard tonight about this great program that the fire department does. What does the town do? How much do we contribute to that program? Do you know? Nothing. It's all school. The school does it. Fire department does nothing. I've asked the guys over there at the fire department. They're donating a lot of their time to get this program done for this community. You know? Why aren't we contributing as a town? Bob Slater comes up here and says it's great that the town and the school work together. Yes, the school is working great with the town, with our fire department for this program. We up here are not even saying, hey, let's contribute to this program. Let's give them 10 grand to help out. Nope, let's cut. So I want to hear from the departments. I mean, they've been sitting here patiently.
I think it's important to not lose sight why we, in the beginning of December, started looking at the $400,000. Why that number? We went, or I shouldn't say we, the council went through the warrant articles, and they increased the amount that would be raised by taxes to $400,000 additional dollars raised in taxes in these warrant articles. Which, should they all pass, that's an additional $400,000 that would have been coming from the undesignated fund balance, which is no longer coming from there. Which is why for the past, month and a half, 2 months almost, myself and other members of the budget committee and members, some of you on the council have been looking at ways that we can make cuts from the operating budget so we can hit that $400,000. Not to, these cuts aren't reducing the amount that would be raised should everything pass. It's just getting us right back to where we started at the beginning of December. So I think that in these discussions, it's important to remember why this started, why this number was set. This wasn't an arbitrary number. It wasn't an arbitrary $400,000. There's, and for all the members between Kate, myself, any others that have proposed cuts, there's a reason. We've gone in through the lines to try to find ways where we could save money to hit this number without impacting services.
So here's my issue with when you say we're cutting 400. All we're doing on some of these, and John was up here and said, look at all the warrant articles we have. So we add, instead of putting it in the budget, we took out of the budget the part-time people in HR, and we added 2 more warrant articles. All right, so we look at it and go, well, we lowered, we saved 400,000. No, we didn't. We're putting still up there on the warrant article.
Which is why we need to make more
that
cuts.
Warrant article shouldn't be in there. It should be in the budget. If you feel that should be there, it should be in the budget and supporting the staff and saying, we agree, you need that. So when I go to and vote, Joe, all right, and I look at it and I go, okay, this is the budget. This is how much it impacts my taxes. Oh, I don't start counting the part-time position, the training officer at the fire department, the administrative person at the fire department. If you start adding all that, and give people a true number and say, okay, this is exactly how much your taxes are going to be impacted if you vote all these things in. People don't get told that. They look at it at the budget and say, this is the amount. And now all these other things add up. So I think it should be done like it was years ago. And it's like, you know what? If you want a position and they did put it in the budget, that's where it should be.
And headcount since we moved to SB2 has been on the ballot.
But it doesn't have to be. It can be in the budget.
It can be, but
that's something we can decide as a council.
So Dan, who would you like to hear from? So we
I'd
can
like
move
to.
forward.
I'd like to continue hearing the presentation that the town manager had and his staff about how these cuts are going to be impacted and where they're looking at.
You sure? Did you have more to add, sir?
We do.
Okay, good.
So I'll just summarize that really quickly. I would just ask that, I won't go into detail on this then, I'll just say that I would appreciate it if you would adjust the town council cut to 1,700 and the town manager cut to make it the same amount. So
I want you to go through it because it's
Okay.
important that they know, because otherwise we're going to be doing this at deliberative session. They're going to hear about it for the first time, and that's not fair to them either.
So in order to do the $4,900 of budget cuts, I do just need a commitment from you that it's okay to cut down those print runs from the 1,200, because we can't cut the budget any smaller without doing that.
So all these printed things we're getting all the time, we won't be getting.
You'll get less printed things, and we'll cut down the number of printed annual reports to about 300,
I'm good with that.
400, starting in next fiscal year. This year will be normal.
How many books are left over every year on average?
It depends. Some years we go out completely. Last year we had about 200 left. So, we're moving towards digital distribution. It's on the website anyway. That's where most people use it. We can print on demand if we have to, black and white here for less. So, it doesn't, if
I'm
you
fine
guys
with
cut
that.
it anymore, we were
Good
going to
with it.
suggest
I'm
just
good with
printing
that.
them here anyway.
So we're going from like 1,200 down to like 300 copies, just
So-
because some
All right.
people are going to be upset about that
Yep.
because they're used to getting a book and they're not going to get that anymore. So
Well, I think last year we didn't have books when we went to vote.
You did.
We had some.
Did
They were there,
There's
yeah.
a lot left.
A lot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. So the other thing is, so I'm going to move over to admin services right there. I can cut $1,700 from the town council budget before causing serious issues there. That's going to involve reducing the size of your legal notices. So that $1,000 cut means that legal notices are physically going to get smaller in the newspaper.
Is it?
I didn't load that onto the computer.
Kirsten, is it required a certain size?
No.
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 Okay.
No, but they'll be appended to the minutes, Christine. We're gonna have to, and in $1,700 of budget cuts, it means that we're going to restrict attendance at the Chamber of Commerce dinner to the council chair and vice chair. And it's going to reduce the number of board members who will get sent to off-site training and conferences, but we can cut that $1,700 out. If we go up to $2,500, we will have to reduce what we contribute to the Veterans Breakfast and get rid of physical trophies for Citizen of the Year and Volunteer of the Year, which is why I suggest cutting slightly more out of the town manager budget and slightly less out of the town council budget. And the reason I'm saying this is that we're working to right size things, and that was a major initiative that we did this year, was moving the correct items into your budget. So if we don't change that, then why did we do that?
Right.
And so that's why I really wanted to make sure I said that. The legal services line, I will say this is the one cut in those 400,000. It's a significant one, and it's an extremely high risk cut. And the reason for that is that we will do everything we can to keep that legal services line down, as I know you guys do too. But the problem is legal expenditures are determined by case volume and not by budget. So we will, if we have to spend that money, we will spend that money. And unfortunately, that might mean ad hoc mid-year cuts, or worst case scenario, if something happens and we have a major lawsuit in the end of the year or 3/4 of the way through the year, it can create an incredibly challenging situation. Our 3-year average spend on that line is $310,000. Okay. $310,652. So I would strongly urge you to keep that at default. We think that with the way that Sean is going to approach negotiations, that we can keep it there, but we can't. It's a really volatile line.
Kirsten, I just want to echo that, because the 5 of us know of certain things going on right now, and I don't believe we should be cutting legal whatsoever, because it does cost a lot of money for the stuff we're dealing with.
And so those are the major things that I wanted to make sure I addressed. So I would ask you to adjust the town council, town manager, and reconsider the legal.
next, we have assessing. Just want to talk about that one. That some of those cuts were okay. We can manage with those. And you have to come up to the mic.
Come on up. We like to hear from you.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm the assistant assessor here in Londonderry.
Laura, before you start, so the only cut on this one right now, from my understanding, is $250 from printing services.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay, so this doesn't include the 17.
That's why I was having her address all these, because it was
Okay.
unclear to me how.
1,500 was from finance, so,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we are fine with the $250 for printing.
great.
Good.
And then Dave?
All right, so what I was just talking to, thank you, what I was just talking to Justin about was the line that I'm most concerned about, and so I want to make sure that I understand, because you're about to vote on Kate's, so we're focusing on Kate's column there, right? So for the line that I'm most concerned about is our plowing services line, because we are heavily deficient in that area, so I want to make sure that what the proposed budget for that line, is that what we're going with?
I zeroed that out. So snow removal services, the 23,287 that were part of the recommended cuts from Sean has been restored. So that in my budget is at $0. There's
Okay.
$0 in cuts to that.
So that would put that back to what the actual proposed
Yes.
was, which was 35 or whatever it was, right? Because right now, we're 90,000 deep
Yes.
on plowing with a $50,000 line item. So we're $40,000 underwater on plowing as I stand here today, and 27 and a half
January.
inches
So
of
are
snow.
you saying winter's over?
I wish. And we're fully staffed. So that's. Yeah, I think you see what I'm driving at. So when we're fully staffed and lines and we experience things like this, that's one of the lines that we just didn't get around to right sizing quite yet. And you can see the experience on that line. It has been historically over expended as well. So that was the one that was most important to me from that standpoint. In municipal government, I think you ended up restoring some things back to gas and things of that nature.
Yep, gas,
right, too?
electric. Yeah,
So-
those cuts were restored. Yep.
Okay.
In general government, it's office supplies, gasoline supplies, and furniture and fixtures.
Right, and just to what Dan was talking about a little earlier, I did get some numbers together for him. Again, just so that we understand the cost of winter operations. So that storm we had Saturday ended up being 211 and a quarter hours of overtime, so that's a cost of $10,968.29. The contractor was $9,010. Salt was $17,952. Salt is a big concern right now. We really need to place an order. I'd like to get in the queue, so I think we're going to be talking about that maybe a little bit later on and how that plays in with our purchasing policy at the moment, because I can't place that order and we really need to get kind of to the top of the list.
And I think in the
One-
future, we're going to make an exception for that because
Okay.
that's one of those things that just came up where it's
Because our 1,500 ton barn is empty, and we're into the 1,200 tons. So
we need you to have as much salt as you need, and pepper if you want.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the effort. And sand, and then so that one storm, just people understand, was $40,543.29 for 3.5 inches of snow. Most of our operations, sadly, have been on weekends or holidays, as a matter of fact. So out of our 32 operations that we've run, 25 of them were on overtime, and only 7 of those operations were on a normal workday. So that's putting a toll on the budget. And at where we are total right now for winter, all in for salt on order and being received, sand, contracted plow equipment, and overtime for the staff, we're at $291,395. Now that doesn't include the facilities money that Town Manager Mulholland was speaking about earlier on the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund. We're at $23,390 on that, but that's only through the 10th. I haven't received the bills for these events too. So that's where we're at on snow. All right. Any other questions or anything like that?
Thank you, Dave.
I don't think we need to have rec, because I don't think you made cuts to rec, and that the other proposals had cuts to rec, so I don't think I need to have them come up. Right, Kate?
No, I had the 5,000 from rec because we were going to use the capital reserve fund or something, I
Okay.
believe, for that.
So I just want to have them come up and talk about that.
would like to point out that $5,000, it's almost 4.5% of our budget. But we'll make do as long as nothing breaks,
Good luck.
as long as it's not too hot in the summer, so we have to put more water on the fields. And as long as there's no infestation from weeds and stuff where we have to spread out other stuff. And as far as our heat goes, our initial heat, as long as it's not cold, we don't need a lot of heat in our garage because we keep it at, 45, 42? Just so nothing will freeze. So we'll make do. We're not happy with it. I don't think it should be cut. The reason I don't think it should be cut, a little editorializing, as I said last year, people don't live in Londonderry for the tax rate. They live here for a way of life. We have how many kids involved? What were your numbers with?
Around 1,900.
About 1,900 participants. We need a library, we need recreation, we need fire, we need this stuff. But we'll make do. I'm an old Yankee. We'll handle it.
I just want to say, Art, I think as all the years I've known you, if anybody's the tightest person there is on their budget, that's you. Okay? You don't ask for things you don't need or dream about. You run a very, very tight ship. So
it's not my money.
I know.
It's the town's money.
Yep.
Sean, I have a question for you. One of the $5,000 cuts I made and restored was the cut to heat and oil services for $5,000 that you recommended cutted, and then I restored it. Would you be okay with swapping that and restoring the $5,000 to the recreation department and keeping the cut for heat and oil services?
I think that would make more sense to do. And we're going to be talking later on tonight where you actually get a pretty low price we're going to be able to get for natural gas. It's really a good time to do that, and that's going to help us with that, depending on how cold it gets. But I think that makes more sense because we can fluctuate with that a little bit here and there.
Kate, thank you for that. I was actually going to recommend that we just return it in general.
This $5,000.
Where was the 5,000 that you're?
I restored the $5,000 cut from heat and oil services and general government because I didn't know where we had some extra money after I restored all of the library cuts, that extra 20,000. So I started restoring things back to the general government with electric, heat and oil, and something a little bit more off gasoline supplies. But with Sean saying that he thinks we're going to have a better rate for heat and oil services with that gas contract, it makes more sense to restore the cut for the $5,000 for heat and oil services that was part of Sean's recommended cuts, and restore the $5,000 cut in recreation. It's just swapping 5,000 in two different line items.
No, I know. It's just you have to be very specific on what account because
Yes.
we actually need to put it into the budget.
4411.
Yep.
Yep. 5,000. Add 5,000. Cut to 4411. Heat and oil services and general government, and then the one we'll eliminate is the cut from recreation. 4740 machine and equipment and property.
Okay, and then have you guys decided if you're doing what Cheerston and
Not yet.
Manager
We'll just deal with that
Mulholland
one, the
Yeah.
5,000, make the 5,000 swap for right now,
Yeah.
unless we can get that
Yep.
taken care of.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate.
You're welcome.
You could have just.
Thank you.
Fine, Kate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you didn't propose any cuts in fire in terms of, that was Ryan Cronin's proposal, so I don't think we need to have them come up,
Yeah.
unless we're going to get to that at some point here. I think that's it
Okay.
for my,
So Kate, how far do we, we have a motion on the floor, Kate, so where are we at?
I'm sorry.
I thought.
Can we go back, because Cheerson asked for you guys to adjust what was being cut between town council and town manager.
I
I
was
would
just
need
gonna,
to know, or we would need to know which line, if you guys are taking that suggestion, which lines?
yep, I was
I'm
just
good with
gonna
that
ask Kate,
suggestion.
she's keeping track of that,
Yep.
so.
Yep. So they want the town. You said we could reduce the town council budget to 1,700, and then the town manager budget reduction would be 4,900. Correct?
Reduce take 1,700 from town council.
In
So
what
that-
accounts?
Oh,
so
1,700.
that would
Okay.
be removing, it would be taking 1,000 from 4550 in town council. Sorry, microphone. Taking 450 from 4570 and 250 from 4575. And then in town manager, it would be 4,900 of cuts. Or roughly 4,900. 2,600 from 4550. $1,600 from 4575.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
1,600 from 4575. $700 from 4620.
So then we're not doing the other overtime ones.
So I went through and I reworked it so that we wouldn't have to do that because that would put the EA at less than 9 hours for the entire
Okay.
fiscal year. It's just not practical.
I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly.
So to keep it as accurate as possible, that's
Okay.
how I did it.
Yep. On fire. I'm looking at reductions. I thought,
No, she took them all out. She put them back in.
yeah. So Kate,
Mm-hmm.
on fire, where it says overtime, 32,672, you put that back in? Or is that out?
That's still out. That brings the overtime for the fire department back to restore. It brings it to the default budgets. But I restored the firefighter overtime for Old Home Days and the on-call firefighter usage.
Okay. How about the Medicare and retirement benefits?
Those are still a part of those cuts too,
Okay.
because those were all associated with the overtime.
So,
I
Kate,
believe.
where are we at now with the revised?
I think it's the same amount, isn't it?
It's $399,450.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yep. So motion on the table.
I have a motion on the floor still
Second
from
Ted.
and a second from Sean.
Second from Sean.
Oh, sorry.
Motion
A
from
motion
Sean.
from Sean, second from Ted. To accept Kate's budget cuts. All those in favor say aye.
What's
Aye.
the amount?
Oh.
No.
3,099,450.
3,000?
Or sorry.
I'll second that.
399,450. So.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, Kate.
you.
you're welcome.
Doing
I
all
will
that
email
work,
this spreadsheet
and for
out
reaching out to
you
all the department
who
heads.
need it.
You know,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
You're very welcome. I
Thank
will
you
do
for
that
taking the time to
immediately.
reach out to all the department heads too.
You're
That
very
was
welcome.
much appreciated. Do we want any more discussion on the budget, or do we want to?
We wanted to discuss
Oh, yeah.
whatever's.
Joseph, you had
what was
anything
the
to add?
difference between?
I had small change. No, I think they're all in there now.
Okay.
Okay.
You're good, Patrick. Are you good with the ones too?
And
You?
there's just so what happened with the library? What for the?
You know, you went back and talked to other people, but you still haven't talked to us, so I'd like to at least have a chance to talk to you.
So I just want to know what was
Yeah.
the in the cuts that were just approved by the council. Was $51,000 taken out of the library?
No, that was
That was left in.
restored.
Was restored.
No,
That's right.
no,
Oh,
the cut was
that
restored.
was-
The cut
Ah.
restored.
So
Cut was
Start
restored.
cut. Gotcha. Gotcha.
the cut is still there.
The
Okay.
cut is still there. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then I have nothing else.
Okay.
Okay.
To discuss.
Anybody else on budget committee have anything to add?
All right.
We'll move on to warrant. We'll move on to warrant articles.
Okay.
All right. So, procedural question, Mr. Mulholland.
Yes.
The ones like Article 1, do we have to vote to move that to the warrant, or does that automatically go? We have to vote on each one to move it to the warrant.
Yeah, so you already did on Article 2 and 3, remember we did that at the last meeting, when that came before us.
Okay.
But the other ones, yes, you do, because I proposed them to you, and you have to take the action to move those
Yep.
in. The ones that are petitioned go to the voters anyway.
Yep.
It just requires a recommendation from you for the money.
So I
part.
need,
I wonder if the warrant articles are in here.
so I need to start with number 4.
Yes.
Three? Okay.
No.
So those we did last week.
Okay.
All right. So Article number 4, we need to first decide if we're going to move it to the warrant, and then we need to vote after that if we move it to the warrant. Any further discussion?
So this is the Reverend Morrison
Yep.
Meeting House.
David, look, you want to say something? I know. Okay. All right. I will. Any further discussion on it? Are we? All right. I will accept the motion to move it to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Now it is on the warrant. Now we need to, because of the budget issue, we need to vote on how we would move forward with it. So,
Just a quick question
Good.
on this. Since the budget committee is voting on these on their own,
Mhm.
do they need to be here throughout us voting to move and debate?
I don't know.
Well,
That's
will this be open for commentary from the budget committee on any of these warrant articles? Will you seek our advice?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
So I guess
Yeah,
those purposes
absolutely.
there.
So I'll open by saying that I think it's important that we have the voters decide on this.
Yep.
We need the voters to tell us if they want to spend the money. It's a lot of money to spend, and we have a lot of different things in town. It was mentioned earlier, you know, we need a DPW facility to protect our vehicles. We have millions of dollars of vehicles. You know, we've got that coming up in the future. Do the town people want to spend $3.3 million on the Morrison House? None of us want it torn down, but do we want to spend $3.3 million to restore it, or do we want to try a different avenue, which is some of them were presented to us earlier? So, any other further discussion on this?
I will say what I've said from the beginning.
Okay.
I think we put the number out there, and I don't feel like I should tell the townspeople one way or the other. I work for them. They should tell me what they want us to do with this building.
Okay.
But you have to vote in favor, yes or no.
You can't abstain. Any thoughts, Deb? or-
No.
Okay.
So we move forward with the vote.
Okay. So, I guess I will say this, because we need it clear, right? For the
You need to make a motion to recommend or not
Right.
recommend the amount. So
Well, I think
it is
it's-
required of you to do that.
Right. I'm just
But I
trying
think the motion's made to recommend, so it's clear, because if we do
Made
it
in
in
the
the
positive.
negative.
Has to be made in the positive.
Yeah. So all those in favor of moving this, of saying yes to this warrant
You
article?
need a motion and a second.
Okay, sorry, so, yep, okay. I need a motion to, it has to be in the affirmative, right? So it has to be a motion
To recommend.
to recommend to the voters that this pass on the warrant article.
It's the amount of
Oh.
3 million.
I need a recommendation for $3,381,000.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted,
Second.
second from Deb. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chairs opposed.
I abstain.
So that defeats it, because you got 2 that opposed.
No,
one
it
that
goes
abstained.
on, it goes on the ballot.
Oh, we already
as-
put it to go to the warrant
Yeah,
article.
it's not,
Yeah, but-
it's
It
not a
just says
defeat.
three
Yeah,
It's
that's
the
right, you're
recommends.
right.
Yep.
So you've got,
It's just a split
so
vote.
it isn't a council recommendation.
It's just a split vote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes, it's got the 3 categories right there on the,
So we voted to put it on the warrant article, and then we said our votes.
yeah, and that goes on the ballot.
Is that,
Yeah.
that's the way we've done it in the past? Yeah.
2 yes, 2 no. one
All right, so
Down to number 6.
we have to vote for 5 to go on the ballot?
You have to move it to the
Okay,
ballot.
so I'll accept the motion to move article number 5 to the warrant.
Can we amend that?
So moved.
Warrant article?
Motion from Ted. Do I have a second?
What were you looking at,
Okay.
Matt?
Just putting the dollar amount, I mean, we had discussed
I
it
think-
before.
We said before we weren't gonna do that, though.
Okay.
Right?
I'll second it.
Okay. Sean? All those in favor of moving it to the warrant, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes.
Opposed.
Of moving it to the warrant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair votes in the affirmative. Okay. Article number 6,
Are you going to vote yes or no?
town operating budget.
No.
We don't on that one because it's
Okay.
not a fiscal one.
Okay.
I'll accept the motion to move article number 6 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Nope, 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 nope. You need to move on. I need to get you those figures.
Okay.
Based on what we just did, what I've already included.
Okay.
Everything.
So come back to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything that just happened.
Okay. Thank you.
Article number 7.
I'll accept the motion to move article number 7 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Make a motion to recommend moving the warrant article to the ballot
For
$2,500,000.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
To the recommendation, not to moving it on the ballot, since the motion was
But
already
yeah,
made to move it.
move to recommend. Did we do this like this the year before? This seems like we just took the, I don't know that we made the motion in that.
We didn't make a motion, we just went through and voted, but
Yeah.
I think he's,
It's all right. Let's keep moving.
Fine.
so all those in favor of supporting this warrant article?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move warrant article number 8 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted,
Second.
second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I will accept the motion to support the expandable maintenance trust, article number 8.
So moved.
Motion from Sean.
No,
And so motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from
Did you
Sean.
mean 9? We did 8 already.
No,
No,
we're doing it.
I'm on 8.
Oh,
Recommendation for 8 now.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All those in favor of moving article, I'll accept the motion to move article number 9
So
to the
moved.
warrant.
Second.
From Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 9, $650,000 to the roadway maintenance expendable trust fund.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
I heard Dan, second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Accept the motion to move article number 10 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 10, Fire Department Truck Capital Reserve Fund of amount of $300,000. If passed, this article would require town to raise 0 property taxes.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Can I change this 11 one?
Change it to what?
I want to take it all out of undesignated fund balance.
Which one?
Number 11. This is for their equipment. I think it's important that we get this for them. Instead of, we have the money in undesignated fund balance.
You know, nobody can hear what you're saying.
No.
Speak into the microphone.
Yes.
Speak, yeah, just say what you want to say again, because I heard you, but I don't think they heard you.
I'd like to, on Article 11, take the entire 800 out of undesignated fund balance instead of just 550. This is equipment that the fire department needs. It's a critical equipment that they need. I just concerned that if this gets voted down, that they don't get it.
As you said before, it's dangerous to take money out of the undesignated fund balance and drive it too low. I'm not for adding any to any additional warrant article from
Right.
here on out.
I never said not to use undesignated fund balance. I said don't use undesignated fund balance to artificially lower the tax rate. The undesignated fund balance is there to be utilized for things like this, for equipment that we might need for our
I would say at this
staff.
point, if he wants to do that, to bring it to deliberative.
Yeah,
I think
that's where I'm
we're
at,
beyond
too.
that point right now. We're in the voting mode.
Okay, I'll do it to all. All right.
All those in favor of moving, accept the motion to move Article number 11 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes
Motion
in the
to
affirmative.
recommend Article number 11, Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, to appropriate $800,000 in place of Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, with $550,000 coming from the undesignated fund balance.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative. I will accept the motion to move Article number 12 to the warrant.
So moved.
A motion from Ted. Do I have a second? Do we not want to move it to the warrant?
Oh, I'll move it to the warrant.
Okay. I have a second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to recommend Article number 12, Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote and raise the sum of $350,000 to be placed in the Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, and further authorize the use of $50,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair's opposed.
We just get the count on that. Who's opposed?
That was 2 yes, 3 no.
2 yes, 3 no. Okay.
I'll accept the motion to move Article 13.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ted, second from Dan. And second from Sean, sorry. It's getting late.
Motion to recommend Article number 13.
Hold on, we didn't vote yet, Ted. We got to vote first.
moving too
All
fast
those in
on you.
favor of moving this to the warrant, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 13, Recreation Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote and raise an appropriate $25,000 to be placed in the Recreation Department Capital Reserve Fund, and further authorize the use of $25,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance toward this appropriation.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Accept the motion to move Article number 14 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 14, Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote and raise an appropriate $75,000 to be placed in the Pillsbury Cemetery Capital Reserve Fund.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair
Opposed.
votes in the affirmative.
Opposed.
I got you. It's 4-1 on that one. We'll accept the motion to move Article number 15 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 15, Capital Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate $32,500 to be placed in the Capital Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. Sorry, not capital, Cable Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. With
motion-
funding coming from the annual distribution of public education and government access programming from the current franchise agreement.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. I heard her first. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 16 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 16, Fire Department, add 1 full-time executive assistant to see if the town will vote and raise an appropriate $143,303. Purpose of adding 1 full-time fire executive assistant to the fire department. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years.
A motion from Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I will accept the motion to move Article number 17 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted. Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 17, Fire Department, add 1 full-time fire training officer to see if the town will vote and raise an appropriate $173,226 for the purpose of adding 1 full-time fire training officer to the fire department. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 18 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted. We have a
Second.
second. Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 18, Human Resources Department, part-time Human Resources Assistant, to see if the town will vote and raise the appropriate $44,812 for the purpose of adding a part-time Human Resources Assistant position to provide support to the Human Resources Department through essential administrative support tasks. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Chair votes no.
So 3-2?
Yep.
Or 2, 3, 3.
That is a 2 yes, 3 no.
Thank you.
I'll accept the motion to move Article 19 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 19, Human Resources Department, part-time Human Resources Specialist, to see if the town will vote and raise the appropriate $58,218 for the purpose of adding a part-time Human Resource Specialist position to the Human Resources Department to assist with the tasks necessary to conduct workplace accident investigations, employee background investigations, and internal investigations. Should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair.
This is to move to the
Oh,
ballot, right?
Yeah,
no,
this-
yeah, I'm for it. I got ahead of myself. God.
No, that was the vote to
Already
move
did
to the
that.
warrant was
We already did
Okay,
that.
was
so
from
then
Ted and
I'm
Deb.
confused on this. Then
This is the vote to recommend or not.
Oh, then no.
Okay, so let's vote one more time
Wait,
so we're
wait,
clear.
sorry.
Now I'm confused.
So
Yeah.
so the
This is
vote
to
on
recommend.
19 is the vote to accept.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Ted and
getting
Deb put it on the warrant. Now we're voting to whether or not we accept it or not. So all those in favor of this warrant article say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes no.
That is 2 yes, 3 no for Kirsten and Sean.
On to number 20. I'll accept the motion to put Article 20 on the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 20, establish and fund a revolving fund for senior affairs in the senior center under RSA 31:95-H.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept a motion to move warrant article number 21 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 21, establish and fund a capital reserve fund for transportation under RSA 35:1. Kirsten and Sean, do you want to read this whole long item right now or no?
No.
Thank you.
We've already read it enough times, I think.
Just the dollar amount, Ted.
The dollar amount will be $5. Sorry. I'm reading the wrong one.
Can you give us
the
a
amount
little
of
more?
$500,000 to be placed in this fund.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Chairman Dunn.
Yeah.
On Article 22 that we're about to approach, I'd like to propose an amendment to the language.
I can do that.
That has
Isn't
not
that
been
done at
moved.
deliberative? I think that's done at
Well,
deliberative.
this hasn't been moved to. So this hasn't been moved to the ballot yet by
Yeah.
the council.
Okay.
So I figured this should be the time to get it out before it moves to deliberative and before the budget committee votes. It makes our recommendations. So I would like to strike the language: roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths from the warrant article. My reasoning behind this, we heard from the Senior Resources Committee. The reason why they came to us and wanted us to propose this warrant article was for CART, for public transportation, not for roadway improvements, not for signal upgrades, not for the development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths, solely for CART. That was their intention. That is why they asked you, the council, to put it onto the ballot. I think this language should be constricted so that this fund can.
No, this ain't right. This ain't.
No, I think we should be consistent and just,
I-
as we change, be done at deliberative.
I asked to change a couple and you said no.
I think we should be consistent.
So,
I think that language.
In prior years, this has
I mean,
been the order that we.
Deb, what do you think?
Well, first off, the amount of money that they're gonna collect, okay, is gonna well exceed what CART costs.
Yep.
John came up here with Sherry and said it was around 50, right? Roughly to go to the upgrade. And we have about 800,000 in the other one. They collect well over. So what it was supposed to do is also not just do CART, but other things that include walking and moving through the town.
That's not what they said.
I wanna be
It is
consistent.
what they said.
So I want to be consistent because we're in the voting mode. I think we should make the change at deliberative.
Yep.
And I won't be chastised from the council,
Will
from
not.
any counselors like I
No.
was last year.
We will not.
Okay.
All right, I will accept the motion to move Article 22 to the warrant.
So moved.
A motion from Ted.
second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 22, establish municipal and transportation improvement fund under RSA 261:153, 6, and capital reserve under RSA 35:1.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did I just vote no on 21? I'm getting lost here.
Okay.
I sure hope.
You voted no to move it to the warrant.
Oh, then I didn't. Okay.
Okay.
I'm getting. Okay.
So do you want to change your vote?
No, it's fine. It can stay that way. Or,
But the reason
yeah,
I did is
I'll, no,
'cause-
I'll change it to yeah.
because
to
we
move
all
to the warrant.
agreed as a
Yeah.
council we were going to have them put on the warrant. So that's
Yeah.
why I want to make sure we can.
Yeah, we'll make that yes.
Okay,
Sorry,
so-
I'm getting.
So just for the record, it is 5-0 to move it to the warrant
Yeah.
on 22. I have a motion from Ted and a second from Dan to be in favor of this warrant article. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chairs opposed.
So just on this one, because there's no appropriation, I'm not sure you can actually do that, but we'll get legal counsel to review on that, because that's only for appropriations, and there's no appropriation here.
Okay.
So just. but
You just
voted
had you had it down there that we had
Yeah,
to
yeah,
vote on
yeah.
it, so that's why
And
I.
if you can, we'll include it, but if we can't, then
Okay.
just be aware it might be removed.
I'll accept the motion to move Article number 23 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ted. Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to be in favor of the warrant article number 23.
Motion to recommend Article number 23, reallocation of remaining funds appropriated for the High Range Road Water Supply Project.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
That'll be the same on this because there's no appropriation on this. Originally, there was a number in there, but
Okay.
there wasn't any, so we'll have to get legal counsel.
So then, do you want us to vote on 24 then? Or you-
I think you can, because if you
Okay.
do, you've sent a message to folks, and if
Okay.
we can include it in there, we will, but if we can't, then we'll have to remove it,
Okay.
just so you're aware.
So I'll accept the motion to move Article 24 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted. Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 24, establish and fund Water System Capital Reserve Fund under RSA 35:1.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 25 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article number 25, fund Water Special Assessment District, to see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 to be placed in this Water Special Assessment District, and further authorize the use of $400,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Now on 26, it's already going to the warrant, no
Correct.
matter what. But we need to vote on whether or not we would.
Recommend.
Okay, recommend it or not. Okay. So I'll accept a motion to be in favor of this.
No, we need to, oh, you're right. Yeah, because we have to do that because it's already moving to the ballot.
Right, that's what, yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll accept the motion to vote in favor of this citizen's petition.
Motion to recommend Article number 26, Citizens Petition, Establish Capital Reserve Fund, Reverend Morrison Meeting House, Lions Hall, to see if the town will vote and establish a Reverend Morrison Meeting House, Lions Hall Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of reopening and/or maintaining the building and surrounding facilities as a community public event multi-use center, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $950,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $475,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance towards the appropriation, and further to designate the town council as agents to expend. Majority vote is required.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And I abstain.
We're moving.
To a citizen's petition.
Yeah.
I thought they
It's-
had to go.
It's right there. No.
No, we're
It is-
just.
it
ta-
is.
we're
It's
just
going
talking
forward.
what
We're
We're voting on the
talking-
It's
nu-
going. It's going to the ballot no matter what.
to the ballot.
We're talking if we
Saying whether or
recommend.
not
I
we
got
oppose it.
confused then. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
Okay, so hold on.
Vote is whether you support
So,
this or you don't.
all right, so we'll start over. I have a motion from Ted in support, a second from Deb in support, of the warrant article. All those in favor of the citizens petition say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And I abstain.
What was your vote?
I'm debating. Hold on
Well,
one
you've
second.
seconded the motion for it to be recommended, so I would think that you would have to vote yes then.
No, I think that's voting, so we
You can
take
second
this vote.
something. You can second something to get to the
Okay,
vote,
fine.
but,
I'll just say no.
okay. Chair
I'm
votes
going
no.
to abstain because of
So just can you give us the tally again? So we have one yes, one abstention, and then
2 no's.
You voted
did you
no.
vote for?
I didn't know.
No, 3 no's then.
3 no's.
3 no's, 1 abstention, and 1 yes. Okay.
And then the other 2 we don't vote on, but I'd like to make a statement on the
Sure.
citizen
So the,
petition.
on Article 27 and 28 is automatically moving to the ballot, and we do not vote. But you wanted to make a statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, last week, it was said by Representative Perez, unfortunately, it has become necessary to give the facts as soon as possible so that social media and the rumor mill does not distort them. So I would like to present you with the facts of why I voted against HB 675, a spending cap on school budgets at the State House on Thursday, January 8th, 2026. I am not the only one of your reps that voted against this bill, which was grossly misleading and was not appropriate for Londonderry. I watched in preparation for this meeting Paul's speech before the school budget, and he presented the same warrant article there, and he had brought up that HB 675 had overwhelmingly been defeated in the House, and this is the school budget cap bill for those of you who don't know the bill number. But so I was curious, and I looked up because it was 9 people for, 346 against. And so I can read the 9 people for the school budget cap. Dan McGuire, Joseph Barton, Christine Perez, Lily Walsh, Lori Ball, Louis Andros, Mark Prohl, Steve Smith, and Susan Van Castel. So I do want to correct information as soon as possible. And Christine Perez voted for a budget cap. None of your other reps did. Thank you.
All right.
On to new business?
My name was brought up, I'm allowed to
It's
speak?
not public
Hold on.
comment.
It's not public comment yet. You can
Well,
speak
wait a
during
minute.
public comment.
You brought my name up, I'm allowed to
You
comment.
can speak during public comment, Christine. Please. You absolutely can speak in just a couple seconds. All right. Up next, we receive public.
Ron?
Yeah.
We're going to need to go back to Justin for those numbers on.
Oh, yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
the warrant
Sorry,
article
Justin.
number.
That's right. We have to go back to that warrant article. Sorry. Thank you for bringing that up. Do you want us to, Justin, do you want us to come back to you? Do you want us to move on to the, okay, all right. We'll come back
we're
to.
still technically taking vote on,
The number 6, right?
right, although I guess technically we're still in public hearing session, so I guess we can come back, but we're not closing the public hearing on this. We're not a public hearing. Because we still need to go, still have this public hearing.
All right, so we're gonna come back to it, so Justin can get us the final number. Next up, we're gonna review and discuss the proposed ambulance billing rate adjustment.
Chairman Dunn,
Yeah.
can the members of the budget committee?
Yes,
since we're
sorry,
finished
yes.
with budget business,
Sorry, yes.
wish to be dismissed?
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You guys can go home.
Thank you, sir.
For
Being-
what are you thanking me for? I mean, thank you.
For your patience.
No problem.
That wasn't what we the technology
I'll give it 1 minute, Ron.
Yeah.
It was? I don't think it was. I can, if it was, but I can fix it a budget, not budget, deliberately. I gotta ask them. Because I am for that open gov. I got confused. It was very confusing.
What's that, this? Yeah, it is.
Go ahead, Phil.
So I agree with you, Deb. This is very confusing. Essentially,
Quiet, please. Thank you.
essentially, in order for us to collect, we have to meet this state law, and we have to get in contract with the health insurance companies listed there. I could tell you that I have the town manager has signed, and we have submitted 5 of the 6 that have reached out to us. So the process was we submitted an initial application to the state. They submit it to these health insurance agencies. They send us the application. It's the exact same for all of them. We sign it, send it to them. They sign it. Once it's signed, then we can start collecting at the 325% rate of Medicare. The 5 of the 6 that we have sent contracts to have told me that since we sent it in the first month, they will back bill everything for the first month. So we're not going to lose money in this month. We'll be able to bill, and Coastal, our billing company, also is holding those bills to submit until the applications are in. I guess that's the main piece of this. We're really just trying to follow the state law because that's what we have to do. It is going to increase what we bring in for revenue based off of this number, based off of what we were charging. And in 2 years, when this program is up and they have the data, I'm sure that they're going to adjust appropriately. So we're currently in the process, like I said, of applying or sending out the applications. 5 of the 6 have been sent out. They all said that they would honor, if they were received in the month of January, the 5 that we've sent to, said that they would honor billing back to January 1st, so we wouldn't lose out on those.
Excellent.
So,
That's good.
any other questions?
Any questions from the council?
God bless.
Which one's the 6th one?
God bless.
Centen Celtic? It's the one that I've not really heard of.
Okay, then.
Always comes in twos.
All right. I will accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone in the public wish to discuss ambulance billing? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
It's riveting, really.
So moved.
Motion from Sean.
I know it's something that my two friends over here spend a lot of time.
Phil, how much of an increase of a percentage-wise this is going up?
We have to. Is that the close public hearing?
I thought we did that.
We didn't vote though.
Okay, go ahead. Do it.
So, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes the affirmative.
Again, Phil, how much of an increase is
So
this?
it's 3.25 times Medicare's rate. So 325% of Medicare is basically how they look at it. That's how it's billed out now. So if you
Maybe
look at those
getting a drastic
changes,
increase?
what we bill, what Medicare bills, and then what it will be now.
Wow.
And Phil, we still have the thing if like somebody's really in a bad situation.
Yes.
We
Yep. Yes,
take
we
care
do.
of them.
Yep, we
All
do.
right. Thank you.
So we're looking at the right-hand column.
Yes. So if you're looking at the right-hand column, that is what this will what we'll be billing at now.
That's huge.
It is. It's a large
drastic.
increase. Yep.
So have you guys done any preliminary upon what we might be making compared to now? Like,
So we haven't seen it yet because, as Phil said, Coastal, our billing company, should have started January 1st.
right, I guess
we
for the
wouldn't
same amount of
see-
time and services that we're expending out for, how much would this be of an increase over the whole year?
I can get back to you on that.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing to consider is we're billing it at a higher rate, and the insurance companies will pay that rate. But the people who are paying out of pocket, now that it's slightly more expensive, we may not actually collect on those.
Yeah.
So again, the amount of times that the insurance companies are paying is we're getting the money, but there are some that we're not. So when we increase that, that's what's going to be the next 6 months. That's what we're going to probably be paying attention to more is, yeah, we're saying it's revenue, but how much are we actually collecting?
How many people are not really paying now?
Well, we did have quite a big write-off last year.
Well, then maybe this will offset that.
Any other questions?
So I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves ordinance 2026-08, amending Title 4, Chapter 25, Ambulance Fee Schedule, as attached hereto, establishing a charge of 3.25 times the Medicare rate that is current as of the date of service for transport by the Londonderry Fire Department Ground Emergency Medical Services.
So motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
You guys ready to vote, or we want to continue on?
Nope, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
So going back to Article 6.
Fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $56,592,573. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $56,078,411, which is the amount of the appropriations contained in the operating budget authorized in the previous year operating budget. In the operating budget authorized for the previous fiscal year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law or by governing body, may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013X and XVI to take up the issue of revised operating budget only.
Motion
If passed, this article will require the town to raise $28,070,432 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $3.72.8 in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values.
Motion to move Article 6 to the ballot.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion to recommend Article 6, fiscal year 2027 town operating budget as newly proposed by Finance Director Justin Campo.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right.
Did you see?
What did Dan say?
Yeah, I do with Sean.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
well.
then it's 4 yes, 1 abstain.
All right. Thank you, Justin, for doing that. It's late hour. All right. Up next, we have a public hearing to discuss zoning ordinance. And Kelly isn't here. Okay. Mr. Mulholland.
This involves one piece of property, map number 16, lot number 9. I believe the property owner is here or represent. Perfect. Anyway, so just to go through, you can come up as I'm going through this real quick. So presently we have a property that's split zoned. Part of it's agricultural residential and the other part is industrial. This would make it just agricultural and residential only, the whole lot. And he'll talk about the reasons why he wants to do that. And this is recommended by the planning board. It's gone through their process on November 5th, 2025.
Good evening. My name's Robert Deegan with S&H Land Services, and I'm the surveyor for the applicant. I sent Kelly a plan this afternoon. Did that by any chance make it into the...
She left out ill today, so...
Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, I did bring hard copies, and maybe I could pass these out a little bit, because... Yes, that looks like the one. Yep.
Yeah,
So she did stick it
It'll be easy if you give it to them because they won't have had a chance to look at that yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first thing I need to do is make a correction. We're not asking to rezone all of map 16 lot 9. The planning board has approved the subdivision of map 16 lot 9, creating 8 new residential lots along Wilson Road. They're shown on the plan there, numbers 9-10 through 9-17. And we're looking to adjust the existing line between AR1 and Industrial 1, which is that red dashed line shown on the plan, so that the new house lots are wholly within the AR1 zone, which would be the blue line shown on the plan. And so that's what was proposed to the planning board, and a similar thing was done, I believe, in 2016, when other lots were cut out of Lot 9 back then, where the zone line got bumped back to the back of those new lots. So that is what we are asking for.
Seems like it was an oddly created curved line at one point in time.
The existing line is an offset of the center line of Wilson Road. I believe it's like 275 feet from the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, already part of it is the AR1 already, so we're just recorrecting some of the lines.
Right, we're just moving the line back so that the new house lots won't be half industrial, half residential. They'd just be residential. And the remaining land in Lot 9 is like almost 200 acres. That remaining lot would just stay industrial for the time being.
Do you know what the acreage would be if we did not approve this per lot? Because I see a lot of them are about 2.7
What
to
the
2.5.
acreage of, like, how much of each lot would be each zone?
Yeah, how much of each lot would actually be residential if we did not make this change? Because
I do not know the exact acreage. It would be everything on the road side of that red dashed line shown on those plans. So it would be roughly, depending on the lot, roughly half the lot would
yeah,
be
depending upon the lot, about half, yep.
approximately,
Yep.
you know, by eyeball.
Good, Ted?
I'm good. Do we have this item?
Any other questions from the council? I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Ted. So I get it.
Second.
From Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this zoning change? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from
Second.
Ted. Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Bring it back to the council. What do we want to do?
So I move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt ordinance 2026-02, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to the rezoning 23 Wilson Road, map 16, lot 009 from AR1 and industrial 1 to AR1.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mulholland, I believe that you and Sean have come to a consensus that you need a little more time, and we're going to put this on the next one on February 2nd. You guys are working together. I hear it's going well, and you guys will a little more time. So I
Yeah,
will, I
quite a
will
bit.
honor that.
Quite a bit of progress was made.
Yeah.
There's still some things to be worked out, I would suggest, and
Yeah, I'm fully in agreement. I'm glad you guys are working together. So, all right.
It is a good night to move it.
Motion to close the public hearings.
Yes.
Morning.
Hold on. I think we closed it already. didn't we?
Well, we have to close all public hearings. We were still
We
in
do-
public hearing, right?
Don't have to, right?
so you're going to want to continue the public hearing because we already advertised it. That way we don't have to advertise
Right,
it
okay.
again. So
Perfect.
that's one. I think there's some other action you wanted to
Yeah,
take.
yeah, yeah.
Council a favor?
Not yet, right?
The restriction.
To continue that on to next week. So
Oh.
the changes we put in place, we're just going to continue that on
Yeah.
next week. So just
Yeah.
what changes?
So, under the changes that we made 2 weeks ago, we just want to, they both want to just continue them till February 2nd.
Oh, about the procurement
policy? Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
You do if you want to continue.
Yeah,
the
okay.
provisions
So I make a
that ended.
motion to do that.
So I have a
Second.
motion from Sean to continue and a
Second.
second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right,
So
moving on.
so you just continued the public hearing.
Yep.
I think, because we talked about this, you wanted to continue the provisions that the rules that you set in for that 2-week period will extend to the 2nd
Okay.
of February, correct?
Okay.
Yep.
Do we need a second vote then?
You do, because
Okay.
that's a separate.
So I'll accept the motion to continue the
The
same
purchasing
restriction.
requirements, the purchasing
The
requirements.
purchasing requirements that
established
we
at the last meeting.
put in place 2 weeks ago.
So moved.
Motion from
Second.
Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right, up next we have new business. We're receiving a quarterly update from Justin. Or from...
Yeah.
He's like,
How is everybody?
it's 12:30.
Alrighty, so in front of you, you have a quarterly update for how we are currently doing about halfway through the year. As you can see, we're about 47.33 expended through about 50% of the year. Sorry, I'm just going through real quick. So one of the items, as I mentioned previously, that you want to keep in mind is while some of these may look higher than normal, it's based on essentially when payments are made. So for example, you look at debt service and we're at 33.77. We have a debt service payment that processed a couple weeks ago, so that'll bump up significantly. But in total, we're in good shape. So the next one, if you look, this is again where gross budgeting kind of comes into play, where you're seeing that on the expenditures being over based on the state sorry, based on the water program, the water project. Next one is revenues. And again, if you look, we are currently above schedule for where we should be here, especially when you take into consideration that we know that we're going to be getting several of the payments towards the end of the year. Oh, we're on capital outlay and transfer. Hold on. Yeah, that's the one that I just went over, where if you look, that giant over expenditure is because of the water project, and the revenue that we've received from them offsets that giant expenditure, the 1.8 million. If you want to move down. So here are the revenues. As I mentioned, we're currently 55.87%. However, if you look in the my wording here, it's closer to 59 because we know, like I said, the pilot agreement that we get from the airport, we get May, June. We know that's coming. There's several one-time payments that we receive towards the end of the year. So if you take those out, that's where we are for the ones that are continuous throughout the year. And then this is a result of the next one is the other funds that we have, such as the sewer enterprise, police outside detail, the airport detail, and the recreation revolving, the revenues we've received, and the expenditures we've spent so far this year.
So on this revenue,
Yep.
that rooms and meals tax, that's 2,600,000. That's, or sorry, that was our estimated. So 2,700,000, 43,841. That was just for the quarter.
No, that's one of the one-time payments that
Okay.
sends it the other way.
Gotcha.
So we received that once in December.
Okay, thank you.
I guess on that same item, Justin, you had 2.6 there, but then budget appropriated and revenue recognized.
So what we do with this, because we get that number from the state come tax rate setting time. So if you were to look at your fiscal year 27 budget, you'll see that the number in there is 2.7 million.
Okay.
Because I go with what we got last year unless I'm hearing negative things from the state of knocking it down. And the only time that that's happened since I've been here was COVID, and we actually got a higher amount during that time. So it worked out to the benefit.
Unfortunately, we got 42 cents less, huh?
Well, the state doesn't do decimals. Or, sorry, our budgeting doesn't do decimals. So when I put that into DRA, it's the dollar amount, not pennies. However, they send us pennies. Although pennies don't exist anymore, so they send us nickels.
The police department revenue line. It's only collected 1.61%.
Yes, this is for, the pistols and some of the other grants we received that we have not fully received reimbursement for yet.
Okay.
And in some of those cases, we have also not expended for that aspect as well. So if we don't expend it, we won't receive it, so it'll be a net wash.
Okay.
Any other questions for Justin?
Oh, the other one I have on there that I wanted to mention is interest on investments. If you look, we are below 50%. When I had established this and sent it to you guys, our focus had been on the budget. So we had not reconciled December's investments yet. That number has since changed.
To a better number?
Yes. Yes, we didn't lose money on that.
In December, we earned $34,873.55 in interest.
So it should be 835. Sorry, not 835. It should be
We're at 847.
847
For the year.
for the year. So not the 748.
Right, and that's also missing, yeah, that's missing two of our larger accounts as well.
Oh, okay.
That's the last account I reconcile, so that one will be coming this week.
Okay.
larger
So we are not under by 801, 170. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you both. Appreciate that. Up next, I will accept a motion for the approval of the consent items.
So moved.
Motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Consent items. Any liaison reports tonight?
Went to the school board public hearing last Thursday. It was a very rousing room of maybe 4 voting members, and I think there were 4 or 5 high school students who spoke in favor of putting back money in for a library position at the high school. And, they spoke very, very well. I think many people would be quite impressed that we have students as well as they to be able to speak on an issue as well as they did.
Excellent. Any other liaison reports?
I don't have a liaison report, but tomorrow from 6 to 8 here, we have the ethics meeting, and the public is welcome, and I strongly suggest that you come and have your voices heard. And then on the 28th, we have the town hall water from, is it 6:30? I think it's 6:30 to 8.
Yep.
At the high school cafeteria. So if you're concerned about water, you want to learn more about water, you should attend this meeting. And I do hope that, Kirsten, you're getting a bunch of people responding to your open positions. And if you haven't, there are still many open positions and open positions for elections. No? Nobody's responding?
Slow start.
Mr. Chair.
Well, fingers crossed. They got
Uh,
nothing to do in the snow, maybe.
I just have a report also. We had our first meeting for the Olds Home Day Committee this past Friday. First initial meeting went well from staff and from the 2 other members on the board. So things are moving along.
Good.
And hopefully more people will apply.
So as liaison to budget committee, they did a wonderful job just researching, going down, the task we outlined with them. I think this is a great example of what the budget committee can do as an advisory board, and I'm grateful for that. On top of that, we have a meeting for the DPW building next week. That's on Wednesday.
Excellent. Anything, Dan?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to go home.
Town manager report.
We're going to talk about salt, so we'll have the old salt come up here and talk about salt. As we already did some foreshadowing on this. We have an issue with salt. We don't have enough, and we need to be able to order that. Under the present restrictions, we need to get authorization from the council to do that. Councilor Faber and I already talked about that and work around that, so that doesn't happen in the future. So I'll let Dave talk about that and what we're going to need for that in the situation that we are presently in.
Dave, are you trying to cross the Atlantic with how much salt you're salting our meat?
Well, we're certainly using it. What I'd like to do is order, I'd like to cut another PO for $100,000. The one that we had is exhausted. I need to order at least 1,000 tons. It is $79.79 a ton. We're going to utilize the state bid pricing for this purchase. Because the vendor that is a little less actually kind of goes to the back of the line, their allocation anyway. There's a little bit of a salt shortage in the state. You may not have heard about that, but I confirmed today that there is a boat sitting in the shipyard and they are starting to unload it right now and fulfill those orders. So in order to do that, I need to cut another PO. The other little issue that we had too with, speaking of POs, is also to pay the plow contractors. Earlier, I said we were underwater by about 40,000, and so usually what we do there is when we have what we have budgeted, we'll split it between what we think we're going to have to pay one or the other of our 2 contractors. That $50,000 has run out, so we'd like to renew those POs as well, so that when they give me the bills, we can pay them. I'll be here on the 2nd as well for another EMTF to pay for the parking lots for the buildings as well. Sorry, I've been up for 24 hours now, so.
You're forgiven, sir.
Any questions about salt or anything more
questions
about
for Dave?
plowing?
No.
Do you need a vote, sir, from us?
We do.
Okay. I'll
Can
accept the
we-
motion to.
Wait, can we adjust the salt? He has 190,000 remaining. Can we adjust his request to 190,000? That way we
Yep. Yeah,
are able
absolutely.
to order it.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you want to do it that way, that's fine too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll accept the motion for.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
I heard Dan. So I heard a motion from Dan and a second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
What would you like to do about the contracted plowing?
Do you guys want to vote to authorize that as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Yeah. What do you need?
Got to
Dave?
do business, so.
Well, the budget is 50,000 as of right now.
You're over already, I believe.
Well, I calculated even the bills for what today's storm was as well. So once I receive all the bills in, up to and including today's or the overnight snowstorm, we're at 90,360. So
Can you authorize us to continue forward with these so that way our contractors don't have to wait?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make that motion.
All right. A motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Dave, thank you for all your hard work and
thank you very
Dave,
much.
your roads are beautiful.
Yeah.
The old salt's going
Excellent.
to talk about gas.
Yeah.
Well, come on, that's a little personal, but
'Cause you had questions, right, Deb?
Tree
about
warden,
gas?
tree warden, energy czar.
Emailed them already.
Okay, so did you get your
I sent in those, well, not really questions, but my
Did you get your
statements
answers
on it.
though?
Well, I guess. I still say there's red flags when somebody's pushing you to do something very quickly like that, and there are other options, and I didn't like the 4-year deal, and I didn't see anything that said if the prices go down, they'll adjust it down for us. I only heard you're paying this, it won't go up, but it won't go down. So if gas prices do go down, you're not going to get readjusted, so,
It's similar to when you pre-buy your oil at your house.
but you don't lock in for 4 years.
Yeah, well, if you lock in and the price goes down, they don't make the adjustment. So,
And-
Yeah, I get that, Deb. I had a little bit of a conversation with Brian, thank you, our energy consultant, if you will, and he can talk for days about it, probably like I can talk about salt. But you know, he's been doing this a long time, and I was actually a little shocked about the 4-year deal because I was thinking that a 2 or 3 year, but because of the rate that he's trying to hone in on, in it being the 2010 rate, there's a lot of volatility in the market going on right now because of the Venezuela thing, believe it or not, and Greenland. It's crazy, but when
I
things like
understand.
that shake up, then those
understand.
markets go haywire.
And
it's
the
very hard to
markets
predict.
have a natural
it's like me
up and
trying to tell you
down.
how much snow we're going to have at the end of the season.
I understand.
I can tell you my experience, and he can do the same. But and it's only seems rushed because our contract. We were watching this all the way to the end of the contract in December, and the rates were extremely high. And he said you're actually better off to let it expire. And then there was a steady decline on the rates fast, and so it's like the stock market. You got to know when to buy. And so I know it's rushed, and what he was trying to do on last week was get it in so that it would take effect for the February billing. We've missed that deadline now, so we're talking about it so that we could be in place for the March billing.
So Dave, what is our rate right now compared to what he was trying to lock us in at?
Well, right now it's basically what the market is yielding is what we're paying. So it could be the one thing today, and the next it's whatever the rates are doing.
So what are we potentially losing out on by not signing up for the February rate?
Well, whatever the market may bear, it could increase. He's saying that he's thinking that he couldn't come right out and guarantee us that rate that we had locked in or was trying to lock in last week.
Mhm.
That's the very question I was asking. Was like, where are we this week versus last week?
Yeah.
And it's still there, but your guess is as good as mine. Is again, I'm a little outside my comfort zone on talking about energy markets. It's kind of outside the wheelhouse of a public works director, but
Well, it's not.
it's
but-
part, it came over a little bit.
But a salesperson tends to, whoever, I don't care, whoever the salesperson is, who gets, you got to do this right now, you should have red flags in
well-
your head. And I know you know the guy. Is he a broker?
Yeah. It's
So he
essentially-
shops around.
Yes.
So he makes his money on shopping
Yeah,
around.
yes, yeah.
What I don't understand is why you would lock in for 4 years. That really should send messages to you.
We've had 4-year contracts before.
That's
Just not that it's not something we haven't done before.
Well, it's not a
And
smart
I'm just
thing to
taking the
do.
advice of the
It's
professional.
not a smart thing to do. But
Well, it's, I guess, a matter of
opinions.
of
I
opinion,
know.
and he's a professional, and this is what his recommendation is to us.
Uh-huh.
Again, I'm not a expert on energy markets. We have
Do
to
you
rely
ever
on
look
what
into our town heating?
What's that?
Our town, the buying through the state at the 20% discount? You pay $45 and you're guaranteed like a 20% or something like that discount on oil and heat. It's a company out of Hooksett. I brought it to the
Well-
town before, like 4 times.
Well, this is natural gas, though. This isn't oil. Okay, so
And they worked through Palmer and they worked through Easton and I think Irving. So when you get your oil for your, anybody can do it. I can do it because I do it. I buy and you get the surplus prices.
Right.
And so you get always an extremely low price on top of the low price.
But this is natural gas, though. This isn't oil. This
I
isn't diesel
understand.
fuel.
I know the
Okay.
difference between
Okay.
oil and gas.
All right. Well, you just keep saying heating fuel, so I want to make
I
sure
was
we're
just
okay.
sorry.
No, that's
Used
okay.
Wrong terminology. You do what you want.
Well,
That's
it's
what I
not up
say.
to me.
No, they're all for it. I'm
I'm
insecure with 4 years. If it should go down,
Mm-hmm.
why he wouldn't cost adjust?
It's gonna go down.
And if it goes up, you're protected because he said that. But if it drops, just say it drops, I don't know, 50, 60, $1. Who knows, right? If it drops, you're overpaying and we're on a budget and
Yeah,
the 4 years bothers me.
I get it. It's like the stock market. You've got to
I
time
know,
these
that's
things.
why I'm still.
It's a gamble you take.
It's the things you got to. You're trying to streamline it out, and
That's fine.
you know, the heating energy. The trend is up. He thinks this is the best time to buy. So
Dan, did you have any questions on this?
My only issue with this whole thing is that I feel we lost out on an opportunity because we've kind of tied their hands and said, all right, you guys got to come forward to us. Fine, we met the following week, but if this was a 2-week period where, we're not here, I think we need to revisit what we did. I don't think it's a bad thing to lock in for 4 years. I mean, I've locked in for fuel in the past, and sometimes I made out, sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I'm like, oh my goodness, the price dropped, and I shouldn't have. But and other times when the prices do spike, and it allows you to budget better too.
So we just need a vote or a consensus from the council.
I need a vote under the present rules.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Real quick, please. If I believe I was reading the emails from you and our energy consultant before correctly, we haven't seen this low of a rate right now since 2010.
So our rate that just expired
Yeah.
was lower than what we're going to sign now.
Okay.
This rate that we have now does go back to where we were paying in 2010. Again, the market going
Okay.
up and down. So that's a good thing in my mind. And when we're paying a rate that's similar to what we were paying in 2010.
Yeah.
Right.
But the rate that we just expired was better than this by, I believe, about 20 cents, something like that.
20 cents is not a big deal in my
so.
mind, but
So I heard.
It adds up.
I had a motion from Dan.
But so it shows that the
Okay.
trend is going up, but again, we're no worse off than we were in 2010.
No, I think this is one of those things that came up, and it just came up that, we have this today, we have the opportunity. Do we have any questions? You guys had questions. I think that's actually a good thing that this came, so Deb could get her questions answered, and so you can get your questions answered. I do think, though, there are things, and this is part of why we're taking the time to get it right. Me and the town manager are working on making sure that we get this put in the correct way so that we differentiate between the things that people might have questions about and things that might get away like salt, where it's not. So I think we're working and ironing those things out. It's another week, not the world's biggest deal, but I'm glad you guys got your questions answered.
I have a motion on the floor from Dan.
Second.
A second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you again, Dave, for all your
All right.
work on everything.
Hey, Dave,
Yeah, no
tell
problem.
the guys thank you for being up all weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I got
Anything-
one more as well.
Yeah.
So we have a police vehicle that was totaled. We received the check from Primex. Normally they will send it directly to them, but they send it to us, which means we now have to cut the check to Ford of Londonderry.
Okay.
So I just need approval to.
Okay.
I'll make that motion that we approve that.
Motion from Dan, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just put the dollar amount in there. Do you have it?
Are we replacing that vehicle?
It is $49,330.
As you stated. I make that motion.
All right. I have a motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Anything else, Justin?
Anything else on the town manager
Yes.
report? Okay.
So one additional item, and we talked about the legal line and how it's going to go over. So I had an email with the Library Board of Trustees, and they have to conduct an investigation that needs to occur. And it's unclear who's going to pay for that. It's not going to be covered by insurance. It needs to be done. There's no question about that. So I was working with the library chair to figure out how we're going to do that. So if that's going to come on the town side of the budget, we're going to have to make budget reductions elsewhere to do that. So I'm giving you the heads up in accordance with the new policy that, at least the draft of it, it requires that. So that's why I'm bringing that up now. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with that.
So
We
I
don't
think-
have the cost yet either,
Yeah.
so.
So I think what we've outlined to them before on their legal boundaries, and this is my suggestion, we
Yeah,
can discuss it as
please.
a council, but I think that we have the town manager send them a formal memo to let them know what is in and outside of the bounds of what we have accepted, because I don't believe there's certain levels of, if this investigation would get way out of hand, that we have approved as a council for them to use legal services, because they are using the town legal services. So just to reiterate, we're in the same position we were before, just to make sure that they clearly understand, so we don't get into a situation where money's spent and we hadn't approved money being spent. So just, I want to make our position clear to them.
You guys have any questions on that?
I just have a whole issue with this because I think that the legal line should be in their budget, not our budget, that they control it. Because, I mean, if they're going to do investigations, if they're going to go union and they're going to be negotiating those contracts and everything else, it's going to be costing us a lot of money on this side. So I think that's something that we need to think about.
The only problem with that is what number would you put in there?
Whatever, I think whatever number they want to put in
They
there.
don't know that. They don't have that information yet. In fairness to them, and I don't, let us finish first here.
Ken in public comment.
Go ahead.
So I would be cautious about that so that we have all our legal expenses in one line. And my fear is, we don't want a situation where they decide, you know, we're not going to investigate this because you absolutely need to, because the costs are significantly higher otherwise. So whatever dollar amount you put in there, either in some years there may be nothing. That means they have that additional money to spend if they choose to. And those years where it's going to go over it, they're going to be gutting the library budget for other things to be able to do that, because that can fluctuate very significantly. And they have no idea, I suspect, what those costs are going to be right now. So I'm a little concerned about doing that. So you just need to keep that in mind if that's the road you choose to go down.
So can we put a dollar amount and say, this is how much we have in our legal for the library, and work within those parameters?
There's a range of things that you can do. What I would prefer to do is to work with them.
Yep.
Find the most cost-effective ways to do these, address these issues, because they need to address these issues, and then see where we're at. Right now, we don't have an MOU with them. They have not approved that. We have. They haven't. And that's to provide legal guidance to them.
Yep.
It doesn't talk about conducting investigations, doesn't talk about contract negotiations, none of those pieces. That's not in the MOA that we agreed to. And they have not agreed to it, my understanding is, at all yet. They're still working on that. So those issues need to be worked out in that particular format.
I just want to make it clear that, you know, that they're not thinking that they have an endless endless supply of legal expenses there they can, throw at the town. So that's why I was thinking either put it there or can we put a cap and say, this is how much you have, live with that, work with it.
15,000 is a good number.
Deb, you want
Just really quick, Mr. Mulholland, do we have I don't know, like a track of how much they've spent this year so far? Like how much legal costs they've incurred for this year, for
the bills that have-
2025, not 26, but.
For the bills that have come in, we do track that. I don't know if Justin can give you that probably in a minute or two here. Can figure
Well, I
it
don't
out.
need it like right this second. I'm just saying
Right.
that that's a good gauge of saying that this is the dollar amount. You spent this amount last year or 2025, because we need some place to start, right? You can't just throw a number at it. And then this way we can track it, and then you can get a better grip as to whether this is the high, the low, and what the average is. And then I agree with Dan, there should be some sort of a, we're only going to spend this, and
Well,
that's what it
again,
should be.
we're going to have to make, because we're already going to be over on legal line.
I
We already know that.
I do know.
And we're going into the next year doing the same thing all over again. So
Yep.
we're going to have to make mid-course corrections where more than just over halfway through the year.
Yep.
So I'm going to have to make budget reductions someplace else, budget cuts, to be able to get through the rest of the year to make sure we balance our budget.
Right.
And so that's why we need to know what those costs are. They know that. They're going to work with us to get us those numbers so we can make all intelligent decisions about what we're going to do next.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
May I speak on this?
Sure, because we let the department head speak. Sure, Liz.
Okay.
Because we did let the department head
Liz
speak, yes.
Thomas, 143 Mammoth Road,
Mhm.
Londonderry, Chair of the board of the Leach Library Board of Trustees. When we had a complaint that was issued through ER by one of our staff members, okay, at the library, and when we brought the lawyer in to discuss this, she said, you absolutely have to have an investigation. And so we talked about how we would go about this. She suggested someone that the town has used in the past, an attorney who's an investigator. He's very reputable. The town has been very happy with his results. When I spoke to him to contract with him, I explained to him we have a staff of like 17 staff, and we have a board of 7. We need to keep this as cost-effective as possible. We couldn't possibly go in and have him interview 20-something people. We're going to have him meet with a group of employees that are involved with the complaint and with the Board of Trustees. We're doing everything we can to keep the price down. Obviously, we could have just ignored the commitment, the complaint and not done anything, and then we would have been sued. So, that wasn't an option as far as I'm concerned. What we have done is during the year, we have money, and we always give money back from the budget. We'll be giving back money this year. In fact, quite a bit of money that's going back is actually going from the payroll because they delayed a job 6 months so that a person who was currently working at the library got their master's, and so they had 6 months of salary of a master's rate salary. So we have money coming back to the town. My question, I know that salary is different than other items in the budget. My question is, and I was hoping, is that rather than turning back a chunk of money, that we could apply some of that money to the legal costs. That way we don't have, I'm trying to find every penny I can, to try to mitigate the problem. And so that's where I'm coming from. I've asked them, I've talked to the gentleman a week ago, and with the holidays and stuff, he said he'd get me a quote as soon as possible. And I told Sean I would contact him again in the morning to see if he's come up with something yet. Again, we have to have an investigator or we're going to get sued, according to our lawyer. And the other thing is we're working with a reputable person who's willing to try to work with us to keep the costs down because he's worked here before and he likes working in Londonderry.
Liz, I think Sean is just asking the council if we allow him to speak with you guys, and I think we agree that we want him to save the cost. So
Yeah.
we all agree you need to investigate. It's just a matter
Okay.
of just talking with Sean and, using some of his knowledge
Yep.
that he has to help you guys.
And I just want to share the background.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank
Thank you
you,
for
yeah.
hearing me.
Justin, you got a number yet?
So far, I've only received 3 invoices from their legal team. And you're looking at 2042. So that makes it 62. Around between 7 and 8,000 so far for the 3 months.
When did the attorney start there?
The first invoice I have is through July 31st.
Okay, so are we missing like 3 months of bills or?
It's possible.
Okay.
We can only pay the bills that we receive.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so if they haven't been sent over, then we wouldn't have
Okay, so-
processed them because we process AP every week.
Okay.
So your 15 might be a little low, Sean.
Yeah, it might be. Well, in one instance.
Yeah. Continue, sir.
Oh, that was it. So I
Okay.
just, I want to make sure you're aware of that because in line of our policy, the draft policy, I should say,
Yeah.
that we're in, it requires that. And I don't want to be caught off guard that I'm going to be going over that. And again, the longer I wait to make cuts, the more difficult they become as the year moves on. It requires some action on that.
So we
So,
authorize him to
sorry,
speak.
it's about 65. One of them was I double counted it.
Okay. So we like him to speak to the trustees and.
Why do we need to give him permission to speak to the?
Yeah, I'm already working with him.
Yeah,
anyways.
he's asking us to work with them money wise.
Yeah, I mean, my
Like give him permission.
like I said, my biggest concern is, just getting carried away with the legal fees. So, I think we've made it clear up here that we don't want legal fees getting out of control, and I think the town manager knows that, and he's got to work with them.
It's critical we get that MOA approved. We've already voted for it, and it's important that we get that done so we all know where we stand.
Yep.
And we can act appropriately.
And how long ago did we approve that?
A while ago.
Several months ago.
Several months ago.
To work with. Dan, can you work with them?
Liz, any idea when that's coming through?
The MOA?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought we had already voted on it, but.
We did, the problem is they added another paragraph in.
Oh,
we didn't vote
okay,
for
and
it.
it changed it, and we had signed one, and then I guess something was added, and we never got back to the addition.
So hopefully next meeting you can get that wrapped up and get that
We
to
have a
him, that'd be
meeting on
great.
Wednesday. We'll work on it, I'll make sure that it's taken care of, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anything further in the town manager report?
I have nothing else, sir.
Okay. Deputy town manager is not here. Do you want to add anything for her, or is she?
Nope, she's
okay.
all set.
Yep, all right. I will open public comment.
It is cold in here.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. First of all, there was a lot of talk about the charter early. I do want to say that, yes, the charter went into effect on July 1996, but it was amended in 1998, 2000, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2011, and 2020. That being said, Sean, you have no idea what you're talking about. You weren't there. There were multiple things. There were multiple amendments. I'm not even going to justify what you did. That going forward, I think what you did as a town council 2 weeks ago and what you're doing now is, what's my word? Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. What you did to this man and now what you're making that man do is disgraceful. So, since you have kicked the can down the road, like you always do, you're going to have to hear what I have to say. I understand there's a concern and some misinformation about raises put into place by our town manager, but we all know that he was acting completely within his realm of responsibility as outlined by the town charter. It is also my understanding that this is done with previous town managers and was never an issue. None of this has anything to do with the purchasing policy. The purchasing policy, what exactly are you trying to do? Finally, after 12 long years of having town managers with little or no experience, we have Mr. Mulholland with 13 years experiencing in managing towns, someone who is attempting to bring the town up to legal code where it hasn't been for some time under previous managers, someone who is attempting to streamline all aspects of town procedures to make the town run more efficiently and effectively. Now, Mr. Mulholland has only been here for 7 months, but he has accomplished much. And now you, Councilor Faber, want to micromanage in a way that would only hinder these improvements. I question your motives and exactly who is pushing your buttons. I have read and examined all 3 of the policies, as well as the original 16-page document prepared by Mr. Mulholland that outlines every aspect of why some of these changes might not be in our best interest. Now, here are some improvement. Now, there are some new improvements in your new town policy, Councilman Faber, but still real problems. I am completely in favor of updating outdated policies, but your plan will not conform to the town's charter designation of the town manager as the principal contracting officer. It does not appear to preserve proper separation of legislation and administrative functions, or implement best practice procedures standards consistent with state and federal requirements, and it does not avoid political influence in purchasing decision, which is a real issue as councils change year to year. This policy that you are attempting to implement will cause delays and inefficiency, excessive administrative burden as seen here tonight, weaken internal controls and reduce accountability, and has a political bias written throughout. Since this appears to be the first policy attempt in your 2 years on the council and a full of contradicting statements, I suggest that this is not your expertise, and I ask why the importance now? This council promised action during budget season, but nothing has happened. We have a current policy from 2013, which is out of date as far as dollar allowances, written for paper transactions, and weak standards. We have a ADM 101 in draft, which aligned with our charter, is full of clear definitions of roles and compliance with state and federal rules, supports efficiency. Your policy does not. Instead, the Faber policy pushes council oversight. It's against our charter, will increase staff workload, has conflicting sections on who approves what, unclear definition, and dramatically limits department heads from doing their jobs effectively. It dramatically limits the town manager's purchasing power from $100,000 to $15,000. Also, Section 11.1 is another attempt to limit the residents' availability to town notices. At a minimum, it should add, unless authorized by the town council at a public
Christine, could
meeting
you
or
please
is
wrap it up?
deemed in the best interests of the taxpayers by the town manager. So what's the hurry? And why now?
Are we gonna
Why
be
push?
consistent?
Could you please
I'm
wrap it up?
almost done.
That
And
you-
why
you're-
push this mess
Like
through?
a minute over. We want
We
to be
had to
consistent.
listen to you. This policy coming forward now and being rushed and pushed appears like so many other things that have happened since the removal of a certain
I know, but-
counselor, a vendetta.
But,
I urge
Christine,
you to
please.
stop the games and do what is right.
Thank you, Christine. Anybody else in public comment?
I do after them.
Thank you for your patience.
I'll be quick. Jan McLaughlin, 38 Rainbow Drive. Just a comment that we tried to speak several times when you were discussing the library budget, and I get that you didn't want to hear from us. But one, the Board of Trustees for the library is legally responsible for the budget for the library, and we're supposed to approve it and provide it to you. We did comply with the $51,000 cut, or this making the suggestion toward the $51,000 cuts, but we understand that we're still a bottom line budget, and so we can move funds around, I assume, when the budget passes. That does not preclude us from, because there's a question as to whether we do or don't have the position in there for the part-time library. So that was the question. Originally, the cuts were suggested until you folks decided whether you wanted them or not, and then suddenly they were just here. So I just want to let you know that, you could have talked to us and we could have straightened it out before you voted for the budget, which you haven't voted for yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment?
Joseph Gagnon, 219 Winding Pond Road. I've got to say I'm a little disappointed. 50 days ago at our December 1st meeting, when we talked about what is now Article 22, at that meeting, we said that we would bring it up and discuss not just the language, but also the dollar amount. The time for the Budget Committee to make those recommendations is before the Town Council moves the article to the ballot. I had made my objections clear, and I had made my reasoning clear for why I had wished for the language to be amended. As part of the reason why, I asked for the members of the Senior Resource Committee to address the council and the Budget Committee and the public during the proper time during the public hearing to explain what their intentions were for the warrant article that they proposed. So I have to say I'm disappointed tomorrow going into the Budget Committee's meeting where we'll be voting on the warrants. Sadly, I have to vote no. As much as I agree with what it is that they are trying to accomplish, unless that restricting language is there, I have to vote no. And then on top of it, now I will have to address the public at the deliberative session, propose the amendments, and I hope this time, unlike last time, that I am not admonished or told that I do not have the right to make amendments to articles or to the budget just because I am a member of the Budget Committee. I'm a lifelong resident of Londonderry. I've lived here all 27 years of my life. I will be making that recommendation at the deliberative, and after our discussions tomorrow, if myself or other members of the Budget Committee see fit that we wish to reduce the operating budget while still voting for the proposed budget because we do not like what is in the default budget, we will do so. And even though we are elected by the residents of this town to our offices to represent them in fiscal matters, that does not preclude us from engaging in those conversations at the deliberative session and for proposing our own amendments to either the budget or to the warrant articles. Other than that, I do want to thank the council for actually listening to the Budget Committee this time around. In prior years, we would make recommendations and nil or few of them would make it into the proposed budget. So besides that beginning part, I am happy that you listened to us, that you brought us into the conversations and allowed us to make almost $400,000 in reductions to the proposed budget. That's all I have.
Thank you, Joseph. Anybody else with public comment?
I do.
Good, Dan.
First of all, I want to address Jan. Jan, I agree. All right, there's times you should have been called on and allowed to speak to represent your library budget. Joe, I agree with you too. All right, there's a lot of things that should have been done differently. And unfortunately, I look at the Budget Committee because I served on the Budget Committee for years. I think it should be a year-round process. It's not just about cuts. I think it's also about making sure that we're staffing adequately, providing the service, that the taxpayers want. So I agree with you that, there are times that things should have been done differently. But this week, people can start signing up, and run for office. So we'll see where things go from here. Thank you.
You wanted to public comment?
Yeah. Just wanted to respond to what was said in Representative Perez's public comment. So on HB 675, where she wasn't going to dignify with a response because I wasn't there. No, I wasn't in Concord, but I was actually watching the live stream with her speech and others on HB 675 because it has an importance to this town. There is no response to it because anybody here can look up, just type in your browser, HB 675 space New Hampshire. You will get the same thing I got, that 9 people voted for it, 346 voted against. You can read the names of those 9 people yourself. That's verifiable. It's not an opinion. As far as the raises, Christine addressed those. I'm sure she supports the 16 to 25% raises. That's good for her. As far as the misguided policy full of political agendas, this policy started off based on the school board because I actually appreciated what the school board purchasing policy had done, how they had given back money to the taxpayers year after year after year. They were highly successful with that policy. So I based it off of them, and I do not believe theirs was in any way, shape, or form political. It was well done, and it was something that I feel was a model policy to follow. So that's where that came from. There was no political bias in it. Why now? Because we had ended up having a contract that didn't come before us, that cost an amount of money below what the current purchasing policy was. So that didn't happen again. We decided we're going to make a change, as is our right as a council within the charter, which has been confirmed by the town manager, and we're working together on coming up with a policy. As far as nothing's been done in this whole budget season, we started this off with $1 million back to the taxpayers with that thought, 600 in unassigned fund balance, 400,000 that was done tonight. I also find it just status quo on the time. All other residents usually obey the 5-minute time limit, but to go atrociously over, you're not better than the rest of the residents in this town. And then to Joseph, thank you again. The budget committee was phenomenal this year. I'm impressed with all the work you did. This is definitely, like, you were invaluable to our effort. I will apologize, though. There was one thing that you had brought up during the week, and it is an extremely long night, and we had forgotten to bring it up tonight. And that was you had asked for a warrant article on the OpenGov. I don't know if we could do anything at a deliberative to amend anything to get that, but we missed that tonight. And that's one of those things. And I don't know if you'd allow him to speak something to that.
Sure. It's the public. Well, I have a close public
We
comment.
completely, that slipped.
Actually, I timed myself, so I know I still have 2 minutes left. So Joseph Gagnon, 219 Whiting Pond Road. So it wasn't the OpenGov warrant article that I was referencing. It was what's now Article 22, the $5 fee on the car registrations.
Oh, okay. The language.
Yeah, so the language on that and potentially the dollar amount. Those were discussed during the December 1st meeting, where I brought the OpenGov one. I had brought on behalf of Ryan Cronin, where I didn't hear anything else since our meeting. I didn't speak further on it on his behalf, where he didn't give me any direction to do so.
Gotcha.
He was absent tonight, so I didn't. So that's why I didn't bring that.
Yeah, I saw that request come across. We talked about bringing that up tonight and just discussing it because you guys had brought forth the request, and when you made your public comment, I realized that we had not.
Okay.
And so that's a failure on our part, and I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Joseph,
thank you.
don't sit down. It really disturbed me to hear that you tried to amend something at the deliberative and you were told you couldn't because you were on the budget committee?
So not by I wasn't prohibited to do so by the moderator or by members of the council, but members of the public, including a member who now sits on this board, did say that because I sit on the budget committee, I did not have the right to. I should not have, and
I just
did
want to
not have the right
apologize to you because that should have never happened. I mean, if I was aware that I would have spoke up for you. That should have never happened. I'm really sorry that happened.
You're saying somebody who sits on this board?
Yes. Yourself, Councilor Bouchard.
I did?
Yes.
I don't remember that one. But.
So I'll second that. If that ever happens again, please let us know.
Yeah. Well, I know Councilor Faber immediately jumped in.
Yeah.
And, not that, I've got thick enough skin. You can't survive in the politics just here in this town with thin skin. So it didn't hurt me, but it just, I know in the future for other members of the budget committee that may wish to speak up, or if they felt that they would want to, maybe they, wouldn't do so in the future.
Well, I can tell you that I will allow you to speak at deliberative.
Yes.
And make your amendment, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment?
Aaron, it's been
Please,
waiting
you've
a long time.
Waited a long time, so.
First, I just want to say thank you to this Londonderry community. I've had a lot of people come up to me at the library, email me, send me cards, thanking me for the time that I was here. So I want to thank the community for that. Your support is very much appreciated. The second thing I just wanted to say is, even though I'm leaving, Londonderry has an incredible, I've worked in libraries for over 30 years. I've worked in many libraries from New York, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. And Londonderry has a beautiful, beautiful library. And I encourage the community to support it, not only by going there and getting a library card and using the services, because they're fantastic, but support it financially as well. This library is a very busy library. It's gotten busier in the last 4 years. Our statistics speak to that. And part of that is because of my amazing staff and the work that they do and the work that they do for this community and the passion that they have behind it. So I ask the community, I ask the council, I ask the budget committee and anybody else involved to please support and continue to support the library because it is a very special place. And I think if those people who use it and go to it, I'm not saying every day, but just randomly, you will see that. And you will understand how special it is to some people. So thank you again for the support and good luck this budget season.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
We appreciate it. Anybody else wish to comment at this? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept the motion to adjourn.
Move.
Motion from